That's all right. He stayed humble, and that's all right. That's what he's supposed to do. You know, what I'm saying? He stayed humble about it.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are live. Fast foot forward, I'm jigging. Yeah, 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 yeah. Hold on, my nigga, just breathe. Stay there, stay there. I ain't just doing this for me. Stay there, stay there. Paramedics all over the scene. Stay there, stay there. It's looking real clear to me. Life don't play fair. Hold on, my nigga, just breathe. Ain't no politicking. This life don't need no witness. Make money, man, stack your bench. Remember this breath, I'm God, he's stingy. Fast foot forward, I'm jigging. Pull up 2 or 3 chickens. Lambo doors might span on the whole, drop bands on the whole. I ain't never ever shit. Neck wrist froze, I pimp on the bitch. Yo, bitch, get chose, you simp on the bitch. Extraterrestrial spectacle, send hit a blast. Pimp boy, my God, say radical. Eat beef like shit was incredible. No dude in my team will get rid of you. Talking about God, I hope you ain't think I was criminal. She dropping it low, subliminal. I'm trying to give me $1 million. You trying to get you $1 million. Why we ain't building a video? Why we ain't locked in from the top end? This life so cold, relentless. My nigga, just pay attention. Hold on, my nigga, just breathe. Stay there, stay there. I ain't just doing this for me. Stay there, stay there. Paramedics all over the scene. Stay there, stay there. It's looking real clear to me. Life don't play fair. Hold on, my nigga, just breathe. Stay there, stay there. I ain't just doing this for me. Stay there, stay there. Paramedics all over the scene. Stay there, stay there. It's looking real clear to me. Life don't play fair. Hold on, my nigga, just breathe. Oh yeah. Hold up, my nigga, just breathe. You know what I'm saying? Say right there. We in this thing. We ain't going nowhere. We got, you know, what I get from that song is life ain't promised to none of us for long. You know, like live this bitch, do what you gotta do at the end of the day. Peace to the Lions, Dan. Peace to the panel. What up, sister? Karima, Apollo, Tawana.
What up, though?
Slime brothers.
Man.
Happy to be here today. It's another day above ground, so it's a good one.
We got another one. We just got another one. So let's make this other day do stuff that you know, like if you ain't had but 10 days left to live, you know what I'm saying? You're valuing them 10 days. Let's value each and every day you got above ground. How about that?
Yes, sir. Yes, today is a good day. Today we were sitting here talking about the Olympics and the symbolism that was in the Olympics and how that affects the viewers. Basically, what America expects us to accept, and also what they're trying to put out, not just for adults, but what they're trying to put on children. At the Olympics, they made a mockery of Christ by putting him naked on a platter, making him blue with a red beard, naked with his legs open. I don't have that image, but Karima, if you could pull the image up, that would be great. In this image, you'll see transgenders, the homosexuals, everything that is not godly around this person. I don't know who this person is planned to be because the person is blue. We know that, a long time ago that the gods was not the colors that we are. They was green and blue. So So by them putting that up there, it's a blatant disrespect to not just Christianity, but to any religion that basically is against homosexuality or putting your kids, subjecting your children to homosexuality.
I bet if we look that image up, we'll find out that it represented another deity. Like it was, it just screams another deity all the way.
I think that he did as well. You know, I don't know which one it was though. So that's why I kind of wanted to get into this today, because I know that on the money it says, in God we trust. What God is it that they're trusting? Doing things of that nature. It can't be the God that I serve. So it can't be the entity that I serve. So I want to kind of dig deeper to see who is that God. We know what those rings are that represent the Olympics. Those 6 rings represent the 6 families. So we do know.
This might be kind of blurry, but I got a picture I can share with them.
Okay.
Right here. There we go. All right, it's on the screen. That's the biggest I can make it.
If you can see this, look at this. Now, around them, in the back of this person, you see a man, but if you look at the symbolism on the head, it's almost the same thing as the Pope would wear. Right? This thing that's behind the head, on top of the head area. Why is that? And also, in this meal, you see the colors of the rainbow surrounding this individual that's laying on this platter. The rainbow is supposed to represent the promise. They have switched it to represent LGBT. So this is what we see. This is what our children see. Our kids who play sports in high school, who have worked really hard to get to the Olympics or to qualify to get into the Olympics. This is what their hard work was for. To be basically given to the hands of the evil one. They're coming for our children and our people any way they can, through sports, music, and education. And this is what I've seen in regards to why they're doing it. The reason is because these 6 families have shifted. They're no longer hiding the fact that they have cultish ways and they do not believe in what's on their money. They're no longer in hiding about what's going on in the industry of entertainment altogether. This would be sports, television, radio, and anything that you can participate in that is not in your home. They have the power to run. So now we are seeing that they have an agenda. And their agenda is to defame the Black population. When you look at everything that's going on in entertainment, you see the attack is specifically for the Black man. You don't see the individuals that was with the Black man, because we know that it's the lower level that we're seeing. We don't see the higher up, the executives, these executive producers that groomed the individuals that have went down for what they're doing. The men that were having sex with R. Kelly have not been mentioned. These producers, these individuals, these colonizers, they have not been mentioned. It has been swept all the way up under the rug. These individuals, Clyde Davis and all these individuals who are responsible for getting this boy in the industry and showing him these specific ways, and these are the only specific ways that you will win with us, they have totally just pushed that back and got us focusing on baby oil. We have to wake up on what these individuals are doing. What Karima had put up was called sound control. This was a real big thing. We were going to do a live on this sound control, and we can still get into that. Sound control is basically the way that they want us to look at what's going on. The entertainment, the sports, everything. When we look at entertainment, we think of singing and dancing for our amusement. You know, something that is going to make us smile. Now that this industry has changed because they've seen, as we were talking about earlier today, the algorithms with that changing. People are no longer, you know, interested in Married with Children. They are no longer interested in the Jeffersons. These are like shows that we used to watch to kind of want to mimic their lifestyle. You know, George and Weezy, they moved on up out the ghetto and got them a situation to where they were no longer poor, you know, and it was supposed to kind of pump us up to tell our people you could be better than where you're at. You could do better and live a better lifestyle, right? This is no longer what we see. This is no longer what the kids are being groomed to. They're not being groomed to Sesame Street ABCs and 1, 2, 3. They're not doing that. Sesame Street now has people like Ice Spice on it. Okay, you have people that are in Disney that, you know, you see that this agenda has been put on them from day one. You look at the little child stars and what they have been put through. They have been put through sex scandal. They have been put through humiliation by having to wear dresses. They have been put through sexual assault that they have to sign contracts on saying that they will not say anything about specific individuals no matter what happens to them, right? This is why we see your Orlando Browns. This is why we see your Macaulay Culkin. This is how you see all these other these child stars that have just gone to shit. Not understanding that the industry groomed them, chewed them up, and then ate them out. I mean, chewed them up and spit them out. Now, entertainment is real, true life. If it ain't real, we don't want to see it. That's why these girls is asshole naked fighting in the middle of the street. The algorithms say that that's what we like to see. Why do you think there's so many baddies? Baddies South Central, Bad Girls, Housewives of New York. All these different shows with these women acting ratchet. That's basically what the algorithms say that the entertainment field likes. I was just talking to Neo a second ago, talking about Timmy. Those who are on the panel, I don't know if you've heard of Timmy, but his entertainment name is Mozzie. He told me, he said, Tawana, the only thing that sells is sex, money, and scandal. If it ain't a scandal, people don't want to watch it. If it's not sex, people don't want to watch it. If it's not violent, people don't want to watch it. This is the shift. You see the shift? At first, I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. They don't say that in one institution now. The only time that you hear that is going to be at a football game when they sing the American anthem or something like that. They took it out of everything. Schools, libraries, homes, before the children's football game, and things of that nature. They won't even let your children pray at school. If you say it's my child's religion and it's our religion, that before my child eats, that they get on this rug and they pray to the east or they pray to the west, and they have to do this before they eat, before your breakfast and before your lunch. The school will not authorize that. The school will say, well, you know what? We don't have religion in school. So if this is something that your child must do, they can eat their food in the office. Okay? They can eat their food in the extra little place right here. And then after they finish doing that, they can go play with the rest of the kids. We literally are being attacked right in front of our faces. They're scandalizing everything that we work for. Everything. Civil rights, they're saying your ancestors fought for civil rights and to be able to vote. Nigga, voting ain't no good. You ain't got no business voting. Our ancestors died for us to be able to vote. Well, they died for nothing, right? Because we know that our votes don't count. If you're not a electoral college, you ain't nobody. The votes go by electoral colleges. They don't go by you. By the time your vote get in, they already done said who won. So we understand that. But see, back then we didn't understand none of it. The entertainment industry, you know, I remember I seen on TV Sammy Davis Jr. asking a woman, baby, how bad do you want to be a star? Right? He said, baby, how bad you want to be a star? And the woman came and sat on his lap. So what they doing, let me tell you something, they've been doing. They've been doing from day one. Why are they throwing these men in jail for what they've been doing from day one? I don't know, and I don't care. Reason being is, we know they've been doing it, so what you covering up to where, you know, we're supposed to pay attention to that instead of what's really going on. What's really going on is this virus that they're about to try to give us in 2025 that they say is going to kill 1/3 of this nation. What's coming up is this presidency to where the world just might go crazy depending on who wins. What's going on is, you know, we have to understand as a people that what we see is not what it is. What's going on is our young people being bamboozled about what they see in entertainment instead of what their big mama is telling them and what we are showing them right in front of their face. I need somebody else to chime in on this one. How many of you have children that's 5 to 6 years old and may not know their alphabet all the way or their numbers to 400 or 500, but can sing Sexy Red? How many of you guys have children that you don't know where they got these images from or this behavior from? The behavior comes from everything that they see that's outside of your home. You got this woman telling people, children at concerts, pound, pound, my booty brown, brown. How is that something that represents us? They do that to make all of us look bad. So when the corporate women come and they come and try to use their brain to get where they want to, the corporate people don't look at the brain. They look at the sex appeal. That's why you have all these women not really caring about having land that they own, but they got a booty that they bought. Booty costs $20,000. Land costs $10,000 down payment. They think living in an apartment. They think driving a car they got a payment on. You know what I'm saying? This is where the confusion comes in at for all of our people. What is going on to where the Messiah is giving us messages right in front of our faces and we are acting blind to it? What's going on is 30 countries have stopped taking our money. That's what's going on. 30 different countries have stopped taking the American dollar. We worried about the baby oil. We ain't gonna be able to get out the country with our money because they ain't gonna accept it, and we not looking at nothing but what's going on with the baby oil. We have to wake up as a people. We have to see the agendas that are being put upon us by these 6 different families. We have to understand that our messages are right in front of us, and we have to be able to open our eyes to see it. What I see is Sodom and Gomorrah. What I see is a future of destruction because nobody is focused. They focus on the wrong thing. I come in here sometimes and all praises be to themselves. I do this. I do that. I killed this person in this. I killed this person in that. No praise to the entity that's supposed to be praised. About me, 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 me. In the end, there will be no you though. So what will it be? It'll be darkness. And in darkness, you must seek light. And if we ain't seeking no light, we just gonna dwell in that darkness. The words say, in the end, there will be no lanterns. The light in the sky will be gone. The only light will be the Messiah. These people are worried about the wrong things. I seen Big Meech, he just got out. His son on the live, and he's showing his diamond rings. Not knowing when you leave or when you get robbed or when you get killed, first thing they coming for is them diamond rings. You worried about the wrong shit. You want to show me this, but you need to be showing me how you and your daddy changed his life and gonna give to the individuals he took from. But instead, it seems like they want him to go back into the life he left. Oh, Meech, come to the strip club. Oh, Big Meech out, Big Meech out. Leave that man alone so he can seek salvation and get his soul in order. He's already done all the dirt he should be doing. It's time for him to get his life right. But you see that you have the demons of social media, the demons around you, and they say, come on back to us. Come on back to this life. Yes, this life that we provided for you, right? You Big Meech, we got this for you, got that for you. I bet you he ain't have to work or do nothing. They just throwing money at him as soon as he touched down. That's what they do. You go to jail, you get out, they celebrate for you like you've been at a birthday party the whole time. And start giving you gifts as if you're the Messiah. He's been in jail, so let me go ahead and give him $15,000. He's in jail, so let me go ahead and give him a car. He's in jail, so let me go ahead and give him a place to stay as if he never left. He got out with a big old chain that said BMF. They are not trying to get him to do right. They are pulling him right back to where they came from, and that's the agenda. To make us all look retarded, sluttish, uneducated, and able to get fucked anytime, anywhere by anybody for $1. Chime in. They're doing it all on the TV. Once I seen it on to where my kids can look at it, you can't even protect your kids from what's going on. The only way you can protect your kids is by telling them truth and really paying attention to what they're doing and talking to them about basically the agenda. If not, your children gonna be 5 years old and know how to work an iPad, but don't know how to read. Know how to get on roadblocks, but can't write a sentence. You know what I'm saying? And that's what we're seeing. That's what I'm seeing. I'm seeing a whole bunch of women that get on TikTok or whatever the case may be and blow up on TikTok. And next thing you know, the Illuminati is offering them more money than what they've ever seen in their life. See, they don't go to places where people have money to recruit these individuals. They go to the lowest, dirtiest, slumness places they can find these individuals. And they present them with money, which is the root to all evil. And these people grab them like big mouth bags. What talent does Sexy Red have? What talent does Glorilla have? What real talent? Right? These women don't have talent. They can't sing. They can't dance. Only thing they do is talk bad about our people. And they're getting paid to do that. Not understanding what they're doing. Or understanding what they're doing, but just not caring. You got these little girls talking about, I give up my mama. You got people like Jennifer Hudson, who said, take my whole family. When's the last time you heard Jennifer Hudson sing anything? When was her last hit? When was her last anything? Why did she have her own show? What did she do to get that her own show? She's not, we haven't seen her have any type of talent. She's been in a couple of movies, but what has she really done? Nothing. She signed up. She signed up when she gave up her whole family for that money. Literally. Her mama, both of her brothers, and her dad. All were killed, all of them. And that girl has not had to worry about nothing ever since. Literally. We think that these entertainers, they wouldn't do that. They're not participating in that. You got Erykah Badu. Erykah Badu is a reformed witch. Literally. She puts spells on people. She drops spells. She plays with bones. She does all kind of demonic things. And they got her in a puppy paperwork. If you look at her podcast, she says to her daughter, she does not love her daughter. She does not love anything. She said to the podcast, she likes her daughter. She likes her daughter very much. But she's unable to love anything. That shows what she will do. That shows if you don't love anything, you can't love the Most High. Because you say you don't love anything, not even your daughter. You like your daughter. You like her a lot. She's weird. That's part of that Hollywood thing. They can't get close to nothing. Once they get close to it, Hollywood finds out that you're close to it, and they want you to sacrifice it. How much do you love it? You love your mama? How much? See what Kanye said. Kanye loves his mother, but he sacrificed her. He sacrificed her so he can have the life he wanted. And he felt at that time she was old anyway. He sat and talked about how they all sacrificed, how Michael Jordan sacrificed his father, how Usher sacrificed his little stepson. If you remember, how do to a little 9-year-old get ran over by a boat in a boating accident? Why was the child in the water first? Usher took sacrifices as well. If you look them up and you look up the sacrifices or the deaths that they had in their family, all of them have sacrificed, family or friends, all of them, to them people. To basically show loyalty to them people. And what is happening when this is going on? We see it. What's happening? Are they being tried for it? We all know what was going on. Are they going to jail for it? Are they being looked at by the FBI for it? No, because the individuals that run everything are the FBI. The individuals that's running the stuff is behind the scene are the judges, are the individuals with the power. It's all for their entertainment. We're still puppets. We're free puppets. That's it. These people would never let our people run this country. They'll kill Kamala before they let her run this country. You know what I'm saying? Just based on she don't look like them. Obama did everything that they asked, and she may not. She may win by the polls by a landslide. Trump's gonna come say that it was rigged. Anytime he doesn't win, he says it's rigged. And it's gonna be a big old situation from there with his people and our people. Okay? The black, the brown, and the yellow. So what's gonna happen in 6 months? I had a woman that I spoke to that told me that we are on borrowed time. Literally. We are on borrowed time. What we gonna do if he just get in and say martial law all over again to get us ready for this plague that's about to take over the land in 2025 and wipe out 1/3 of the country. He wants us to sit still in this country while this is happening. My advice to everybody listening to this is get your passport. Make sure that it's valid. Make sure that you got all your things and your ducks in order, so if you need to, you can divorce America. You can divorce their ways. You can divorce their antics. I conclude just on that. Karima, do you have something up there on what they said in regards to the Slim Thugger trial? Slim Thugger's been on trial, and it's been entertainment for everybody. So much entertainment that we follow Woody. That's his real life. And you know, Woody has become an overnight sensation. You know what I'm saying? For being in a real trial and basically going against this man's whole life. People like that. That's why he's famous. He's famous right now because people love scandal and scandalous shit. He's a snitch, and now he's the next Tekashi 6ix9ine, but he got a gun, so everybody's scared of him. He's now become famous. You see him on Instagram, TikTok, all that, just sitting back after he just now got off the stand. Our entertainment is that man's life being ruined, but it's snitch. And instead of us saying, you know what, this is not Oh yeah, only thing they're gonna do to you is give you some classes. You know, you might have this breathalyzer thing that go in your car. They're not gonna do nothing to you, bruh. Just go in there and say this. Right? This is the same thing, the same people. I've been there, I know. You up in there listening to them people, not understanding what's going on, not understanding your case. You know what I'm saying? That case might not be like yours, but you listening to him. Woody should not be famous. He should not be famous for literally ruining this man's life. They're so entertained by it, they literally just made him a millionaire for doing it. So is this case a real case? His RICO case is literally a joke. Literally. What's your take on this, Neil?
We can't hear you. But again, this is what I was saying. It's Young Thugger. And I was explaining to you how the sound control is all the way to him. That's the reason why I spoke about sound control, because of how they're using the YouTube, the media, to distract everybody in this YSL case. You know, never mind about the snitch and all that. That's what the outcome of the information, but it's entertainment now. That's why I say reality TV become reality. This is what I mean by reality TV. Never mind about T.I. and the rest of them reality TV shows. They have reality TVs dealing with court now, dealing with this the music industry. That's why I say sound control. They're controlling the sound now. They're controlling.
Put that video up for us. Put that video up for the audience so they can see exactly what you're talking about in the correct concept. No, if you could go ahead and put that video up.
I showed it in a whole little video. We did a video on it, so they can just go back and watch it. We did the video. You know, it's under.
I know, that's what I'm saying. For the individuals that couldn't see it, if you could throw it up so they can see it right now.
I'm not on StreamYard. I'm on Messenger. So if, you know, I put it on StreamYard. Once we go to StreamYard, I'll send a link in there. But I just want to just briefly, you know, running down to why I'm saying that the YSL case is basically, and people starting to realize. That's why I was saying when I was talking about how the people are actually in control of this. You know, people are watching this and giving them view time when they can actually put their foot down and say, this is garbage. This is not how the court system should be ran. He will not be getting a fair trial based on the fact that as you looking at the case, you see the judge is interacting with the computer. You see the DA, they actually listening to the comment section because they're changing their appearance. You can actually tell that they're doing this for the audience. It's not no case where they have a real strong case against this brother. No, it's he say, she say, and they really actually presenting this, you know. And the case of, you feel me, let's get the people distracted, because I keep telling you that the war, you know, they don't want to talk about the war that's going on or what's going on that's involved in this war. So they rather just show you this bull crap because this is what you like. You like the music industry, you know, so let's put your favorite celebrity on trial. That's why I say reality TV become reality. You know, sound control. It means controlling the sound. What is the sound? The sound is the music industry. You got a lot of you know, artists that's now, you know what I mean, dealing with this court situation where they're trying to involve them into other crimes that other people have committed. RICO, conspiracy, you know.
Did you see that Lil Durk? This girl grabbed him one too. They just arrested Lil Durk.
Right. So it's all entertainment. But this is what I noticed, lady. I noticed the people that really is following this case, that really understand how the prosecution, the DA, and all that, and really actually looking into this, they're starting to protests against this, because they realizing that this is a joke and that this is not fair to this brother that's really actually
it's propaganda. It is propaganda.
They have no information on his brother, and it's just basically he say, she said, and they really bringing this into court. And like I said, it's just a distraction because we worry about the wrong things, music and all that. We're not worried about, you feel me, the war, you know what I mean? We're not worried about, you feel me, the things that's been passed. You know, we're not worried about, you know, things that we actually, that's beneficial to the community. We're not worried about none of that. We worried about sitting up there watching the outcome of a brother's life.
Yep, his demise.
And it's crazy.
Watching his demise.
That's why I say they controlling the sound and got people actually participating. It's like, you know, he's on the Truman Show, his life, and people is watching him.
Yep. Yep. And it's terrible. And for a lot of us to see this and know what's going on and not, you know, take a stand on it or stop watching them. The only reason that they doing it is because people are watching this shit. Once the ratings fall and people not watching it no more, and it's no longer in the algorithm, they're gonna have to come up with something else.
Yeah, they only do this because they're monitoring what people like. Like I said, you feel me? The industry is involved in all this, and they monitoring what people were watching. So that's why they brought out this, because people enjoyed the O.J. Simpson case. People enjoy court TV. They enjoy watching this. You got people that just go sit up there and just watch this. You feel me? What they call entertaining each other in the comment section. They ain't even really focused on the case. They too busy entertaining each other in the comment section over what the DA wore today. Okay, they're not really focused on anything that's important to this brother or the case. And this is what I know that, and I watched it for a minute, and I noticed that the judge recently asked the brother, one of the witnesses, to cite something that was posted on social media. That's a mistrial all day.
You're absolutely right on that. That's what I said. He done had a mistrial 3-4 times. I remember when the DA basically told the audience what they had in evidence and what they didn't have in evidence. And what somebody else said, it was a mistrial. The people put it up, but they done put it up for a mistrial 4-5 times.
Yeah, they just arrested the brother because he didn't cooperate. You know what I mean? It's just the circuit. They arrested the brother because he didn't cooperate. He didn't give them lies that he told at the beginning. It's like, damn, if you gonna snitch, stand on it. If not, they gonna motherfucking make sure that your ass took time for not motherfucking doing your job. They just took the brother back in here for not standing on his snitching. You know what I mean? But they had to redo the whole case because of Woody's statements. They have to do the whole case over. Take out bullshit, put back in, and that just let you know that the case was compromised when they have to do that more than one time. This last time, after they removed the judge and put this other judge and start going over the case and trying to take in and take out and put back in, you know, what evidence that's beneficial. Now at this point, the judge is working with the DA. Because
that's what I see.
You giving them chances after the chances to make it right, to build a case. At the end of the day, it's wrong. It's a done deal. They fucked up. You know what I mean? And then the other day, the judge just scolded the DA. I'm trying to help you. I'm trying to clean up your mess. So clearly, you know it's a mess. Clearly, you know it's a mess.
That right there, this statement right there is a reason that there's a conflict of interest.
That's what I'm saying. And then after that, she told the dude to read the comments. The judge told them to read the comments. That's a mistrial. Like, you involving the people, which he's not getting a fair trial because now you're having the people involved.
Right.
It's just, and people don't even understand how the court procedures work. They just thinking that this is how it works. No, it don't. This is not right. It's not even right that they not mention anything about that what that brother has did besides his association.
Yeah, they keep on saying, basically talking about his gang or a gang that he's supposed to be associated with, even though it wasn't a gang.
No, they talking about
It's
other
a record label.
activity. They talking about other people activity, which they standing on, but they trying to connect this brother with whatever the fuck the other people had going on, which they don't have no evidence connecting them. Every time they say he been involved or he part of it, no. You know what I mean?
Or was he there? He don't even be there.
He didn't have nothing to do with it. What happened was they Woody kept telling them every time they kept on coming to Woody. Woody kept telling them because he gave them what they wanted to hear. You know, they wanted him. They wanted Young Thugger. They wanted him so bad. So the little nigga felt like shit. I'm gonna tell them what at this time. I'm gonna tell them what they want to hear so I can be free. And then he probably was mad
but you know what?
he was mad at the
but he's
time.
not telling.
Hold on. So he was mad at Young Thugger at the time, so he was willing to, ride on him because he was in his feelings. So at this time, when they stopped him and took him in for questioning, he was ready to. He gave information, which he kept telling them that I gave y'all what y'all want to hear just to get out. But even then, you still can't connect. Woody ain't give you nothing connecting this brother to these people. Nothing.
Yeah, he's not.
You ain't. He
was
not involved in the things that y'all have going on. It's like you're making them guilty by association of used to be association because clearly they ain't even rocking with each other like that.
Right. Yeah, they blackballing that boy, and they want his gang to be his label to be blackballed too. This is what I want to know though. There's certain rappers and certain individuals that are higher up that are sitting in the background. Birdman is one of them. I know for a fact, and I'm not going to say it allegedly. I'm going to say this on live, and I'm going to say this, and it's not allegedly. I know for a fact that Birdman deals with individuals that are, how can I say, are not savory. Women of the night, and things of that nature. Reasons that I know is because my friends, they did something with him. It was two of them. You know what I'm saying? And they did something with him, and he paid them and snorted coke out their booty.
Oh, wow.
So therefore, he's involved with stuff too. You know what I'm saying? He's involved with stuff too. And they was young when that happened.
Right, that's personal issue, but he already had his spotlight in that. Like I said, anytime they speak on people's personal life, if this is a distraction, I'm be worried about that while they carry on with real politics and things like that.
The real politics, what they want us to do is focus on Kamala and Trump and not focus on this legislation that's about to pass, which is the laws of the land.
They really don't want us to be focused on that because we don't really focus on nothing besides the race about it. We don't focus on nothing, the politics about it. We don't focus on nothing besides the colors of each other's skin. So they don't care about that. They know we not involved in that. That's why they do this charades and this cool stuff. They know what people really want. You feel me? They want their favorite rapper free right now. You feel me? You notice they ain't give him no chance to be on the streets. Off top, they had his ass incarcerated. They do better making money off him being in there. You feel me? They ain't let none of these celebrities be free because they make more money by people wanting them to be free.
Nope, they don't want that. They said Puffy not getting out no matter how much money he got.
Because you gotta understand, you feel me? When you in the game, you gotta understand that the money that you deal with is considered part of the act that you committed. So that's evidence. So he cannot use none of the money to bail him out because they're using that as the evidence. especially when it comes to the YSL case, any money that he got, they're gonna say that was he was funding, you feel me, the organization. And they're not gonna let them use that money. Period. I don't care how you made it, you feel me? They're not gonna let them use that money because they're gonna use that as part of funding the organization.
Let's say that you say basically that you're a brand.
You get busted for selling drugs, and you got all this money. All that money is seized. Everything is seized. Everything you got is seized. Everything they working with is seized right now. Unless you show them that this money is, you know, legit and it came from this other way that has nothing to do with your business, your organization, you are not going to use that. But when you have
see what Puffy did, he was smart though, because you heard everything in his mama name. Right. Everything.
Right. So that's
so he knew that if it really did go down, that they would come for him. That's why you put everything in his mama name.
Even if she's still part of the case too, it don't matter who name it in. You know what I mean? She gonna be labeled as the you know, the
accomplice
person that's in this situation too. So they're gonna cover all in. I don't care who you put it in. She gonna be conspiracy. She gonna be part of it.
Yeah, I was about to say conspiracy or co-conspirator.
You put your mama involved in it. You put your family involved, thinking that you doing something and covering up. Drug dealers do that a lot. They put it in their family, do houses and things like that, and that's why everybody else be part of the case.
Yep, I know that for a fact.
They all flight risks. You feel me? They can go in the ground real quick.
Yeah, he made a couple of flagrant fouls, but it's really not no flagrant foul because it's like I said earlier, they've been doing that. Everything that you see, either if they didn't tell on him in the beginning, they're accomplices. Simple as that. If you didn't come against him before this Cassie stuff and your name or whatever is involved in it, you're not a victim, you're an accomplice. Period. Because I know, let me tell you something. If I'm at a party and I see some little kids, you know, little tiny girls or whatever there, and it's a whole bunch of money, and I see some little bros here, the first thing I'm gonna say is, why y'all here? Because I'm not about to participate in giving no little kids no powder and all the stuff that's going on at these puffy parties. You know what I'm saying? I'm not about to be part of that. And if you want to keep on bringing kids here, I'm gonna be the one to say, where's your mama at? Why are you letting your kids come here, knowing what's going on here? Justin Bieber should have never been there. That's what I'm saying. These parents, these people are accomplices. Yeah, they're not victims.
They is. But
you see what he was doing? What Justin Bieber got caught doing?
Hollywood don't give a damn. They have parties with children. You understand what I'm saying? Because most of them children are part of their Oscars and all this other bull crap.
Yes, ma'am.
That's why they here, and that's why people don't. This is why I say a lot of people be numb to it and don't understand what's going on until they wake up to it. But a lot of people just be there not understanding that it's a whole bunch of other stuff going in them other rooms going on and other places or other conversations that they don't know. They just thinking they attending these parties. Because
did you know that Disney has more Walt Disney World and Walt Disney have more than 50 allegations of child molestation and rape? Did you know that?
Yeah, I'll show you that. I know that. I know that. I just showed you a video of Hollywood being part of the, the whole crap.
Disney, you would think because it says for the kids. So you're like, oh, it's for the kids. They're not part of it. Oh, no, they're a big part of it.
I showed you Disney a part of it. Did you not remember out of
yes.
The Shadow? I showed you the documentary. I showed you all of that.
Yep, you did. You showed it. That Disney
doing all that to the children. I showed you all of that.
To the children.
Subliminal message in the little videos, the little cartoons and things like that.
Oh yeah, they putting stuff in the cartoons too. Literally, bro. You gotta look at when the kids get on the TV. You got to look at that Roblox. They got them adults playing Roblox with the kids, right? You thinking, oh, is this a man playing Roblox? If you listen to the conversation that the man is saying while he's playing this Roblox, you would never let your kids play Roblox online again.
Yeah, no, it's a lot of grown men narrating.
Grown people saying grown stuff.
Talking about relationships and all this other type of stuff. But it ain't even just there. It's the little sitcom, what's that? Little sitcom TV shows for the kids. They be having all kinds of stuff, relationships, especially them little Chinese cartoons. Oh my God, them is off the hook.
Yeah. The Chinese cartoons talk about killing and everything.
They be talking about all kinds of stuff.
Yeah, they be talking about killing. They be talking about cutting heads off and all kind of stuff. And it's not on Adult Swim.
I didn't put you in the back chat, Baby Hebrew. I'll put you in the back chat. What is that? Universal Debate League. All you gotta do is go to the messenger. You could be up here talking. I'm gonna tag you again.
What Baby Hebrew got to say?
He wanted to come up here. Tag them.
Anybody that want to chime this, I feel this is a good conversation because you know what? We have to know what we're looking at. You know, have to know what we're looking at. When we're looking on TV, it's just not wholesome no more. There's nothing wholesome about it. I remember when we was little, we used to watch stuff like Greatest American Hero, and so they don't even have shows like that. You know, we got shows like Everybody Hates Chris, where this black boy is being bullied and in a neighborhood that he does not belong. You know, things of that nature. We have the Bernie Mac show where it was idolized that he took care of his crackhead sister's children because that's normal within the black family. You know, stuff like that to where people not even really realizing what they watching.
No,
and how they depict our people.
Tawana, come over here. Y'all come over here so I can screen share. Because we need to share.
Okay, what you want me to do? Log out and go back into the chat?
No, I'm gonna send you this link to StreamYard in the chat. Just jump on it.
Okay. All right. Okay, bye.
No, don't leave yet.
Okay.
Until I post it. But I want to show you this thing where this guy was being followed in his own freaking thing he just moved to. The people that I guess one of the person that followed him got fired, but it's crazy. Okay.
I think that's the link right there.
Yep, that's the link. Jump on that link.
All right.
Over here. And then I'm gonna put the link in the chat for Baby Hebrew to come over here. And whoever else that wanna come. You feel me? Okay. Yeah. I was walking down the street to the same beat, trying not to trip over the concrete. The very next day, put it on repeat. Now I'm walking in the middle of the street. Hey, broken street lights, get a gliss of me. When I'm strolling in the mix, only focus on my money, never focus on somebody coming up and make back silly. Yeah, that.
Yeah. Get it.
Oh, I know you was up. Neo, what to do?
Man, look, I forgot I was even on here. My bad. I was banging through the streets of BR bump, and look, I was banging the goddamn song. I let y'all hear. I forgot I ain't left my computer on and went and got some cigarettes and
Yes, and then you
just
picked
was
up.
blocking, you know.
You hear my my
Oh,
freestyle.
man.
My
I
freestyle.
came back right in time, right in the nick of time. I was supposed to hear that. Something wanted me to hear that, yeah.
Yes, it did.
We in there. We in there. Man, I want to turn up with this music. Like I feel it is happening.
That's
You know,
right.
like
It's your time.
I'm gonna get Apollo on the track.
I
You
just
gonna
want
have to
to be boss with the sauce.
nah, you gonna have to rap. You gonna have to rap, my boy. You gonna have to
You
get
gotta,
in there.
yeah, you gotta put the bar down there too.
You got something to say, nigga. You got something to say.
Three or four is a score. Oh, a mo is for sure. Let me guess. They probably take my lyrics now.
Hey, shit, Booty
I always
Hole
say that.
Brown. Bro.
You know that's my bars. I gotta finish that up, but
Hey, Booty Hole Brown went viral.
I know, right?
Anything can go viral. You never know.
Nah, you gotta be on. You gotta be working for somebody and up under somebody and doing a little something strange for a piece of little change.
Yeah. But some things naturally go viral.
Yep, some things. I mean, you already know if you got that promotion skills yourself. You feel me? You can make yourself go viral just by keep promoting yourself and just if you got that promotion skills,
No,
you know.
I'm saying what Sexy Red did. It's a million other strippers that's doing that.
Of course.
Something about her had a little more magic and it went a little farther. They got tons of strippers in every city. They got rap songs that's doing like 1,000 views and shit like that, 2,000 views, 10,000 maybe even, and that's small numbers. I'm not even doing that. But, you know, her shit went to like 100,000, 300,000, 500,000 views. And it wasn't really her promotion that did it. It was just sometimes you'll say something in a way that's so fucking catchy, even though it sounds stupid to everybody, they gotta keep listening to it. It's some magic involved into that, you know. I'll even say some spirit involved into that. You either in tune with the light or the darkness. Something is involved with
Yeah,
that kind of stuff.
that certain motherfucker.
It's not human. It's not human intervention at that point. This is our
It usually be that certain person that you're connected with because some of this music don't even be about nothing. It's just, you know, the person that you connect with and they be telling you that they be putting people on. It could be garbage music or whatever. They just put them on.
yeah.
We have producers really literally say that.
Yeah, because if you are like a key holder in the game,
Mm-hmm.
you can get people on. You gonna get people on that you think sound good. You gonna do that, but you also gonna get people on that you
Controversy.
feel like. Well, no, you gonna get people on that you feel like they deserve a favor from you, like
That's
your
it.
cousin, your little homeboy. All them gonna get on, and they might not necessarily be as good as the other people you getting on naturally, but you gonna get them on too. You got to. You owe it to them.
Yeah, but a lot of these people too, they'll get people on because he your enemy, and it works. You know what I mean? If you rapping and if somebody else make a diss track, they're gonna put you on because it works for the algorithm. Funk,
Yeah.
beef, that's what's going on. A lot of these people are garbage rappers, but they shining because they're going against a dude that they put on, which was garbage himself too. And all these people come with the same kind of style.
Yeah, that's another reason people get put on. Yeah.
Coming with the same kind of style, gassing on the same beat.
But in the case of Sexy Red, I think she got on because it vibrated with a low frequency that's in everybody. It vibrated that goddamn low to where you were like, this shit sounds stupid, but it sounded kind of interesting at the same time.
Right, but you got to understand who, even though it vibed and all that, because a lot of songs that vibe, you have to have that connection to put it out there. You feel me? And from my understanding, she didn't went from one nigga to another nigga that was, in the industry.
No. I get that, but I'm saying once you go,
Yeah, she was moving around. She ain't the same to do that. She was moving around.
It's out, and it's up to the people at that point to listen.
What was she messing with? What's his name? Drake.
Yeah.
She was moving around. Like, you gotta know somebody. You can't just have music without knowing somebody.
Messing with Drake beforehand. Drake came
no, but she was messing with another producer before Drake. You know what I mean? It's like you have to have that connection or be in the line of that field to even be put on. You can have all the music in the world.
Of course she was messing with some. Of course she was messing with some producer because she had a song.
And he was already.
Hold on. No, he wasn't. Everybody who got a song produced messing with a producer. That's where you go to get your song made. If you professional, you go take it to a studio. There's a producer there. He gonna record you. Yeah. So yeah, she did have
right. We ain't talking about just no regular producer. I know a lot of producers.
Correct. What I'm saying is that song caught fire. It was something about the song that caught fire. You trying to take credit away from it, even though it was trashy and ratchet and all of that shit. There's something about that song that had a connection to everybody.
Right, but that ain't the
everybody fucking felt that. Even it was like a church lady that didn't want to say she liked the way that shit bopped, but she knows she was kind of like, yeah, okay, booty hole brown, my booty hole brown too. That's how. Come on, man, it was resonating.
No, everybody didn't like. I'm gonna take that from you because everybody didn't like that, Neo. Everybody was. There was some people that was appalled.
Yes, that's what I'm saying, but that's how radio works. Some of these songs you don't even like and you get immune to them because they play them so fucking much, even though they garbage and never should have been on in the first place. But we know that they're connected with somebody that got their music out there in the first place. It ain't just a regular producer. It's somebody that actually have connections with somebody.
Yeah.
We know that for sure. That's how most people get on. That's
how they do. That's how
they need that connection. You can go to the studio and make music all day. Sounds rock, but you still need that connection. That person that
you can have that.
It's almost like when a person
your song ain't popping.
But like I said, a lot of people have been taking advantage of social media. Hold on, let me finish this. A lot of people it's not about, you feel me, going that route. A lot of people has taken advantage of social media, and the people, and I keep saying, the people is what blows them up. The people takes it, make little videos on it, shorts, dances, and they the ones make it more than what it is.
Right. The algorithms see that people like it.
That's what I'm saying.
Snatch them up.
That's my whole point. But why did they do it? Sexy Red could not control all the million fans that click play on her and then wait, hold on. Sexy Red cannot make these people do that. These people chose to do that. That was their will in action. They gravitated to it.
Her producers and her marketing team. Her marketing team makes sure that she's in front of people so they can like her though.
Niggas that just vibrated with niggas lower vibration, and they kept fucking doing TikToks and dances and videos to it, and it's fucking went viral. Going viral is more organic than people want to admit.
Right, because that producer that made that beat that was already making them TikToks, you don't understand
that beat wasn't that good. That was a garbage ass beat.
No, listen to what I'm saying. Listen, you gotta listen. Come on now. Listen. Because it do matter. And I ain't talking about beat. I'm talking about it's different things because a lot of people are take like what they not like us. You feel me? And turn around and make it, mix it, and master it, and then they turn it into a dance. You understand what I'm saying? That somebody that took it and made it a trend. So it's a lot of other things that went involved into this instead of just, you feel me? Oh, it's just about their music. No, it's a lot of other people and a lot of people that has been involved into this. But it do start with the producer. The producer
I'm
get it out there.
to get those people
Well,
to
I
do
feel it
that,
start with your
you have to
marketing
have a
team.
catchy
If
song.
it starts with your
It comes
PR.
back to the music every time. That song has to be catchy for these people to volunteer their time. They're not getting paid to do this shit. They're volunteering their time to put your song on their video. They have to like it. They genuinely like that shit. That's
Ain't
what I'm
nobody
saying.
saying, why you keep saying that? You know, ain't nobody saying nothing and denying that
Because
part
that
about
mean the song was catchy.
it. You keep saying
That's what
that.
that means. That means you made a catchy song.
We already agree with that.
I feel like you got good PR because you can have good skill and get everything, but if you don't have the same marketing to get it in front of people, then it's just going to be that. It has to do with your production, but it also has to do with the marketing.
Yeah, but I'm just saying
It has to do with the marketing too.
It's a lot. We know that it's a
The
lot
song
of
is not catchy.
once we started talking and picking and choosing and all that, we know a lot of things that went involved, but it don't necessarily have to be something that's catchy either. We know that.
Right.
It's just somebody that's behind it. We
Right.
you know what I mean? Like we all can disagree to agree to a certain point too. Like at the end of the day.
Because we won't like a song unless one of our favorite artists is on it, and we'll automatically just listen to it because our favorite artist is on it.
I'm talking about
Right.
catchy level. Yes, it does have to be.
Of course.
It has to be a level. It could be Soulja Boy telling with that girl shake that booty meat. Y'all probably never heard that song. It's dumb as hell, but to some audience, it was catchy, and they kept fucking playing it, and this nigga got famous. That was his first fucking song. Right before Superman, he had a song called Booty Meat that went viral first. And it was the dumbest song, but he was like a middle school kid just doing a video with a camcorder being goofy. And the shit blew up just because it was catchy. It has to be catchy.
Right. And just because, I mean, there's a lot of things that went into it. We know that it's catchy. It's, you know what I mean, trending. It's all kinds of things. But what I'm saying is, nowadays, it don't have to.
It focuses on a specific audience. We know that there's more younger people than older people, so they make sure that it has a target audience as well.
You can make some, you know, like smaller level,
hits,
like One-Hit Wonders and shit like that. That might not be catchy, but for the
right. But the people is who push it out because they supporting you. That part.
But they ain't gonna support every song. Like
we know that. We know that.
This is what I'm saying. I might put out a song, and I want this to be my fucking hit.
Right.
I'm pushing this song, but the people might just happen to scroll on another song on my album, and they like that one, and they get behind that one and start making TikToks and all this, and that end up being the one that go viral. And I wanted the other one to go viral.
Right. But the whole album is cracking at the point because they got people listening, trying to see what it do, even though you feel me, that one song just cracked off. Now your whole album is popping because now people viewing it just to run through it to see if that one cracking. How about that?
Right. Exactly.
That's what's gonna happen.
For sure. They want to see how many hits is on that whole record.
The fact that the one that put me on was
of
one
course,
that I
we know we got to get started somewhere.
Hold on.
You already beginning, Dio. At the end of the day, we just gotta keep pushing this stuff out. We just gotta keep.
I'm saying though, at the end of the day, in that scenario, the one that ended up putting me on was the one that I was sleeping on in my mind. I didn't think that was the one that was gonna do it. Right. And that was the one that people like.
Right. We gonna put you on.
As an artist, we don't control that. We don't know what we think we know what people gotta like. They gotta like this song, but they might not like it. They might like the other one that you didn't think they was gonna like.
Right, but sometimes people don't even gotta like it at the moment. They just, you know, sometimes they ain't feeling it because that ain't the you know, what's in they you know, what they call what's in their playlist at the moment. You feel what I'm saying? But certain music, the people start, you know, listening to because of the mood
A
that they
person
in.
will not like a song and subconsciously not even wanting to remember the song, but because they don't like the song, they subconscious will remember the song, and next thing you know, they are playing music in their heads that they don't like because they heard it so much.
Right, and that's the radio, and that's what I was saying about the radio. But this is what I was saying about it's a lot of music that I'm listening to now that I wouldn't even think about because I'm searching for other songs that you know that goes along with the rhythm I'm looking for. But there's a lot of songs that actually I bump into lately that I just automatically let it play, and you know what I mean. And it actually is a good song. So as you get older, your choices in music, you know,
Yeah, they do. Yeah, that's right.
especially when it comes to more relaxing music.
Right. Because I find myself, it depends on, let me tell you something. The music changes your mood.
Yeah.
The music, when you deal with.
Oh, she fell out. Yeah, like if I'm listening to pop, I want to get something in that type of, you know what I mean? That feeling. So I be my biased playlist. That's why I call it. You're being biased because there's other music that you know that's out there that's worth listening to. It's like neo music. Y'all missing out. Like y'all don't even understand that he is universal and he got that for you. He got that for you. He is on different platforms too. He trying to get his platform running, up and running. So y'all go like and support the brother and his music. Cause y'all gotta understand that, you know, this is the making of a new artist that y'all is a part of. So you can always say, yeah, I remember when that brother got started. I remember when that brother was on the Lions Den, you feel me, just making music. I didn't even know that, you know what I mean? All this good music he got.
I gotta run this one back.
What? Neil, you gotta come over here. Did you hear her, Neil?
Who?
Tawana.
No, I can't hear her. What's she on?
I'm right here.
Or something?
She's on here.
I'm right here.
It just say me, you, and Apollo on my screen.
Okay, so you don't hear her. You gotta come over here.
What's up? Salam.
I sent the link in the chat.
Can I come in, Karima? Linus, let me know when I can come in. Let me know when I can come in.
Come on in. Apollo, come over here.
Yo, this conversation has been. Whoa, somebody. Okay, this conversation has been off the hook and absolutely magnificent. But first off, this is Big Baby Hebrew, Brother Malachi chiming in. As always, I give an honor to the Lord in Christ from whom all positive thoughts flow. And I thank you, Karima, for allowing me to be able to come in. But let me just say this: Sexy Red and all the is straight garbage. Let me just remind you all that what we're dealing with here is the only reason it's catchy. Let's understand. Let's take it back, way back. It was legendary rock musician Jimi Hendrix who said that he knows that in order to get people to listen to his music, to draw people in, he knows that playing certain chords, certain rhythms will stimulate their pituitary gland, which puts out all the pleasure, hormones that, drive us. So in this music industry, the music industry, like every other industry, has been taken over demonically. Okay?
See, J. Edgar Hoover's long
I
dead,
agree.
but the COINTELPRO, the counterintelligence program, is still in effect. See, they study us. And there was a spy who went and let it be known. His name was Darthar Perry. 45 to 50 years ago, he let it be known that the United States government was putting into effect to destroy black culture on all levels. He indicated that they study our music, what we read, what we watch, and so on and so forth. If you pay, somebody got to mute. They make a hell of noise. Can someone mute? But moving on. So he indicated that in order to destroy a people, you got to destroy what they like. If you pay attention to the music gradually throughout the years, all the garbagey lyrics get the hottest beats. Why? Because it's the beats that catch you, not the lyrics. It's the beats. If the beat is hot, if the beat is fire, despite your being conscious of the lyrics being garbage, you're going to be locked in. They know this. That's why many, over the years, positive rappers and positive lyrics were giving garbage beats, while you had the NWAs and all the other hot groups. Well, I'm gonna give them. I gotta give credit where credit is due. So hot groups were giving hot beats, produce hot beats. Why? Because it's the beat. Jimi Hendrix said it best. It's the chords and rhythms that strike you, that bring you in. When you look at the Bible, right? When Saul was going, King Saul, if you believe that account, when King Saul was losing his mind, they had David would come in, play certain rhythms and certain, chords on his harp. Because there's an old adage that goes, music calms the savage beast. But now, on the flip side, demonically, music can what? Ravage and stir up your beast. That's why throughout the years, where you had in our parents' generation, music about love, togetherness, happiness. You had Rick James, of course, who was, raunchy and talked about certain things, but still it was from a loving a woman, how to appreciate. But then in the going into the 90s on, murder, death, kill, I shoot a nigga, kill a nigga, fuck that bitch. And I'm not cursing for the sake of cursing, but look at the vibration. And now you have today our young people being ravaged by the Sexy Reds, what's that other chick, like little orphan Annie? You thought I was feeling you and all. That's because the government is pushing that.
Yes, sir.
They're the ones.
Sound control.
They're the ones who are giving you this garbage. Okay. That's why they're catchy. That's why when it comes to someone like Neo, and I'm not saying it's the crap, but I'm saying this is true. Neo won't be pushed because Neo is dropping silence. Okay? He's fire on the lyrics and all that, but you won't hear.
Yeah, I agree with that. If Neo, you would have been blowed up if you was talking about bitches, hoes, your dick size, and the chain that you wear.
Hold on. Neo got universal music, so don't say that. He ain't blown up because y'all ain't behind his sign, and I'm tired of y'all avoiding that. Now, let's go.
See, I had no idea that it was like that, but I'm just saying.
Me neither.
Look, most of these people are also being given those views. They're being given those listeners. See, like I said, the government is big government, big brother, who is interfering with all this because, again, they studied us. That's why through COINTELPRO, the counterintelligence program, we are being ravaged the way we're being ravaged on all levels, especially with the Democratic Party. Okay, they're the ones who came in, breaking up the black family. They use welfare and all these other things to put in a strong desocialization program between black men and women. So much so that here we got now black men and women talking about they want to go to love somebody else or be with somebody else outside of our nation. You got black men with this ridiculous, passport, brothers, barbecue. Look at the music. XL Ho, Doodoo Brown. Look, that was given to us deliberately. And now it's time for us to be able to break this madness because, again, understand, a war has been going on before some of us were even born. But when you have a spy named Darth Perry to tell us what was coming, I remember this vividly too. I even did a show on it. He broke down every aspect the United States government was going to attack us on. And when you look at it, right throughout the last 30 years, looking around, our quality of music has just been going to garbage. You got some of the most non-talented, can't sing, can't rap, can't dance, right? Being pushed out here non-stop because it's deliberate. All right? And we have to be able to recognize why is it that our children now are getting caught up in their net? Because even in our Generation X, we got caught up. You had rappers from Bone Thug and Harmony and a few of us that were revealing a few years back on why you see all this crap you see going on, because they were being told they had to push demonic vibration. They had to push.
That's what I was just now saying.
Okay.
That's what I just now was saying. That my friend told me that. He says that they tell them basically how to get the money. If you rap about this, or you know what, switch that up and say this instead of that. You know what I'm saying? And they kind of groom you on what's hot. So if you talking about gangs and it ain't, the algorithms ain't talking about gangs, they don't want your next record to be that. They want your next record to be what people want to see. It not what you are anymore. You can say, I don't want to be a gang member anymore. They still gonna make you push that agenda and push that music.
Look, I hate to even admit, but I gotta admit the fact that, and I strive to be a moral man, but throughout the years, look, there have been certain joints that caught my ear and they were demonic as all hell. I mean, I cannot front. Back in our time coming up, that murderous chant from Onyx, throw your guns in the air and buck like you just don't care. I'm like, wait a minute, hold up, what are we talking about? But the beat was so
bucking in the air when he said that until you found out, like,
exactly.
why am I bucking in the air?
Hold on. And here it is to this day. As much as I try to say, I try not to listen to it, even to this day, Redman, off his first album, with that sample from Cypress Hill, that time for some action, time for some that beat and yo, whenever I would hear that song, I could say, you could put Mike Tyson, Muhammad Ali, and all the other champions, and I'll beat their ass. That song had me hyped. You can't look, because it was hypnotic.
Yeah, the music gives you that. The music does that to you.
So they know what they're doing. They know it. So the music industry has been taken over by COINTELPRO, by the United States government, and they push this. Think about it for a second. You know how heavy it is? It's a heavy thing when you have other governments from Russia on down, when you have the leaders of those governments blaming black people. Now check this out, blaming black people for why their kids are going buck wild because they're listening to this music that they call rap and that's how deep it is. The other
we call it drill music. When they want to drill, which is go do a shooting or do something like that, they listen to drill music.
Look, you know what? And I'm glad you brought up, because even now, here it is, right? I'm a damn grown ass old man. I don't mind. I just turned 56. I'm an elder. But yeah, here it is. I gotta catch myself. Here it is. King Von. That kid King Von. It's 3 a.m. I got this lick. The way he be, Yo, I'm like, wait a minute, hold up. What am I talking? This dude was an alleged murderer and all that, but yet his beats and his delivery and the flow and the way they push it, you will get hypnotized before you know it.
Yeah.
Unintentionally.
Yeah.
Unintentionally. And that was
Subconsciously. Yeah.
this is why we have to pay attention to what we're listening to, what we're watching. Because again, they took off the quality program. Back in the day, we had What's Happening, you had Good Times, you had all these shows that had a theme about black progression. Sophisticated Gents, you had all these shows on the air. But next thing you know, gradually,
Now we got Everybody Hates Chris.
And what's the main thing? The effeminate father, effeminate black man. You know, look, you can say what you want, but even Family Matters had a theme to it. Okay,
but brother, now podcasts like this changing the narrative, and now we got positive African American images on these podcasts, brother, and on YouTube, brother. Don't you see how we're changing the narrative? We eradicating
brother, you know what?
the
You know what?
image
I got that, and I agree with you on that.
You see what
I
I'm
agree
saying?
with you wholeheartedly, and I agree with you. But you know what? And this is why mainstream media is now getting mad. Or how can I say this? Not only are they getting mad, they're looking to destroy what we're doing right now.
They're not in hiding anymore on what they're trying to do. The Olympics showed us that they're no longer hiding the agenda. The agenda is right there to basically bring down our entertainment, bring down what we feel is right and wrong, and basically make it seem like this is what the agenda is about. There's no reason that they had that homosexual laying up there on that thing as if there was Christ. You know, they are letting us know that us, the industry, we are not the in God we trust is not the God that you guys are looking at.
Well, you know what, sister? You are cooking with you've been cooking with gas since this show started. You've been on fire. And let me add on. But see, when you go back to 1997, The Devil's Advocate, when Al Pacino was Satan. See, when you watch the movies now with spiritual eyes, you'll see what they're announcing. He let it be known in that movie that what was going to happen, that they were going to go, that Satan was going to go public. What did he tell Kevin Lomax, which is on Keanu Reeves' character? He said,
"Think about Braveheart, the movie Braveheart."
What's the connection with Braveheart?
Braveheart was the same thing. He was basically fighting evil, right? And it was trying to come forth, and he kept on trying to fight, and then it finally just showed its face. And that's what's going on. What's going on is the evil's been there. They've been doing this. It's just that it's coming forth with it now.
And
everything they're doing, they've been doing.
But what was significant though about the devil's advocate was what the speech that Al Pacino gave. He said, "I'm coming out now, Kevin, all guns blazing, and I'm going to use the law. The law is where it's at, Kevin, and I want you with me on the ground floor." Now look at in these last 30 plus years how all the laws in society have been drastically changed. You know, through Barack Obama in particular.
To go with their agenda for sure.
But it was under Barack Obama in particular. You had the National Defense Authorization Act. You had the Lone Wolf Terrorist Bill. You had the Defense Enhanced Security Act. What am I getting at? If you take time out to read all those provisions, they now are each one of them are knocking out every biblical and righteous act of law to incorporate what? Everything that's evil and just demonic.
And brother,
brother, what do you think about the indigenous bill he passed?
Wait, two people
What
are
do you
talking at the
what
same
do you
time.
what do you think about the indigenous bill that he passed though during his administration?
The indigenous
I'm
bill.
not familiar with it. If you could put it up, that would be great because I'm not familiar with it.
Yeah, please post the link in the back chat. But one bill you left out was DACA, and as a result of DACA, our communities are being flooded by illegal aliens to the point that now Latinos outnumber us in our own country.
Don't believe that. That's a lie. They don't
I mean,
outnumber us. But the
brother, I can
goal,
name the
hold on,
neighborhoods. Let me say this: I can
bro,
name the
bro, bro, hold
neighborhoods
up, brother. You talking
where
to somebody
these.
who got boots on the ground, but don't believe the
Me
hype.
too, brother.
They don't.
Just think about.
They
Hold
don't
on,
out.
brother.
They don't outnumber
I
us,
can
man.
name the. Well, let's name
Oh
the
my God,
communities,
this nigga,
brother.
man.
When you go to Compton, we are no longer the majority anymore, brother. When you go to South
But
Central LA, we're not the
brother, hold
majority
on. Now,
anymore.
okay,
When you
you
go to
talking about an iso.
Chicago, hold on, brother, slow down. I'm trying to name the communities where,
Gentrification does not mean they outnumber us.
brother, they do.
Gentrification,
I mean, well, let me just say this,
bro,
brother.
you're
I'm
not
trying to
hearing.
name the
Okay,
communities where they outnumber us at, brother.
but brother, you're
I'll
talking
say
about
this in
you.
closing. Let me say
Okay,
this
what
in
you?
closing, brother, and I'll
Wow,
make
man,
it brief.
wow.
When you look at the census and the Black Caucus, they both have confirmed that the total number of majority African American census tracts, cities, counties, and towns are decreasing as the total number of Hispanic census tracts, cities, counties, and counties have increased, brother.
But
Is that for the
gentrification does
crime? Is
not
that
have.
for
Wait,
crime or
wait, hold on.
numbers?
Gentrification.
Yeah,
Okay,
yeah,
I'm sorry,
it's a
sister.
crime to allow our brother. It's a crime. Listen to the sister. It's a crime to allow our communities to be taken over by foreigners. Yes, the same communities that we're supposed to give our children and our grandchildren, we are giving those communities to foreigners. Yes, our grandkids will look at us as coons because we didn't fight to preserve our communities. Really.
Brother, what I'm saying, I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm not saying you're
Wait, so
wrong,
how are
but
Latinos foreigners?
we have to put
Oh,
it
let me
in.
answer that. Let me
It's,
answer that. The brother asked a
okay,
very good
go ahead, go
question.
ahead, go ahead, go ahead, go ahead, go ahead.
The brother asked how are Latinos foreigners? The same way that we're foreigners if we go to Latin America illegally, brother. That's how they're foreigners, brother. They're not
No,
from
so
this
my
country,
question,
brother.
so my question is,
Yes.
if we're gonna see, this is where we got to be careful when we play these games, right? When we start going back and forth, uh, California, Texas, Arizona, New Mexico,
Yes.
Utah, Colorado was all Mexico.
And
So when
can
people
I
say,
let me
because I
address
was
that,
raised,
brother?
hold on,
You
I haven't finished though. I haven't
I know,
finished.
but brother,
Let me
you
get my
started
thought
with a
out.
false pretense.
Hold on. Let me get my thought out.
All
I
right, go
can
ahead,
listen
brother.
to y'all. All right. So I was raised in the Bay, right? Raised in Oakland, California. I done seen chicken trucks turn into taco trucks, right? But when we sit here and say that these are foreigners, these people have just as much right, unless you're talking about something that is supposed to predate a lot of other stuff. And that if that's the case, then we got to ask ourselves. We have to have another conversation
No, we're having a
because we
conversation right
not.
now, brother.
Wait,
Well,
hold
let's
on,
go
because
point
we
by
never
point.
called ourselves black back
But
then. But
brother,
go
can we
ahead.
go point by point? Let's go point for point. Now, the
Go
first thing you
ahead.
said was a false pretense. Mexico actually stole that land. California, Colorado, New Mexico, etc. Mexicans actually stole that land. Somebody has to mute up. Someone that someone has static. They got to mute up.
That's me. Hold on 1 second. I'm about to get close. That's me with this water.
All right, let me address the brother's point. Mexico stole that land that you're referring to in the southwestern U.S. Mexico stole that land from U.S. indigenous tribes. That process was called the Mexican versus Indian Wars. Mexico committed genocide against the Comanche, against the Navajo, against the Native American tribes of the southwestern U.S. states. That land does not belong to Mexico. Mexicans do not have the same land rights in the U.S. that we have, brother. You started with a false pretense. Additionally, you have to understand that all Hispanics are not Mexicans. So a Venezuelan, a goddamn Guatemalan, El Salvadorian, they don't have land rights in the U.S. at all. Mexicans don't even have land rights in the U.S. at all. So, brother, you have to educate yourself on the true history of our country, brother. And I'll say this in closing. When I take a DNA test, I have U.S. indigenous ancestry. Mexicans are from south of the Rio Grande, which is from outside of the U.S. They don't have U.S. indigenous ancestry. They are foreigners, brother.
Now, there's a brother want to retort because I want to come in on something on a point you raised. Well, okay, I'll go in.
Yeah, he
Listen,
can't refute it. Go ahead, brother.
what I'm going to say is that you're right on the issue of through gentrification how black folks are being systematically pushed out. But as far as national numbers, as far as nation numbers, and these Hispanics don't outnumber us. But the gangsterism, which is gentrification, another name for gentrification, that has been used, has definitely made it where these hostile, illegal immigrants, hostile, anti-black, illegal immigrants have been used by this government in the attempt to replace us and displace us. But you can't see, the thing is though, that it's now blowing up in the Democrats and some rogue elements of the Republican faces on you can't replace what you ain't create. We can't be replaced.
Well, actually,
Okay,
brother, that's why I tried
and,
to name
and,
the
and
neighborhood where we're being replaced. Have you been to Miami recently, brother?
bro,
Have you
you're
been
not
to,
even hearing
have,
a word. You didn't hear a
exactly?
word I
Have you been
said.
to Gwinnett, brother? Calm
Brother,
down,
hold
brother.
up. Let
Have
me
you been
just,
to
you
Gwinnett
know, you
County?
slow down.
All right,
Take
brother.
your own advice,
I
because
know,
you
but
ain't
brother,
listening.
you're being
One more
emotional,
time.
brother. Let's calm it down. You're being emotional. The point is
No,
this,
I'm not
and
being
that's why.
emotional. What I'm
Slow
saying to you
down,
is you're not
brother.
listening.
Calm down, brother. And
Okay,
that's
you
why I
take your own
attempted.
advice and you calm down.
I'm
You're the
calm,
one
brother.
talking. Not
No,
I'm talking.
I'm talking
We
calm.
can't
Okay?
hear both of y'all.
How about that?
No,
We can't hear
please.
both of y'all.
Exactly. One at a time. The point I'm making
We
is this.
can't hear both of y'all.
Well, he
Exactly.
needed,
And that's why.
well, I'm the one
Calm down,
talking.
bro. All right, let me say it'll be brief, brother. And that's why I attempted.
Now you stop gaslighting me, man.
Brother, that's why.
I'm not
It's all
upset.
right, brother. Calm down.
Okay?
And that's why I attempted
Now
to
this
name.
nigga here, man. Who
Slow
you think he
down,
talking to?
brother.
Who
I'm
do you
talking to
think
you as
he
a brother.
talking
I'm
to?
talking to you as a brother. That's why I
No, you're not
attempted.
talking. You're
Oh my
being
God.
deliberately rude.
All right, bro.
I'm the one
That's
that
why.
was talking.
That's why I
Okay?
attempted. That's why I attempted to name the communities where Latinos
And I just
outnumber
said,
us
okay,
at,
wow, this guy, man.
because we cannot deny what we see in real time. This is observational science. When you go to PG County, Maryland, which used to be approximately 80% African American, some estimate that the current Hispanic population is over 40%. When you go to East Baltimore, in neighborhoods like Highlandtown off of Eastern Avenue, these communities used to be majority African American. Now they're majority Hispanic. When you go to Harlem, brother, they got a whole section of Harlem called the East Side that they have relabeled Spanish Harlem, brother. So I mean, we cannot deny what's taking place in real life, brother.
I'm in New York, bro. I know what the deal is, man. But
All
now,
right, so
as I was saying, right, gentrification does not mean we're outnumbered. What it means, however, is that through the government, through DACA, and I did agree with you on, okay, that these people have been deliberately and systematically put into these areas by this government in the attempt to replace us. But again, I'm gonna keep saying, from a nationalistic standpoint, from a spiritual standpoint, that plan is now going down the toilet because you can't replace us. We can't be taken out. Okay? Now,
brother, my
that's
bad.
why,
Go ahead.
wow, brother, please. So now, what happened in LA, okay, is very much unfortunate. But you had two people that was trying to fight and bring attention to it, and they got murdered. And they were murdered. Make no mistakes about it. But way back in the day, you had John Singleton already bringing to attention what was going on way back when and what was about to happen. But before him, you had Dr. Claude Anderson that was laying out what the plan was to bring more of these illegals into the country deliberately to try to replace us. But see, again, all I'm saying is I agree with you on the compartmentalized aspect of where they're being put at neighborhood wise. That I agree with you with on. Oh, I want you to make, but be careful when you say that they're outnumbering us.
Yes, let me address that
Clarify.
part. Let me address that part. It'll be very brief.
Go, sir. Go.
Actually, they do outnumber us. When you look at the census, Hispanics are approximately 20%. Actually, Hispanics are over
Where are you
20%.
looking at? Are you looking in California only?
My
Where are
God.
you looking
No,
at?
I'm talking about in the U.S. You're not listening, miss. When you look at the census, miss, Hispanics are over
Pull it up.
20%.
census?
Pull it up.
The
Pull it up
2020
so we can
census.
see it.
Well, I'm on my cell phone right now, but anyone can Google this. It's not rocket science. When you look at the 2020 census,
We didn't say it have to
Hispanics.
be rocket scientists. We just want proof, if that's
Oh,
okay.
well, yeah, just look at the census.
Receipts about what you're saying, if
How
that's
many
all
times
right.
you want to, sis? Please, let's have a dialogue. Stop interrupting me. You can easily Google what I'm saying just to confirm if I'm right or wrong. On the 2020 census, over 20%
Talking on the side of
of
your neck. That's
Hispanics,
fine.
pardon me, Hispanics constitute over 20% of the U.S. population, while African Americans are only 12% of the U.S. population. When you look at cities
Wait,
like
hold on. When
Oakland,
I said you
look,
could Google what I said earlier, you said pull up the info. But when she asked you,
I
you
didn't. I
said you
definitely
could
never
Google
said
it.
that, brother. I never said.
Well, and I'm ready when you're ready to have that convo too.
Yeah, let's have a convo right now, brother. I'm listening.
All right, so you got to break down to me how you believe when did they first come to the Western Hemisphere? Then, if they're not indigenous to this part of the world.
Spaniards came to the Western Hemisphere in 1492, brother. Everyone knows that.
No, but I didn't say they were Spaniards though. I'm talking about
Actually,
Mexicans.
exactly. Mexicans are the product of Spanish mixing with the indigenous peoples that are south of the Rio Grande River. That's how you get Mexicans, brother. You don't know that? That's why they speak Spanish. They have Spanish.
So who? Okay, so who was here?
I don't like the way that he always comes to you like, oh, you don't know that, or everybody knows that. When you try to get him to get some type of dialogue.
That's all right.
I hear you, sister. I hear you, sister. Some people got their own method of what they do, but it's okay.
I'm listening, bro. Go ahead.
So if they weren't here, who was here when they called it Aztecs, when they called it Mayans, when they called it Olmecs? Who was here?
I'm glad you asked me that. Now, the groups you just named, the Aztecs, the Olmecs, the Mayans, etc., you do realize that they are not indigenous to the U.S., right? You don't know that?
But that's not what I asked you though. I said who was here, and we were talking about.
I'm answering your question.
Okay.
The people you name are indigenous to Mexico. Now, if you're asking me about who's indigenous to the United States, you got the Navajo, you got the Hopi, you got the Comanche, you got.
So
I'm
the
trying to answer your
Navajo.
question, brother. I can listen more times.
But you didn't though, because I was talking about when I said Olmecs.
brother.
When I asked Olmecs, Aztecs, Mayans, and then you said they just stick to. Hold on, no, yeah, but you did it incorrectly because Mexico once again. No, because prior to Spaniards, hold on, since you missed the Google, prior to Spaniards, California, Texas, Arizona, New Mexico was all ran by these people that you're saying that were only indigenous to Mexico.
And that's why we got to correct the narrative right now in real time. The Olmecs are not indigenous to California. Checkmate.
I never said they were. I never. No. That's not what I said. That's not what I said. And I'm glad. I never said that. I never said that. I'm glad this is recorded. You're going in a circle, sir. Hold on, because I know how you like to do people, right? You say,
"Oh, saying checkmate like it's about him." Like, stop it.
Let him make the point.
Right.
Go ahead, bro.
It's once again. What do these individuals look like? Can you give me a breakdown what they look like?
I never responded. That's a different question than you asked initially, though. Can we acknowledge that? Checkmate.
Yeah, it is a different. No, that's not a checkmate. Hold on, that's not checkmate. Yeah, you got an ego, huh? You a narcissist.
He's a very egotistical attitude and a very narcissistic behavior.
But it's okay though.
Checkmate. Anytime he says something where he feels he got something over you, he says checkmate. Like this is about him. Really, it's about the Most High. Why are you here?
Let us have the dialogue. Now, brother,
don't tell me what to have. This is my life. Don't tell me what the dialogue you trying to have on my live.
All right, well, am I allowed to speak?
You on my live. Don't do that.
This your live. Can I speak, sis?
Okay, so therefore, stand down.
All right, can I speak?
Checkmate.
Yeah, stand down. Because you telling me what to do on my live. That's not what's going to happen right now.
So you don't want to be right on your live? You just rather be live or wrong?
Okay, so if you're going to educate, do that, but don't come here talking about, oh, this is what it is, checkmate, and this and that. Like, what are you talking about? We first started talking about you're jumping in here talking about your people.
All right, can I correct the narrative? Let me educate y'all, please. You say if I'm gonna educate, let me educate.
Yes,
Now the
educate,
brother,
but don't come here talking
yes,
about, yeah, checkmate. That's narcissistic behavior. We're
all
here
right.
to unify with each other.
Let's unify. Now let's unify
Okay,
with the
do
truth.
that.
Now, when the
Thank
brother
you.
mentioned the Olmecs, the Mayans, etc., those groups are not indigenous to the United States. Those groups are definitely not indigenous to California. When we speak about tribes that are indigenous to the United States, we're speaking about, and I mentioned them before, you got the Hopi, you got the Navajo, you got the Comanche. These are the groups that Mexico stole the land from, where Mexico claimed Arizona, California, Nevada, etc. That land did not belong to Mexico. That land was stolen
How did they
from,
steal it?
and that's the part I was about to get to. That land was stolen from U.S. indigenous tribes in a process called the Mexican versus Indian Wars, and I named that already. So that was stolen through conquest, brother. That's how that land came under the authority of the Mexicans.
What?
Mexicans were colonists in that land.
Yeah. Hey,
I'm
I
teaching
would love to
history, bro. I'm
debate
teaching
you.
No,
history right
I
now.
okay.
would love to debate you. I would love to
We're
debate
debating
you
right
and
now, brother.
do
We're
this
I better,
properly because
no,
we're debating right
this is
now.
we're not
hilarious.
here to debate.
We're
We're not here to
debating right now,
debate.
brother.
No, we're
Oh,
not
all right.
having a debate. We're having a discussion here.
Yeah, we're
Now,
discussing it right now.
I
Yeah,
don't know
so
where you got. Listen, brother. First of all, when it comes to the United States Census,
yes.
I don't trust anything when it comes to white America telling me about our numbers and our nation. First,
Well, you tell me how many of us
so
it is, then,
hold on.
brother.
Allow me. Would you please? Because first of all, we're told that we're 13% of the population and we commit the most crimes. Let them tell it. They let them tell it. We're the leaders in everything wrong in America. Here it is right now as I'm speaking. If Kamala Harris loses the damn election, according to them, it's going to be because black men didn't vote. Never mind the fact white, Hispanic, every time. So I don't trust these numbers being put forth
I know, so
by
brother,
a
do you have
government.
numbers that we could trust?
Okay?
Respectfully, do you
Okay?
have any numbers that we could trust?
You
I'm
know what?
willing to listen.
I can honestly say, because I don't have monetary where I can do all the necessary research, I don't have it. But
All
again,
right, then,
I
brother.
know.
So we got to work
What
with
I'm
what
not
we
gonna
have,
do.
brother.
But hold up, though. What I'm not gonna do is have my goddamn open enemy telling me about me. When they've been
I know
caught in lie, hold up. When they've been caught in lie after lie after lie after lie. So now,
exactly, brother.
do
That's why
you
I said
have?
let's
So
use
let
the
me ask you.
observational science,
Do you
brother.
have your numbers? Okay.
Yeah,
So
exactly.
how about
Yeah,
that?
let me answer that. Let me
Put
answer
them
that,
up
please.
then.
Yeah, let me
Put
answer
them
that,
up
brother.
there.
Please.
I don't want the government numbers. I want
Exactly.
your
Let me
numbers.
respond to you. That's why I named the cities where we
Look
can
it
go
up
to and
there.
look around, and you'll see that we're outnumbered by Hispanics, brother. That's why I named Spanish Harlem, brother. That's why I named Compton. That's why I named Oakland, brother, because we could clearly go there and see that we're outnumbered. There are states that are majority Hispanic. There's not one state that's majority black. Texas is majority Hispanic. Nevada is majority Hispanic. Arizona, majority Hispanic. California, majority Hispanic. There's not one state that's
You out of
majority
your
black.
mind. I don't know where you're getting that from.
All right, so please
Because
tell
here
me
I
what
am.
part I was wrong about.
And
I'm out of New York. Here I am out of New York, right? And I'm gonna tell you right now. I'm gonna tell you right
Let
now.
me respond to the brother that
The
said
black
Atlanta. Atlanta's
population.
not a
The
state,
black
brother.
Okay, this guy, man,
Let me respond to the brother.
bro.
First of all, Atlanta's not a
And he
You
state.
said the
need
Mexican Indian Wars, that was in
you.
1519. This brother didn't
Checkmate.
even go back far. No, you didn't go back
Exactly,
far enough. Yo, you a light
brother.
work, bro.
That's when they
With
stole the land,
multi-generational,
brother. That's when they stole the
you can
land,
get,
brother.
if you get a hold of Karima and set up a debate, bro, this is
Brother,
light
we
work,
having
y'all.
a dialogue right
This
now,
is
brother.
light
That's when
work,
Mexico
yeah.
stole the land. You can't get past that part. Mexico stole the
No,
land in
what the
1529.
names,
That's
that
checkmate,
I
brother.
presented to you were prior to 1500. They were prior to
And they also
1400.
not
They
indigenous to the
came in
U.S.
1492. They
And they're
came
not
upon the
indigenous to the
shores.
U.S., brother.
700 years educated by the Moors, bro. This is
You're being effeminate
you
right
you
now,
you.
brother. I
No,
mean,
you
you're
setting
singing
yourself
songs.
up
The
for the
point is this,
clover
brother.
crutch. You didn't
See
even
this?
All right,
Okay, he
because
coming in. Look, you know
let's
what?
I
walk over
sang
there
a
then.
song. Hold on, I sang a song that
Your
predates the 1592 or the 1519
But
year
that's
that
when
you
Mexico
gave
stole
us.
the land, though. That's when Mexico stole the land. Yeah, you're dumb.
Yo, you don't
You're
know
dumb.
what you're talking about.
No, he
Respectfully,
don't know.
Brother,
He
you
you
said
don't
that
know what
land
he's
belongs to
talking about.
Mexico. Hold on, let's
He
do it one
definitely
at a
don't know
time.
what he's talking about.
Hold on, let me dialogue with the brother. You claim that land belonged to Mexico, and then I showed you when Mexico stole that land, meaning that land
no, you
Mexico's are
didn't
not
show
indigenous
us.
to. Brother, you just
You
said the
didn't
date.
show us when
You
they
just said the
stole it.
date, brother. You just said
No,
it's
I showed the
1559.
date to what the
Exactly.
no.
That's what you showed
Hold
us.
on, slow down.
Yeah.
You said Mexican Indian War. I simply
Yes.
went and Googled, and it
Exactly.
was 1500. The names that
Exactly.
I gave you predate exactly. The
And they're
names that
not
I
indigenous to
gave
the
you
they're not
predated.
indigenous to the US.
Hold on. The names that I gave
Uh-huh.
you predated the 1400s and the 1500s.
And
What
they're
are
not
you
indigenous.
talking about? I asked you, how did these
Can I
individuals
respond to
get
that,
here?
brother?
You said because of the Spaniards. The Spaniards were latecomers. You are a Johnny come lately of history, my brother. You
All
got
right.
to
And
get it together and shape it up.
and you filibustering because you know you're wrong. The tribes that
It's
you
not a
named.
filibuster. I've already
No. You still
challenged you
talking.
to a
You still
debate.
talking.
We can
You
get it
still
in.
talking. The tribes you named are not.
That man can't even pay for
Exactly.
good McDonald's
Exactly.
Wi-Fi internet.
And that's the point. The tribes you name are not indigenous to California. That's checkmate, brother. You
Hey,
naming
you got
all
to get
Mexico
better
Mayans
McDonald's internet,
and the
brother.
Aztecs.
Get a double Mac.
And
Get a Big Mac
that's my point.
because you ain't got good Wi-Fi, bro.
Exactly.
You better supersize
But look, you can hear
it.
me now, though, right?
Well, see,
You can hear me now.
okay.
All right. So the
Wow.
point is, the Mayans, the Aztecs, and the Olmecs are not indigenous to California. So what's your point?
How it ain't not?
Checkmate. So checkmate.
You think when I say California, so you
Exactly.
can't be exactly. Yeah,
So
you
they're not
funny. I
indigenous to
like this dude.
California.
He's
So why you
hilarious. He
mention
got
them?
no information, but he got
No, that's the
exactly
information
and
right there. They're not, that's
checkmate.
the information right there. They're not indigenous to California. Why you bring them up?
Man, hey, stay off of
Exactly.
Wikipedia, brother.
You can't get around that. They're not indigenous to California. Why did you bring them up, brother?
Hey, this is an
Yeah. Run
example
from
why
that. All
social
right, so let's
media.
move forward to the
No,
Moors,
hey, I've
brother.
already challenged
Nah,
you
we
to a
moving
debate.
forward, brother.
I've
You
already
lost.
challenged you
You
to a
don't know what's
debate.
going on.
You've been running from
All
that.
right, so Morris,
Then you gave
listen
us
to
a
the
year
Moors.
of 1500, and
Yes,
then I
that's when
gave you
Mexico
names
stole the
that
land, brother.
predate. Hold on,
That's
I
when
gave you
Mexico stole the
names that
land.
predate,
And they're
right?
not, but they're not indigenous
Predate.
to
Do you know what
California. Why
predate
you bring
But
them
means?
the
up?
operative word is a predate. Predate.
Exactly. And they're not
He's not
Predate.
listening.
but they don't predate them in the US though, right? Checkmate.
The U.S. wasn't even the U.S. until
Exactly.
much
That's the
later.
point. The Mayans
He's
and
Why
the
are we
Aztecs.
lying.
talking about
What are you?
it?
Oh wow,
And look, and let
this
me show you
dude,
how dumb this
man.
nigga is. Let me just prove how dumb this nigga is right quick. The Aztecs and the
Wow.
Olmecs, they are indigenous to south of the Rio Grande. Is California south of the Rio Grande? No, nigga. So why is he mentioning them?
Okay, why are you getting emotional, niggas, and
No, I'm
all that
not
other
emotional at
foolishness?
all. I'm just proving that
No,
he's an
yes, you
idiot.
are. Now,
I'm
when you
proving that
go
he's an
name
idiot.
call, when you start name calling, that means you're getting emotional, bro.
I'm not
Take
emotional
your
at
own
all.
advice. Now
Just
you're name
no,
calling.
it's an assessment,
See?
brother. He's an idiot. He's mentioning groups that are
Wow.
not indigenous to the U.S. They are
No, you're
from
not
south of the
listening.
Rio
See,
Grande, brother.
you didn't
They're from
hear
south of the
anything he
Rio
said.
Grande. They're from
Wow.
south of the. If you look at the map of their tribal lands, it's not anywhere near the U.S., brother. That's checkmate. I don't know why he keep mentioning them. Maybe he has
The
a affinity for Mexicans.
U.S. came in much later. You have
Exactly.
what do you mean? You can just say exactly to everything.
Exactly. No, that's the point though. That's the point. Their land is
Hey,
not
he
in the
said,
U.S.
you know what he sound like? He sound like, oh boy, what's the Top Cat? He sound like one of Top Cat's flunkies, man. This dude hella
Well, I
funny.
promise you're an
Hey,
idiot.
can you
Are
tell
you an
him?
No,
atheist?
Can you?
if you ask me, he sounds like Damon Wayans' character from In Living Color, Oswald Bates, the one
All
that was
right.
in prison.
We can sum
You
it
see,
all up.
my
Hold on.
brother,
We can sum it all up. He's
if
going to
you would
let.
give my
Let me just say this.
epiglottis
Let me say this.
of my
He's going to.
uterus, come on, man.
But he's going to bend over the desk for Mexicans and allow them to take over his state because he believes it's their land. So he's going to keep putting their dick in his mouth. That's his choice.
It's not even
Now
my
back to the
land, and
Moorish. Back to
you
the
bringing
Moorish.
up
Let me
some
address the
weird
Moorish.
homo gay shit. Like
Let
that's
me address the
weird, bro.
Moorish.
Yeah,
Let
you
me
got
address the
some weird
No,
Moorish.
yeah,
tendencies.
right.
Let me
The
address the
more
Yeah,
Moorish.
see,
you bring it
the
up.
more
You
you
bring
Respect.
up.
talk,
Let me address the
Wait, hold
Moorish.
on,
the
hold on,
more
hold on. Hello.
the
Okay, let's get the other brother, the Morris brother that just came on the panel, an opportunity to talk and introduce himself. Okay. Yeah, we're gonna set up something with that. Do a preliminary between y'all two, okay?
Please set that up.
I mean, he already got cooked. We can set it up right now, but let the Morris brothers speak.
Yeah.
Hey, what's going on? This is Apollo. You know what I'm saying? From Pittsburgh, Barbarian. You know what I mean? Coming from Bar Reloaded. But I came in a conversation late, you know what I'm saying? So I really don't know everybody's stance. That's why I was just sitting back listening. But I'm somebody, if you want to know about Moorish history or anything that got to do with Moors, I'm definitely somebody that could offer some information, you know what I'm saying? Clear up some things.
Yes,
You better
sir.
be careful, Morris Judicator. 'Cause anything you say, he gonna try to challenge it and then tell you exactly. This gonna be funny. This little conversation with
Well,
y'all. Go
I mean, we
ahead.
could just
Hey.
sum it up, brother. We see that Cali Money's position is that he's going to allow Californian Mexicans to take over California because he believes it's their land. He's not a man. He's going to bend over the desk for Mexicans. Literally, he's going to let them take over his
Wow.
state, and he says that they have a right to do it. Really, that's what he believes. Even though Mexicans are not indigenous to California or the United States, he's going to say that they have a right to take over his neighborhood because he's a dumb nigga. He's a product of the white man. Literally.
Okay, name calling.
And if we
Wow.
if we look at the map, that's what I'm saying. Anyone listen, just look at the map. Look at the map of the Aztec indigenous homelands, the Olmec indigenous homelands, the Mayan indigenous homelands. It's nowhere near California, but this dumb nigga, because that's what he is, he's going
Nowhere
to allow
near
Mexicans to take over
California.
his state.
Are you sure about that? Is
I mean,
nowhere
just look at
near
the let's look at the
California.
map. Let's look at the map,
Just say
brother.
yes or no. Just say yes or no.
It's
Just say yes or
definitely
no.
not, brother. It's not. Brother, I'm
Oh
looking at the map
man.
right now, brother.
Hey,
Yeah, let's
I'm
look at the
cool
map.
with you, man. You don't know
Yeah, you
history.
cool. Yeah, and
Y'all
you
could
cool
go
with
back and
Mexicans
forth with him.
penetrating you.
This brother don't
You
know.
cool with Mexicans
What is a
penetrating you. Yeah,
Mexican?
dummy.
Why are you saying penetrate?
Because
You need a woman in your life, bruh.
Yeah, continue. You're doing too much disrespectful stuff. You know. And then you got Monato on your thing. You're part Mexican. Stop it. Anyways.
So, like I was saying earlier on, if I could come in, like I said, for all those who are listening, right, welcome to the Lions Den. Sister Karima, the Lioness is at the helm. We're having an open discussion and everything else. Like, and subscribe because as you can see, we drop it, and unfortunately, things got a little colorful. But we're gonna get back. We're gonna get back on track with the discussion. All I'm saying is the gentleman came in here talking about a census. I'll be upfront in saying that I don't have at my means the ability to do my own research on a high level, but what I do know, I don't trust anything that the government tells me anymore about us as a people across every racial divide. I don't trust them. Okay, I have enough sense to know that we can't be mathematically 13% of the population and commit the majority of the crimes. You're not going to tell me that. You're not going to be able to tell me, especially when you go into the United States Bureau of Crime and Statistics, compiled by the FBI and CIA, okay? Because there are times where they tell the truth. It's just a matter of you being able to go in and check things out for yourself. When you look at things from a across the board level, you'll find that more white folks commit crimes, but they don't get the rate of conviction is lower than more when black and Hispanics commit crimes. We get convicted quicker. They don't. That's where it would appear that we commit the most crime because our rates of conviction are higher. So it's always these little tidbits you got to pay attention to because these racist, bigoted rednecks out here on all levels lie continually about us. And as the late great Malcolm X said, be careful of this media. It got the right name too, MEDIA, the most evil device or most evil devil in America, because it can skillfully have you loving the victim, or I'm sorry, hating the victim and loving the criminal. It can skillfully tell you lies about people so that when you get desensitized and they get attacked, you won't feel no kind of way. So Malcolm X was absolutely on point about that. So the bottom line is, like I said, we're not outnumbered, okay, in this country as far as our reproduction is concerned. Don't let that lie be put into your brain. Again, this gentrification that's being done, yeah, we're being pushed out in certain communities, but we're not outnumbered throughout the United States of America. The Hispanic population does not outnumber us.
Brother, can you
That's
name
the
one?
line.
Can you name one black majority African American state, brother?
Brother, there is no majority black state. But you know, wait.
Exactly.
I
But
think
they're a
wait,
I
majority
can get back on
Hispanic.
stage.
hold up, wait.
Hold on,
Wait,
brother.
I
They're a
just
majority Hispanic
wait a minute,
states,
hold
though,
up.
bro.
Wait, you just asked me, right?
Yeah,
You just
hold on,
asked me.
hold on.
I'm gonna
Yeah,
give you one.
hold on,
I'll
hold
give
on.
you one.
Hold on,
Mississippi.
hold on. Maybe Hebrew. Hold on. First of all, let's not make it a race thing back and forth and who this and that and all this. Well, how we get to this? I'm not understanding how we get to this when, you feel me, it's starting to be conflict and starting to be an argument, and we're talking about, you feel me, who is this and that. Like, let's get back to the conversation at
Well,
hand.
he brought it there. It got that way because he brought it there.
Now let's keep it peaceful. She right. Let's
He
keep
took
it
it there.
peaceful.
Yeah, I was out. I didn't even hear all that. No, I don't want to go there. Come on now, let's get back.
Yeah,
And I just want to.
I'm actually right. I'm with you, Kareem. You know what? I'm with you, Linus. But when you look at it, everything is pretty much black and Hispanic dominated. Now there is no majority black state, and that's a mute question.
No, bro,
The
well,
real
brother, can I tell you
issue,
why I asked that, brother?
but the real issue is this here: that we are all systematically being attacked, and we have to understand where it's coming from and who's doing it. And what
Brother,
we have to do, and what we have to do now is come up with a ways and means to destroy and deflect these attacks that are coming in on us from all areas.
And then, brother, let me respond to that. It'll be brief, brother. Two things. Number one, the reason I asked you to name a majority black state is because there is not one majority black state, but there are several majority Hispanic states. Additionally, when you spoke about gentrification, I'm glad you brought that up. Caucasians would not be able to gentrify African American communities if they didn't have Hispanic labor. Or in other words, who's doing the construction in these African American gentrifying neighborhoods? It's Hispanics, brother. So they are complicit in the gentrification process. Hispanics are complicit in ethnically displacing African Americans. And let me ask the host this before I mute up. If I come back with a map of the Olmec and Mayan and ancestral homelands, will you post it on the screen just for the brother Cali Money? Because he's confused. He doesn't understand that the Olmecs, the Mayans, and Aztecs are not indigenous to the U.S. And the reason that this is the point that I want to drive home to him is because hopefully it'll motivate him to stand up for his state and his country and his community as an African American and stop the foreign encroachment and the foreign invasion of his community.
All right, brother. First of
Well,
all,
I was asking the
that's
host,
not
brother,
I
please
mean,
calm
I
down.
could play it. I could put it up there. You feel
All
me?
right.
But that's a whole
Thank
nother topic in a conversation, and y'all brothers want to get to doing that. We can make a whole nother screen on that level.
Yeah,
But
I'm
we
gonna
don't.
drop down. I'm gonna drop down. I appreciate you. I'll come right back with the information. Thank you.
Okay. What? Let the brother respond. Why are you running?
right. Exactly. Just pay attention to how he does things, Creamer. He'll say some things, try to control the situation, the narrative, and then say exactly or checkmate when he hasn't checkmated anything. Once again,
And he'll be back. But
right. Just so we can have a fluid convo and it could be a decent, discussion instead of like an argument. And then also you got to let him know, I ain't said nothing disrespectful, but he been kind of saying some weird shit. Like, sorry for my language, but he been saying some weird things ever since he got on stage. You could be an adult and we can have adult conversation and bounce ideas and show sources. It's not a problem. When you start taking it down the path where we not vibrating on a high level and you want to vibrate on a low frequency, it's gonna turn. I just don't want to mess up your space. I don't want to mess up.
And exactly, and I'm with you on that one.
And since I wasn't
Hold on,
running,
hold
I
on.
was going to get the mat.
I know. I just cleared that up again, as I said. No, you might be doing.
Yeah, I wasn't running at all. I'll be right back. Let me get the information. I'll be right back.
Handle your business. Okay, so I don't want it to be no back and forth and no argument and no racist thing and disrespect. I want to be. I want y'all to build on a common understanding, and that's what baby Hebrew. You know what I mean? I don't want you. Getting upset with these brothers, okay? Because he done said something you don't like. But when it comes to him disrespecting and all them words, that's why I put him off, because I ain't trying to hear them words, because that's disrespectful. And like I said, there's no levels to disrespect. You could be disrespected at a low level, you know what I mean, and disrespect somebody at a high level because you felt disrespected. We're not about to do this here. You feel me? So I just want to.
And I'm with you. And thank you for and Lioness, thank you for regulating. But let me just say this here: I'm never going to be upset when someone's correct. What I'm not for is someone trying to.
Because I don't even want you to be upset when somebody's wrong. Okay, I want you to be able to.
No, hold on, sister. You know what? I'm not. The one thing I do is I always respect people's opinions here. I never get upset. What I don't like is when someone's trying to gaslight me. They know they're doing it.
Right.
They know that I know you're doing it. And here it is. You're coming in with a competitive spirit when this is not a competition. I'm not here to compete. But what I am going to say is, listen, I'm not going to have someone telling me about numbers and everything else and holding my feet to the fire. But when you hold their feet to the fire, they all of a sudden get defensive and try to make it look like you are the villain of the story. And that's not what I'm not gonna. I don't deal with. I'm not very good with manipulation at all. Okay, so I follow the rules of the house. I respect people's opinion, but when I know someone is trying to gaslight and be disrespectful, when he was talking about, we walk around with penises in our mouths. That ain't cool. I
apologize to you for that, brother.
Hold on.
Okay, your apologies accepted, brother.
I didn't hear that. But I did hear the remainders, and like I said, yeah, that was very disrespectful there.
Your apologies accepted, brother. I accept.
Okay. And I posted a link in the back chat of the Aztec ancestral homelands, clearly showing. Thank you. If you could post it on the screen, please. Would you click on that picture just so it could be enlarged? And Cali Money, if you look at this, you see that the Aztecs, they are not indigenous to California, brother. So you can stop letting the Mexicans take over your state and your country and your community, brother. You don't have to allow them to take it over. It's not their land, brother.
All right, so once again, I said, and it's funny. I said we shouldn't be using Wikipedia as our end all be all, because I could go on Wikipedia right now and create a whole story and be like, look, it's on Wikipedia.
Would you like another link, brother?
Hold up. Two. That was not even my point. My point was I asked you. You gave me a date in 1500s. The names that I gave you predate. That's the dissonance, right? The disconnect that we're having.
So, brother, you agree that the Mexicans are not indigenous to California, right? So you agree that Mexicans are not indigenous to California, right?
Nah, I wouldn't say that.
Exactly. So why are you allowed?
No. I'm not saying I agree with you. I'm not agreeing with you. I'm not. I wouldn't say that means I wouldn't say what you just said.
Well, the map right there, brother. You can look at it. Like they're not indigenous to California. Is California on the screen? No, it's not, brother. That's Mexico, and that's where the Aztecs are indigenous too, brother. You don't have to be a cuck and allow Hispanics to take over your state, brother, because you're under the false illusion that the land is theirs. No, it's not theirs. Look at the map, brother. They're not indigenous to California, King.
First of all, brother, be a man. That's hilarious. Hey man, you funny. You doing these subtle shots. So what? Once again, and I'm glad this is recorded. What you do
Yes.
is you say so much, and then you cut people off while they're talking, and then say, "Yeah, this is the sticking point," as opposed to how we got here. Right? You completely avoid how we got to this point, and then created a whole nother argument from it instead of just going point for point. So once again, if you call them Spaniards, and when you gave a date, you gave a date for 1500. The names Aztecs, Mayans, and Olmecs predate. Once again, I need you to hear me out. Predate the date you gave, and then the song that I sang, right, was actually Stevie Wonder, but you was talking side of your neck, saying, "Are you being very female-like?" Right? But no, it's Stevie's Wonder song. They came upon the shores, 700 years educated by the Moors. You know, you talking about all this African American power, woo, woo, woo. I figured you would have known Stevie Wonder, but that was
Yes,
my
I do.
assumption, my
I
ignorance,
know.
not a
I know
problem.
Stevie Wonder,
But
brother. But let's
so
get back
then
to
when
the
I
focal
said that,
point.
hold on.
All
So
right, go
when
ahead.
I gave you a song by Stevie Wonder that predates the 1500s that you gave,
No, that song is
why
from
did
the
you not?
'70s,
Hold
brother.
on, you cut
That
people
song is
off
from the
again. You
'70s,
cut, you
brother.
cut. Hold, see, if you don't hear people,
So
you
the
won't
point
get
is
the
this,
full
brother.
message.
You
The
filibuster me.
point, hold on,
You see
one
the day and
second,
night
bro.
indigenous
Brother,
to
breathe. One
California,
second,
brother.
I'll give it to you. One second, I'll give
All
it
right,
to
go
you.
ahead, brother.
All right, so the point again is if you listen to the song, the message of the song is talking about a time in history that
Yes,
predates the Spaniards. What are you
yes.
talking about?
All right, can
So
I
how
respond
are
to
you
that?
gonna? No, no, no,
Can I
no.
respond to that?
Why would you? Hold on. Why would you
Oh,
then come out the side of your neck without hearing the whole thing and say, "Oh, that song came in the '80s, the '70s, the '90s," when it has nothing to do with
all
when
right.
the song
Let
came
me
out?
respond to
It's
what you're
talking
saying, brother.
about what the message is in the song, sir.
Exactly. So let me respond to that, brother. The Mayans, the Aztecs, and the Olmecs, they predate Spaniards in Mexico. That's the focal point, not in California. That's the only point, brother.
They
Checkmate,
predate
brother.
California too. What are
Brother,
you
the
talking about?
the
You
Mayans,
kept saying the United States, right?
exactly,
Everything
brother.
that I'm talking exactly. So everything that I'm talking about predates the United States. We're not talking. United States comes later.
Exactly.
I'm bringing
Hold
up.
on, slow down,
So
brother.
I
The
keep
point is
bringing
this.
you up numbers and
No,
names
actually, no.
and times of history, and you keep bringing up modern
No,
time.
actually, let me respond to that. Actually, the Olmecs, the Aztecs, and the Mayans, they predate the Spaniards in Mexico, brother. It was the Spaniards that brought the mestizos, which are a mix of Aztecs, Mayans, and Olmecs, up to California during the Mexican versus Indian Wars, brother. You have to educate yourself. So that's why I brought up the map. So there's no way around it. You
Wait. So
see?
you're saying the Olmecs, the Aztecs, and the Mayans are all mix of the same people?
No, I said the mestizos. You're not listening. Get the earwax out your ear, brother.
Okay, so
Literally.
that no problem. I got the earwax out now. So
Exactly.
exactly why did you bring up those three for clarity?
No, you brought them up. That's why I
What
brought
the
up the
heck?
map to show you where they're
Oh
from. They're
man.
not from California. Yeah, right from that.
When you just okay,
Yeah. Exactly.
when you just brought up that they were all amalgamated, right? Because that's the fancy word. You was
Yes,
trying to
yes,
compound all of them. So
yes.
how were they all amalgamated if these people, these names are actually dates and time? So when you say Olmec, you can actually go to a certain date and time. When you say
Exactly.
Aztec, you so then
And
how
a
are they
place, a date
all
and a
the
time and
same?
a place. Hold on, they go to a date,
Wait,
a
so
time, and a
how so
place.
when you
A
hold
date, a
on,
time,
so
and a
when you
place. A
I
date,
just
a
said
time, and a
that.
place.
I
Exactly. So that
literally
place is not California. Checkmate.
exactly. It's by
That place is not
California. Hold
California.
on. Earlier you said it wasn't near California. That was
No,
by
no, I said during the
California.
Mex. No, I said
Oh my
no, I
God.
said during the. And this is the problem. Really, you have to comprehend when you listen and you have a discussion. I said during the Mexican versus Indian Wars, Spaniards brought mestizos, which were mixed with Aztec, Mayan, and Olmec, to California because they're not from California. Checkmate,
So
brother.
okay,
Do you see the map?
listen.
Hold on. Do
Once
you
again,
acknowledge
you
the
just
map?
made a
I'm asking. Do you
fallacy. Hold
acknowledge the
on.
map?
You said
I'm
they
asking.
brought them during the
Yes.
Spaniards brought them. That is you're just
Yes.
contradicting yourself because
No,
earlier
I'm
you said
not,
it
brother.
predates
No,
the Spaniards.
I'm
How
saying
could
that
they
they're
have
not.
brought them?
They brought
How
them
could
during
they have brought
colonization, brother.
them?
Yeah, you're dumb.
I think
They
you're
brought them during
minded.
colonization,
Yeah.
brother. Yes,
Oh
they brought them
man,
during
hey, you can throw shots
colonization,
and
brother.
say people are dumb, but you have
Exactly. So they're not
contradicted
from
yourself.
California, brother.
You have you have
That means they're not from California.
name
My point still
Calif.
stands. They're not from California. You see the map, brother.
Let's
Is
get
that a
hey,
map of California?
let's let other people
I'm
jump in on
asking.
this
Yeah,
convo.
yeah. Run from
Let's
that. Yeah, run
let
away.
no
Yeah,
no
go
no I'm
ahead, run.
not running. I'm right
Yeah,
here,
yeah,
but
you're
I want
running.
to
Go ahead,
incorporate
run.
other people, give you a
Yeah, I
different
know you got to
perspective
run.
because
You got to run.
you got an
Yeah,
ego.
I know you got to
So
run.
yeah
Yeah,
yeah
you got
go.
to run.
So
So my point still stands.
Morris Adjudicator
Yeah, I
and
know.
Baby
Pass the
Hebrew.
mic,
What
brother.
do
Pass
y'all
the
think
mic.
of what we just said?
Yeah, pass the
What do
mic.
you
And I
think
say,
of what?
pass
Calm
the mic.
down, bro.
Yeah,
I'm
Bro,
gonna
pass
say
you
the mic,
this,
shut
brother.
right? Hold up. I'm gonna say
Yeah,
this,
go ahead,
right?
more to the more.
Only thing that I'm not feeling the what you saying, brother, is you
Yeah,
acting like the Olmecs and the Mayans, right? You acting like that they couldn't have traveled, like they have no migration. So you saying somebody came across the whole Atlantic
bingo.
Ocean, right? Before these people who was building monolithic and on a whole nother level than the people who came over for 1,000 years before. But you saying that they never went up into California, but you not taking the consideration that California in Mexico and all of this area right here, and it wasn't until 1800s before it was California. So
yeah,
it was California, and when you talking about this the Mexican War,
yes,
like it's a lot of time period in between these
exactly.
what you're saying, right? So when the Olmecs was around, by the time that the Mexican War started, we might be talking about 3,000 years,
Exactly.
right?
And let me address
So
your
I'm
point.
saying that
All right,
my
go ahead.
stance is the Olmecs
Yes.
migrated up, and then these people who are in Louisiana or you know what I'm saying, that they're the migration people that came from the Olmecs. That's
And
my
let me respond to that. And actually, you bring up a good point. My point is that, and it still stands, even if the Olmecs did migrate to Louisiana and California before the Spaniards, that still means that they are not indigenous to Louisiana, California, or the United States, brother. So my point still stands.
No, your stance is this is
Yeah.
all right. This is what you got in your brain. You
Yes.
keep saying United States. So if
Yes.
you're going to use that word, then you got to use when the United States was formed.
No,
Right?
when I say
So
United States,
because
brother,
you're
just
acting
for
like, hold
clarification,
on,
hold on,
brother,
hold on.
wait,
We don't have to argue,
you've been
brother. Just
doing
for
a lot of talking,
clarification.
brother. Hold on, you got to listen to other people's
I know,
points,
but
right?
you're missing the point,
Hold
brother.
on,
The point is this.
you missing
All right, go ahead.
some
Make your
points,
point.
though,
Make your point, bro.
right?
I'm listening.
I'm saying this. You keep on using the word United States. You're
Yes.
acting like Mexico is not a part of North America. Like there's some
No, no, I
imaginary
never said
line.
that, brother. It's a
Hold
part of
on,
North
brother.
America. It's not a part of the U.S.
You can't talk and listen. So while
Brother,
you
I'm talking
doing
about the
that,
map
that's
on your
letting me
screen,
know
brother. I'm talking about the
I've
map
been
on your
listening
screen.
to you the whole time. So you gonna cut off the person that been sitting here listening the whole
No,
time,
brother.
brother?
I'm trying to come for
So you
commonality. I'm
should have
talking about
nothing
the
to say
map on your
while
screen,
I'm
brother.
talking, because I've been listening to you the whole time.
I know, but brother,
Yeah,
I'm talking about
brother
the map on
Moore,
your screen,
the
bro.
I'm
Moore
saying
brother,
if I'm
the brother
talking,
Moore has been,
you should
the
be
brother been
quiet
listening for
at this
30
point.
minutes.
Yeah, hold on, one at a time.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I'm
please.
saying
Yeah,
the
got it.
brother that been doing all the talking. You need
Yeah,
to do some listening,
All right,
right?
brother. Make
Because
your
you've been
point.
course,
doing
brother.
all the talking. So
Uh huh.
the person that been doing the listening to you, you definitely should give me the same ear I gave you.
All right, I'm
Because
listening.
I
Go
ain't
ahead,
cut
brother.
you off not one time until y'all asked for my opinion. Because I've been hearing you say a lot of wrong stuff I ain't agree with. I still ain't chime in one time. I just let
All
you
right.
get your build off.
Tell me what I'm wrong about. I'm gonna mute up.
Yeah, you wrong about when you saying you keep using United States and acting like California and Mexico is not a part of the same thing, because they were before it was the United States.
I
So
addressed that,
before,
brother.
wait a second. I don't need you chiming in. I don't need that. I don't need no cheerleading. I don't need no backup
No,
singers, bro.
I'm not chilling
I'm
for
a
you. I know you're
solo
wrong,
act. I'm a solo act. I don't need no.
and you're
I mean, I
wrong.
don't need a hype man,
Okay, let him go. You ain't got to
right?
keep on unmuting your mic to speak. Let him make his
Yeah.
point.
Mute up until it's your turn, man. Have some decorum. Because if you right, you right. You ain't gotta overtalk nobody. Right? To let the truth speak. So when I keep on trying to tell you, you using words like United States, you gotta stand on them dates, like you said. Or don't use the word United States. Say a North America, because that's what it is. Right? It's North America way before ever United States. So if you talking about United North America. Well, them people who own Mexico own California, Arizona, and all of them states that they purchased. If you go back to the states that they purchased during the Mexican California purchase, right? When Mexico sold that. So you saying that the people who sold it didn't own it now by making that stance, because the United States bought it off of the people from Mexico. So you saying that they didn't own it, I don't know how that works.
That's not what I said, brother. Can I tell you how it works?
Hey, brother, you could say it when it's your turn.
All right.
Right?
Well, can we do it a 30-second limit?
Because at this point,
I'll abide
bro,
by
you've been
it.
talking
I'll
long
abide
as
by
hell. How
30
you gonna
seconds.
act like you gonna try to shorten my time up? No,
Brother,
chill.
let's go point for point, brother.
At the point that you doing what you doing, I don't even want to hear what you guys say at this point. Who
So
is
now
you?
you just venting?
No, I'm not venting. I'm saying you came off of the mute to say something that I don't even know what you talking for, because it's
Bro,
not
I'm
your
talking about the
turn.
map on your screen, brother.
But
That's all I'm
who is
talking
you
about.
to shorten my turn?
All right, brother. Can I just clarify? I'm
Right,
talking about
you
the map
not.
on your
So
screen.
you've been talking all this time. Did somebody shorten
But
your
brother,
time?
you said you don't know how it works. You're confused. I'm trying to
No,
unconfuse
I
you.
Yeah,
know
I'm
no,
talking
how
about
it
the
works.
map
let
on
him
the screen.
finish, because this is getting out of hand.
Yeah, this is weird. I don't even want to hear him. But at this point, you could do all the talking. I'm gonna hop off. I don't even want to hear this.
Now, don't run, brother. Don't run.
Right? At this, I ain't running from you. We could debate
All
this.
right.
I'll
So
put
let's
you in a
debate,
box
brother.
on a t-shirt.
All
You
right.
don't even
So,
know what
brother,
you're
I'm talking
talking about.
about
Because as soon as you start using these words, United States, you going on a t-shirt. Soon as you open
right.
your mouth, I'm gonna make you change your whole doctrine, right?
All
You're
right,
gonna
brother.
stop using certain words. Definitely when I'm around, because I'm the more
Brother, I'm
that
talking about the
definitely
map on your
got.
screen, brother.
Bro,
I'm talking about the map on your icon,
okay,
brother.
what track? Who? Bro, it's
I'm talking
just
about the
tell me
map on
you're
your
a
screen.
fan
That's
at
all I'm
this
talking
point.
about. So why you
Because at
confused
this
now?
point, I'm
You got
saying
the
my
map on your
people,
screen.
I come from the peoples you talking about. So if you just being a fanboy, or what you doing at this
All right,
point?
brother. I'm
Is you
talking about the
saying
map on your screen.
is you related to these people? That you saying that this area is? Do you come from them people, or are you just doing some? Oh, I just wanted to research something today.
All right, one question at a time, brother. You
All
said
right,
the
answer my
United
first
States.
question. Do you come from the people that
That
you're
wasn't your
saying that
first
the
question.
land it belongs to?
According to the DNA, yes, I do.
All right,
Check.
well, what is that? What are you?
All right, that's the second question. Let me go back to your previous questions. Now, when you say the United States, I'm literally talking about the map on your screen right now. So why are you acting confused, brother? Checkmate. You got the map on your
What I'm
screen,
saying
brother.
is,
Why
I
you
don't
confused?
care
You see
about your
Mexico
little
not on your
map,
screen?
bruh. You
You see
keep
Mexico
saying
not on your
checkmate
screen?
like these is checkmate points. You just bringing up points.
Brother,
When you say United
brother.
States, when was the
Exactly.
United States formed?
You see your screen don't have Mexico
When
on it,
was
right?
the United States formed?
You see you don't have Mexico on your screen, right? Checkmate.
When was the United States formed?
I'm
You're
trying to answer
using
the
these
question.
words. You keep saying
17.
United
Let me
States,
answer
but
that
the
question.
United
Let me
States
answer that
didn't
question,
start till
brother.
1776.
Exactly. I
And
just
then,
said
California didn't even come
exactly.
a part of the United States till 1800s. So when
Exactly.
you're using these words, don't
And you still
use
got the whole
nothing
country on
before
your
these dates.
screen, brother.
What are
Checkmate.
you talking about? North America?
No, that's a continent, bro. I'm talking about the country, the United States, brother. What part are you
When
confused
did
about?
it
You got the
start?
map on your screen right now.
I don't need no map. I know these dates.
You got the map.
When did the United States start? I'm asking you about your map. You got your map up. I'm asking you, when did
You got
when
the
did
map
those
on your
lines
screen,
get
bro.
drawn in the sand?
Hold on. Thank y'all. Love ya. What you say, baby Hebrew?
I want to say this here. That listen, multi-generational brother, you got to. Here it is. The Morris Judicator. He had been quiet and listening for about 30 minutes plus. With you talking, with us talking, he said nothing. You keep interrupting them, brother.
Brother, you don't have to talk for him. Let him talk, brother. You don't got to
So
speak
no,
for him.
I know what I'm saying to you is
Hold on. Let me make this clear. Hold on, baby.
what I want you to do.
Hold on, baby. Let me make this clear. He is actually right now the host, and you know what I mean, the moderator. So he's really actually, you know what I mean, breaking down the thing. So let him speak. Thank you.
What I'm saying is this here, right? Please afford Morris Judicator the same courtesy he gave all of us. He was quiet. He never interjected. Let the man speak and stop asking compounded questions. So Morris Judicator, you have the floor. I don't want to, and multi-generational, you can do it. Sit on your hands, be quiet, don't interject. Let the brother speak. Please. Go ahead, Morris Judicator.
Now, I'm not saying that he's 100% wrong, right? I'm just saying I heard him say stuff that I ain't agree with, right? Because I don't think Mexicans, if you're talking about the Mexican, like dude at the taco spot, no, I don't think that he is indigenous to Mexico. I don't think that when they gave the description of what a Mexican is, no, they didn't give his description. Mayans, who you just go and look on the Mayan wall and see what a Mayan look like. He looks nothing like what they're calling a Mexican. I look way more like a Mayan than a Mexican will ever look like, right? So I'm saying at this point, I'm making that claim. I'm still saying that the people that was down in Mexico just didn't stay in Mexico, and they migrated all up into North America. And when the Europeans got here, they seen the remnant of those people who came from those generations, right? We can easily see that the Aztecs was, when you look at the pictures of the Aztecs were brown people, and they were killing the so-called lighter version of whatever you want to call that, right? We could go to Murals and see the Aztecs killing them. So when the brother's saying some stuff, like I said, he's not 100% right, and he's not 100% wrong, right? I'm just saying that when the other brother was bringing up the times with the dates, when he was trying to tell him about those dates that he was using, talking about the Spaniards, because now you're talking about invaders. You're saying that the invaders had to come over here and then usher the people that was in Mexico up like they couldn't have did it on their own. Like, that's crazy when you're putting this and saying Spaniards got something to do with this, when Moors been over here way before Spaniard. And the Spaniards was the ones that we was born with. The Spaniards is the ones that came over here and took it off the Moors. So at that stance, that's why I said, like, hold up, man, you talking about and then when we go to the Mexican War, we can see who was actually fighting in the Mexican War, who the United States was fighting with, right? They wasn't fighting with the Mexicans do at Taco Bell. I could prove that, right? I could prove that Moors owned Mexico before the Mexican. I got documents. So if anybody want to test me on that, you'll definitely go on a t-shirt. I'm saying this though, right? When a brother's saying dates and he's using words like United States, you got to stick to them dates. That means anything previously before the United States, you not talking about that, right?
And
when you
brother,
start,
can I respond, please, brother?
No. Then you just hear the brother say, sit on your hands. You don't know what that means.
Filibustering, brother.
At this point, yeah, because I got the mic.
I know. Well, can we put a time limit on it?
You should be being quiet.
Can we do 30 seconds?
You got some type of authority to cut me off.
Can't do 30 seconds.
We're not gonna put a time limit on it because you weren't given a time limit. Let the brother speak.
I'm gonna limit myself, brother.
When he
I'm you don't want to hear what I gotta say.
But let the
challenge
have some decorum. You keep on making it weird. Like we gotta keep on over this part. Like, yo, when you start talking, you want everybody to be quiet, and that's not gonna happen. That's
but look how brief I be, bro.
You start talking, I'm gonna start saying something. Because who you think
you was already doing that, brother.
I ain't did it when you wasn't talking. Until somebody asked me to talk, I ain't say nothing.
Brother, can we keep it brief though? I kept it brief. No.
No.
You sound like my baby mother.
Hold up, bro. You know what I'll do to your baby mom?
Karima, can we have this guy out?
I'll bring your baby mom out. I'll bring her up in no conversation.
I want him gone. I want this dude gone. He's rude as hell. More adjudicated. Go ahead, make your point, please.
Yeah, man, bro. Don't bring your baby mom up to me, bro. I'm wrong, dude. I'll do wild things to her. Straight up. Send her right back to you too.
Who is this? Who is that, Heroes? I had to get off for a second to close my store up. Who is this?
My sister, multi-generational, was being very rude.
He's gonna let Yeah, he gone. I mean, he not coming back on now. I don't care what he said in the back chat. I thought he was gonna come on and be more respectful, but he being childish at the same
Yeah,
time.
he's doing wild.
Okay,
Talking
yeah,
about
I had to, because I just heard something. I'm like, wait a minute, I had to jump off so I could get up out this restaurant and close everything down and lock everything up. And I'm back on here and I'm hearing somebody talk about baby mamas and
yeah, 'cause
where
yeah,
did the
he talking about.
conversation go
He
in
said I
3 minutes?
sound like. He said I sound like his baby mom. So I said, don't bring your baby mom up to me, because I'll do some wild stuff to her and send her back to you. You know what I'm saying? No, she said, baby mom don't got nothing to do with this conversation. And then refer me to whatever I'm saying to some female is disrespectful. So I got
Yeah,
back
it is.
at it.
Very much so. Very much so.
Right?
Very
And
much
all I
so.
was saying no. All I said to him was no. So obviously she be saying no to you too. You's a creep.
Stop
You
it.
know what I'm saying? Probably
Well,
after
you
the
know
chick
what?
because she say
You know
no.
what? When we get on here, it's very important. The only rule that Karima and them have is just to try to respect each other. It's no problem with getting your words out or your build out or your statement out, but we all as an adult, or all of us are adults, and we all are supposed to be here to try to unify in some type of way. So only thing that we can ask for is just a little bit of respect. And for him to come to you and say anything and make it seem like you are a woman or you have ways of a woman is a form of disrespect. And I would have kicked him out of here if I was on at that time or checked his whole life at that time.
Yeah, he was being wild. Like at this point, and because I'm a Moor, right? And I have a different stance than most people who call themselves, you know what I'm saying? Because I don't agree with the black thing, right? Calling yourself black. But I let people have that, right? And inside of a conversation, when somebody's explaining to me how they're black, I just let him have it, and then I'll point my points out, right? But he couldn't do that. He couldn't let somebody have their point while making his point, because it don't matter. I'll let somebody have a point because the truth is going to go over top of whatever situation, whichever one of us is right. It don't matter if you cut me off 1,000 times. As soon as I'm allowed to talk, somebody gonna be like, "Yo, the brother was right." So if the person who's right, I could be cutting you off 1,000 times, and then as soon as I let you talk and you start talking to somebody, I'm like, yo, he was wrong. The cutoff don't mean nothing. People think that means something, like trying to cut somebody off, like you making your point more or less. It don't matter. As soon as the person is able to speak, the people got ears. We ain't stupid, right? And he was saying some stuff that was wrong. Like I said, I ain't saying he was 100% wrong, but he did say some stuff that was wrong when he started saying words like United States. Because when you say a word and you're putting a title on the word, now you got to go by the dates that the United States go by. And the United States didn't even start until 1776. So if you're talking about anything that got to do with the United States, you can't even start opening your mouth before 1776. You got to talk about everything that happened after 1776, because there was no United States to what you're talking about. So we got to talk about what was it when the times when you're talking about the dates. That's why I was trying to tell him, like, yo, hold, wait a minute. Now, if you want to start talking about the continent of North America, right, that's been around for forever, and then you start talking about Almacs and then Aztecs and then mention Spaniards. Now you're talking about a 3,000, maybe 4,000 year gap. So he gonna say somebody that was in Mexico in 3,000 years couldn't have walked up to California, but somebody could come all the way across the Atlantic Ocean in a boat and then get the people to walk, because they wasn't in cars, so they still walked up to California or to any of the parts that now you're using these words saying California. But then I had to remind him that, yo, California and all of those states got bought off of the Mexican people. So the people who was in Mexico owned all of the parts up into North America. What is he talking about? How could they own it if they never went up there? Why would the United States buy California off of Mexico if they wasn't up there? And then when we're saying Mexicans, we're getting it confused, calling this little Asian, he's a Spaniard. The little dude with the tacos, that's a Spaniard and an Asian, right? He's not even a real Mexican. But they're saying that them as Mexicans now, just like the pilgrims is now Indians. You came over a pilgrim, now you an Indian. You came over a Spaniard, now you a Mexican. And I'll land my plane with that.
Yeah, I feel like he was just jumping in, trying to take over the conversation. He changed the whole dialect of the conversation and came with a debatable attitude when we were having a discussion. Wasn't a debate. So I was just, I was like, okay, so you got something going, and a lot of the information that he have and a lot of information that you have, I didn't know. So that's why I was saying it's all right to teach, because everybody's not on the same level in regards to history. A lot of people, they focus on certain things. I focus on the word. A lot of people do a lot of history with the word. A lot of people do, the sciences with the word. So with that being said, some of the information that both of you guys were giving, I had no knowledge of. So it's okay to teach. It's okay to tell people, you know what, the United States wasn't even here at that time, and bring receipts. It seemed like once I said in regards to the census information to show us those receipts, he kind of shut it down and still wanted to speak and didn't have any proof of what he was saying. So it's good to have receipts to show where you're getting your information, to show validation of that information. And he kind of got upset when I asked him. He was like, everybody knows that, checkmate, instead of just saying, you know what, sister, this is where the information came from. Or if you look at this, he was pretty much just on the offense, and he wanted the praise to be to him. I'm right, you're wrong. That's not what this is about. It's about getting the information and building on that information. So if people don't know, they can know and know where that information came from, so they can know if it's valid or not. So that's where I was at with it. I'm still at that with the same thing. If you have some information and it is valid information, tell us. Everybody don't know the same thing. That's why we here in Unity, everybody's on different levels of knowledge. Some people are babies, some intermediate, and some advanced. If you're advanced and another individual is intermediate, you don't shun that individual. You bring them to the knowledge, so they can get an understanding. And that's where a lot of these brothers be losing me at, and sisters be losing me at, because this is not a competition. We're not here to compete against each other. All praise to the Most High. Not to that person on this panel, that person around you, or none of that. The praise is not to you. It's not about you. It's about getting this information and getting this knowledge so we can know what's happening around us, so we won't be bamboozled like we've been being bamboozled. That's what it's about.
Yeah.
So
definitely.
Okay.
Once we start,
This is what I got from the brother, okay? Because I think he's, one of the brothers, and then I think he got offended when Baby Hebrew was mentioning, the benefit, because somewhere in there he was saying that we need to be worried about our own people, and that kind of got me. Or you need to be worried about California. So that kind of like, okay,
But see, my people ain't even in California. All my people are spread across the
No, it
nations.
wasn't even about that. It wasn't even about that. You feel me? That's why I say you making it
Tell me what it was about, Karima, because see, I'm lost. That's
I
why I
think
said
he got offended when he said that they taking over and they are, you feel me, getting the benefits. When that conversation came out, it's kind of like he got offended. And it's like, you know, and that conversation has been brought up a lot, how, you know, they're coming over and reaping the benefits from, because he said, y'all ain't got statues and y'all ain't got this. Y'all got to listen to what he was saying.
Who's y'all? You know, and that's another thing. When people talk, they talk about the people in general.
No, he did. He made it very clear. He said the blacks, Africans. I mean, you know, he made it very clear that, you feel me, we don't have
I'm
statues.
saying this, right? He thought on,
They
he
have
came on.
statues. That's why he went to the Olmec, because he's basically trying to have a debate on top of a conversation. Y'all just got to peep.
I seen that. I seen that.
Debate. I'm saying he came over on here looking to debate. So get his information.
Well, he can get a debate. Only thing you have to do is say
I'm
what
gonna make him a
statue.
He's talking about statues. I'm gonna make him a statue.
Hold
He
on, y'all
gonna be a
don't understand,
statue when I'm
because
done with
the other brother that left, he was talking about Oakland and California. See, it's a whole bunch of conversations that he's trying to argue with you on, but the other brother, he was talking about California. So that's why it came into place, and that's why he was doing comparisons, saying y'all don't have statues or cities, what he say, states or something named you know, a all black state or whatever. It was comparison.
Yeah.
Like, that's why I say it was a racist thing at this moment. You feel me? Because it was not just about, you feel me, the information. It was
Could you get his information for me?
Huh?
Could you get his information for me?
Oh, he right here. You want to put him back on?
No, don't put him back
let's
on.
go ahead and put him back in so I can hear him.
I want to debate him.
Just let him know that this is not a debate. And if he would like to debate,
this brother trying to debate you now, and that's what he keeps saying over and over.
I don't want to debate him now. I'm saying we'll set it up, and I'm gonna put him right in his place.
we have to do prelim and everything for a debate.
Yeah, he don't even know how to
your information, because he having a conversation with you in this private chat right here. If you
Yeah.
go to the private chat, you can actually see the conversation he having on backstage.
I got him, and I'm saying all he
Give
got to do.
give each other information. You feel me? And y'all can make it happen. Okay.
Yeah, if he wants to do a date or a time, do the prelim and do
why you acting
the steps that it takes to have a debate, then that's fine. But this don't come up in here. Nobody's ready. Nobody, and just start saying all kind of stuff on the side of your neck.
Yeah.
You know what? Listen, there was no need for him to be offended by the truth. The bottom line is listen.
You just talking about baby Hebrew. We know
the truth. Being offended by the truth.
Are you reading the back chat? Because he said you acting
But
shit.
the thing is, right?
I'm reading the back chat. I asked him the date and the topic. And then he gonna say his name is a mulatto. Hey yo, this is gonna get real ugly. When I show him what mulatto is, where they come from,
right?
He's a Mexican.
I get that. I get that. I got that when he first jumped on.
Right, that's why
I got it.
But I don't think.
Yeah, I got that when he first jumped on, because he was making his people above other nations. That's what they do. They come and put their nation. That's how you can tell when people are from other nations.
Right. Peace Queen.
They'll come representing their nation and put their nation over others.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I don't even think he's from Mexican. A lot of black brothers be doing this, and they be denying their own race. Okay, if they go stronger with their Mexican. And I believe firstly that this brother probably the first brother have, to be race. And he's over here pushing this.
I want to know if, excuse me, I want to see if I can clear up something. If in my way, before they move forward, because I kind of know something. In my way, I think I can clear it up, because I know about Pangea, and I know about the New World, as it was called prior to America and the colonization, right? And I know a little bit about the Moorish, as in law, because that's what it was before. Because the Moors are not. It's not a people. It's not a. It's a law. It's not a nation. It's not a this or that. When you ask them, okay.
Who told you that? Somebody told you that?
Well, the Hierophant, what's his name? Let me get it right.
You talking about Commissioner Depp, dude?
Commissioner Depp, the Hierophant, right?
Well,
and then you also have it's somebody else. So I'm kind of a little confused.
I don't know
so
what
I'm
they
not
talking
listen
about.
to me. I'm trying to respect. Listen to me. I'm trying to respect all of y'all because I learned from all of y'all. Okay, so that's why I said in my way. Okay, so according to the Almacs, and I learned because we see the Almac statue some are everywhere. So to my knowledge, the Almac was from Africa, but we know it to be in Mesoamerica. Now, Mesoamerica is not part of America. We need to understand that, right? Because
who told you that?
Well, you have to look this up, sir. I want you to go here because we know this is where you write, and he don't understand this because of Pangea. Pangea is where all of this land at one time was one. This is where you're right because you could walk from one place to another. And then this world split up. So it became 5 civilizations: Asia, Africa, Europea, Australia, and North America. And so when the New World was discovered, so say by Columbus, right, Christopher Columbus, that's where you coming in at again, the New World, right? It got colonized.
No, right? I ain't coming in right there.
Colonizations, but it was people here. So again, you're right. So what the Moors did was come up with their laws, right? And that's what the Moors did. So I don't know what happened to go through that with that, because I do know Abraham Lincoln had a court thing, and he had freed something with a Moor that was different from the Moors.
Oh man.
Okay. That is a court. Listen to me. That is a court document, and that was proven. So I'm giving you facts that you can look up, everybody. So this thing separated that thing. So when Abraham Lincoln went to court, he separated by this thing saying this is a Moor, that separated it from the Moors, because the Moors had a law, and this Moor was different from that Moor. These things you can look up. I'm giving you that. So again, when we go back to Pangea.
Hold on, sister. If you're gonna talk about Abraham Lincoln, you can't go all the way back to Pangea. Now you.
No, I'm telling you, I'm walking you through this, sir. Listen to me. I'm walking you through this. Pangea was before.
How we supposed to follow you? You was talking about Moors, and then you going to Pangea. You're talking about how many thousands of years is that?
Pangea.
How many thousands of years is that though?
Pangea?
Pangea.
Yeah, that was thousands and thousands of years ago, but that was also including.
I thought she was explaining the Moors.
That's what I'm trying to say. How we go from Pangea to the Moors?
I passed Pangea and I went all the way to the Moors getting here. Now when we get to the Moors, now listen.
I never heard you talk about the Moors yet.
The only thing I mentioned was the Moors
you didn't talk about
law, because that's all I know about.
Yeah, but which laws did they make up?
The Moors got a whole big law book. You want to see it?
No, I'm saying the laws in the United States.
Someone has to mute up
talking about America. So, what laws in America did the Moors make? And
That's
we
all I
attribute
know is about the Black Law Book. That's all I know.
the Black
Hi,
Law Book.
someone has
Mute
to
your
mute
mic,
up.
Juana.
Yeah,
That's
that's
from
all I know.
Campbell. First of all, let me break down for you because that Black Laws book, the dude's name is Campbell. His last name is Black. Like he's a European, so that don't have nothing to do with Moors. That's a European that was a law. Who
Then
was
I
very
know the
good.
Moors
He
got
wrote
a
a
name
law
on the Indian list.
dictionary.
Again,
Hold on, wait a minute. I was explaining the dictionary that you just brought up because this is where a lot of stuff
that's
goes
not a
wrong.
dictionary, it's a law book.
Yeah, it's a law dictionary.
All right. Then
But I'm
also you
saying,
got
but
a
wait a
black.
minute, hold on, because you attributed that to Moors, but that won't have nothing to do with that because this dude's named Campbell Black, so he's a European. He just made up the definition. He didn't make up anything. He just put the definitions in a book.
Okay, so then
But
you follow Phoenician to
the
death.
law that you're talking about is the Articles of Confederation, right?
Okay.
So that's what the Constitution was written behind, was the Articles of Confederation that the Moors had already established in North America before the European invasion. So they came over and they just rewrote the laws that was already around. They didn't make up any laws. Actually, you're talking about the laws now. What they did do is made up ordinances. Ordinances is the things that goes with the laws.
Okay.
So once, because we was on maritime law, and even though we're still on that, they just confused the public with saying that we're in a democracy. So you think that we're in a democracy when we're really going by maritime law, which is a republic. So at the point when you're saying these things, right, it's like you're mixing a couple things up. And when Abraham Lincoln was talking about Moor and you're saying the Moors, you're saying those is two different things. And I'm saying Moor is only short for Moorish, right? And before that was Moorish, it was Moray, all the way back to the Phoenicians using it way before the Latins. Phoenician used it as a word. I mean, Moray just means Westerner. So anybody that was west of the Phoenicians at that time and went west into Africa. So basically, a Moor is the first definition of how it was used was somebody that was going to West Africa or from West Africa, right? So at the point when I'm just breaking the word down, where we get into this word more, because you said it wasn't a people. So now I'm saying
I don't know what Moor was. Listen, I know Moors to be on a
but I
list.
ain't mean to cut me off, sister. That didn't mean that. Right? So I'm saying that I'm showing you that the word more actually only applies to a person, right? Because the person has to go west. So when people are saying that Moors aren't people, no, they're not an ethnic group of people, if that's per se, because anybody that lived in West Africa was basically a Moor by definition. If you was talking from the Phoenician language where it originally came from, and then when people say it goes to black, which is the weirdest definition that you could give Moor, because the word black wasn't even applied to people when people was being called Moors. That term black didn't come to the 1500s till the Moors were actually conquered. So after we got conquered, then the word black and blackamoor and all of these other words start to appear after there's these bad words that they're calling us from a status that we started from black and white, from a caste system that we started when we were the white people and the Europeans were the black people. I'm just breaking this all the way down because somehow whoever you was talking to maybe didn't mention the things that I'm talking about. Right. And I can show you that we started the caste system in Spain. So when you talk about these Spaniards that came over here, that we were ruling for 700 years, all they did was come over with the same laws that we
So that
already
makes you're okay, listen. So I need you to because this is gonna be difficult because I'm not trying to be I'm not trying to be in no religion or anything like that. I'm just trying to stay neutral with this, right? I'm not in a because I'm comedic if we want to be in a religion or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
If we want to be in an ethnic group or something, I'm multi. I'm Indian and I'm also African. So
Right.
I respect you standing up for being American Indian or what have you. Okay. So, but I can't be in that because I hear you and I respect that. Okay.
Mm-hmm. I'm saying
So,
I'm not in the religion though.
okay. So, but I hear you standing up for your people.
Yeah, definitely. I
Okay.
got.
Okay. So but right now, I'm not trying to be in that either. I'm just trying to connect a dot. Okay.
What's the dot you need to connect? I might be able to
Okay.
help.
So what I'm saying with these Spaniards and when you say they came over here.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so because what I'm trying to tell you is where you right at, you might have to get out your feelings. Because when we talk about Pangea, we're
Wait a
in
minute, sister.
listen to me. Hold on, listen to me
You
because you're
saying
saying,
we just talking about
hold on,
more.
wait a minute. Can you hear me out
And
though?
you
Let
keep
me
going to
hear me
Tanzania.
out. Okay, but hear me out because once it happened, we saying it happened, and even if it was 700 years ago,
You
that
mean
means once upon a
7,000,
time, even
17,000,
if it was 1,000 years ago,
70,000,
it already happened. Just like when Christopher Columbus came here, and it was people here. That's what we saying.
1492.
That's
That
what
was in
we saying. We
1492.
saying it was people here.
In
Period.
14, he came
Okay,
in
so
1492.
regardless, call it what you wanna. All
I'm
I'm
gonna
asking
mute
you
up and
is
let
to
you build,
land
sister.
and
Might
say.
learn something from you.
All I want you to do is land and say that it happened and that there were people there. If you can say that, then we can move forward.
Or are you saying that the Moors wasn't here until
No,
Christopher
I don't
Columbus?
care if they were Moors. I don't care who they were. I
You
just
saying
want you to
people was
say they
here?
were here.
Yeah, that's how
Okay, thank you.
from
Now,
the
California
Papal
wasn't
Bull.
California.
All right.
Mexico wasn't Mexico. What is that? The mountains over there. Colorado wasn't Colorado. Louisiana wasn't Louisiana. Wyoming wasn't Wyoming, right? Some of these other places wasn't these other places. Guess what they were? They was Mexico. They were full of Spaniards, right?
No, they wasn't, sister.
Yes, they were. Let me tell you something else. Up here where I'm at in North Dakota, they were called the Plain Lands, right? And they were all run by Indians, right? So if you want to get into this is what y'all talking about. And see, when these Indians this were their groups, their tribes, right? And this is why the Americans or the Britons and the French, they got into these wars y'all talking about with the Indians, right? Because when Christopher Columbus came over here, they got into fights with the Indians. Who did the French help fight to win the war? The French helped the Indians and the blacks, the slaves that joined the wars to help free the slaves, right? Exactly. Because remember, they had to fight the Indians, but also the Spaniards, right? Because Mexico, aka Texas, come on in, JJ Malachi. Texas had to help get fought because Texas was not Texas. Texas was New Mexico, right? And even though California, the capital of California, has a whole Mexican name, and they still run through that border, and that's the problem right now that the dude was talking about, right? And that's the problem we have and kind of sort of right now that they say we don't have, but we have, but we don't have, but we have, but we don't have, right? It's the borders, right? Because you still can kind of get through here. You're not actually walking no more, but you still getting through here, but you saying we don't, but we do, but we don't, but we do, right? And so here it is. So this is what we saying. So JJ know all about the Almac, right? Because I learned that from him where it came from, but we see it all over. And Top Cats said the one thing about it. Pangea, again, we all know about, but it still is here. But like the sister said, everybody don't know that because dude was telling you about it, but he don't know about it that much himself, and he back there talking that mess. See what I'm saying? So I appreciate you, sisters, and you, because y'all all talking about a subject that we all need to talk about. But again, I don't know everything about the Moors because I hear the Moors one way, I hear the Moors the other way, I hear the Moors this and that, but Commission teaches more about Moors than anybody I know. But I'm confused when it comes to the Moors, and even you are confusing me about the Moors. So I'm not trying to disrespect nobody's anything. I'm only trying to learn from it. And now I can land my plane. Peace, Malachi.
Yeah, can I just jump in quickly? I've got a different
Hold on one second, brother, because me and her was having a conversation. I'm gonna keep it short and quick, though. Sister, you know what I'm saying? If I said anything to confuse you, that's not what I was meant. I was trying to do. I was more trying to bring clarity. If you got any questions, I'll be more than happy to clear up any of the confusion that I brought to, you know what I'm saying, anything that you knew before. And the only thing that I could say is, sister, when you're talking these things, right, just keep in mind that there's dates that goes with the things that you're talking about. So when you're talking about Moors and then you talk about Pangea, I was just trying to show you that was a big gap of thousands of years. And then when you talked about Christopher Columbus coming over, I'm saying Moors was the captains on his ship. So Moors brought Christopher Columbus over here. Dirty Moors, crooked ones. So I'm saying that they brought him over here because they already knew what we had going on over here. Like I said, when the Spaniards came over here, they came over here so later in the game before the Moors were already over here, right? The Spaniards didn't come over here, so they already had conquered us, and then they came over here and tried and conquered us over here. So I'm saying that when those wars were going on, now you're talking about the Papal Bulls, Thumb Diversus, you're talking about the Doctrine of Discovery, and you know what I'm saying, all of these things where these Europeans had papers from the Pope to come over here and basically do the things that they were doing. So all of this happened in 1492.
But you said Moors owned Mexico before the United States. And what I'm telling you was the United States didn't even own Mexico because the United States was colonizing the New World, and the New World was owned, half of the New World was Mexico. So you couldn't have said that because Colorado and like we said, the Texas, California, parts of Florida, and I don't know all of the states, but it was Arizona and pieces of that. I think Vegas. These parts were Mexico, and these parts
when you're saying Mexico, when you're saying Mexico, are you talking about the taco Mexico? When you're saying owned by Mexico,
ain't no such thing as the taco Mexico. We saying
listen to what I'm saying.
It was owned by Spaniards. It was owned by Spaniards. The Spaniards ruled. The Spaniards ruled.
So when you're over talking me, you're not trying to hear me. You're saying Spaniards ruled, right? But who did they take it off of? The rule means it was somebody's, and then you took it off of somebody. So who did they take it off of?
Listen,
the Spaniards.
They took it off of themselves. They were here already. What are you saying?
They took it off of themselves. Listen to what you're saying. So now listen to what you're saying. The Moors who ruled the Spaniards for 700 years. So for 700 years, when you're talking about a Spaniard, you're really talking about a Moor. You're talking about a mulatto mix because we were mixing with them, right? And the children that came from that mixture is the ones that came over here. So when you're saying a Spaniard, right?
They came over there and mixed with them. Is that
no,
what you're
we mixed
saying?
in Spain with them, not over here. In Spain for 700.
That would have made you Portugal.
No, Portugal and see, you're talking about two different things. if you really knew, went back and seen the Portuguese and the Spaniard is two different things. And
Hey,
at this
listen,
point,
can I just chime in something quickly? I
Okay,
mean,
please.
because you
Because I need
guys
to
are talking
understand this.
about, hold on, you guys are talking about the Moors, and you guys are
is you a
talking as
Moor,
if,
brother? Before you start talking, I just want to know, because when people be saying this, they don't even be Moors. It's like y'all just do some little research on the side and then figure something. Like, come on, this really
brother,
be corny
Yeah,
to
let
me.
him
I'll
Yo.
let him
listen,
I'm
hold
gonna
on,
let
talk.
you
I'm
talk.
not, I
Let
didn't
let
say
him talk.
nothing.
It's an open discussion. Everybody can give their, input or
Look,
understanding or
because
ask a question. Let's not get offended. Okay, go ahead.
Thank you, Sister Karima. Listen, from my research, I know that the Moors are not black. That's first and foremost. Secondly, the Moors were actually Mediterranean. Hold on, the Moors were Mediterranean. They were scribes. We, the Africans, or the people of Hugh, we were in America at the time, and these guys were scribes coming, and we were teaching them. After they learned, they went and conquered Spain, basically. From Spain is where they started teaching these Europeans. That's why they have the names of Al Shaddai, Al this, Al that. There's no African with those names unless they were converted by these Arabs, basically. So the Moors were never black. The black people have just taken on that mantle as being.
And there were
the
white
Moors.
Moors in Africa. Thank you, sir.
Hey, yo, at this point, brother, right? I would love to debate you. I'm gonna put all y'all on a t-shirt, right? All y'all going on a t-shirt. You gonna sit here and say that Moors wasn't black. Then after we got conquered, they associate not Moors, right? Other nations associated the African people with the word Moor, right? So after you say that, and then somebody goes back and sees that, hold on, there's a point in time in history where they said every dark-skinned person was a Moor. But you're going to erase that whole history, right? And even though we only got that history because of the people that we were conquering when they conquered us, they thought that everybody that they seen was the people that was conquering them because we all look alike. So if you seen one of the people that you was fighting and then you went to another area and you seen some people that look like them, you're going to be like, yo, they're more, them is Moors too. So the Europeans started calling everybody Moors when at one point in time, there was only a certain group of melanated people who were calling themselves Moors. Then and then this is what I'm saying. When you say the word Moor, like I said, you don't even know where this word comes from, right? Because the word Moor, Moray, comes a Phoenician word just before the Latin, and it means West African. Who are West Africans? Now you're going to say that West Africans is white, or you're going to say West Africans is Mediterraneans, right? Making no sense of what the word originally originated from, because the people from Latin and all of those people were north of North Africa, right?
Which
And
means
if
black.
wait
And
a
when you
second,
get through with
when
that,
you're
you have
saying
to
the
really
black,
do
that
the
came in the
research of
15th.
Moors, and you will find out that guess what? Some white people snuck in. And then
Hey
you're gonna
yo,
be like,
that's so
oh
true
my,
though.
right?
You're
And then you're
not
gonna
even,
find out, guess
bro.
what? They did some
You
dirty
cut. I
stuff.
didn't. I
You're
mean,
gonna
you cut
find
me
out
off
they
to say
did some
some
dirty
students.
stuff,
Won't you put the
right?
information
And
in the
see,
back?
this is why
You
I
know, you
said
can
I don't
put
like
your
dipping in
information
other
in the
people's
back chat.
religion.
Because at
And
this
so
point
then
right
you're
now,
gonna get
I'm
mad.
not dealing
And
with no
so let me
religion,
be
sister. You
quiet.
don't even know who you talking to. Right? This
Okay.
point, right? I'm gonna ask you this: do you know that Moors got a free national name? Do you have a free national name?
Yeah, because I'm a Moor
What's
by
your free
blood,
national
not
name?
relation,
No, what's
right?
your free name?
So
Okay,
guess
well,
what?
what's
I
your
got a
free
free
national name?
pass in your book
What's
because
the
I'm a
free
Moor by
name? I'm
blood.
asking you, what's your free national name, sister? Free national name. What is it?
M-double-O-R-E.
M
M-double-O-R-E.
double O-R-E.
Yes.
What is that? Where did they come from?
From out your book and out your land and out your
No,
blood.
but I'm asking you, who are they?
They're everything.
See, this is what I'm talking about. I'm asking you a straight question, because when you
I
ask
just
me,
answered
all
it.
right, look, I'm gonna
It's
answer
in the
the
blood.
question. I'm gonna answer the question that I asked
It's
you,
in the
right?
blood.
Oh, it's cool. We understand that. So I'm gonna answer the question that I asked you. right? So if you looking at free, because you only could be one free. There ain't two frees. There ain't no you free and then you gotta do something. No, if you free, you is free, right? So now, if I'm asked you what was your free national name, because mine's is Ben. See, Moore is not a free national name.
Yes, it is.
Stop it right there,
I
right?
got land.
I'm gonna show
I got inherited land.
Look, what you doing, Sister, is you're doing some pseudoisms, right? You're talking to sovereign more.
Land.
Okay, you're talking
inherited land.
That's if you're doing that, right? If only thing that I can. Why are you cutting me off though? I'm listening to you. Say it right.
Yeah.
So
One
I'm
at a time.
hold on, brother. I don't need nobody. I'm talking to the sister, right? And I'm saying that.
Whoa, bro.
Hold on.
What you mean?
Hold on, I'm talking, man. I don't need nobody to. I'm saying you're putting more in so you're stopping even more. You're doing more stopping. You're doing more stopping instead of just chilling. Because I was trying to make a point, and now you're saying something. I don't know why.
more. That's JJ 7000. That's he's the moderator of the show. This is his channel.
All I hear is somebody cutting me off. I ain't looking at them. I'm talking on my speaker. Only thing I said was I was to ask her a question, and I said I'm going to answer the same question, right? The same question, So how do I got a free national name, right? Why am I saying this, right? Because when I can show you that my name, right? I can show you that Moors have. In the United States government, right, it's written that if you're a Moor, right, and you're going by such names and you're claiming it, that you are a free person in the United States. Now, I can show you that if you're not this and you're going by your slave name, you're still, that they didn't free us all the way. They made a little stipulation that, yeah, they emancipated you. But if you don't claim your nationality, or if you don't claim a tribe, or if you don't claim something that dates back to something, you're a stateless person. These have definitions. I could show you what the definition of a stateless person is, and I could show you why when that Scott case where the people was trying to say like, nah, y'all are still slaves and y'all not citizens of the United States. And they were saying that because if you're a slave, you cannot claim free man status. And if right now they still got us on slave time. My dad was born a slave. The reason why I can say this, because I can literally say I was born from a slave. My dad was born in 1956. I can show you that he was still a slave when he was born with documents. I'm just saying this on some pseudo shit. No, I can literally show you with United States legal documents that my dad was born a slave in 1956. And that I'm the first free-born person in my family. I was born in 1975. I'm the first male born free in the United States since we've been enslaved. Since we was enslaved, nobody in my family born before me was a free person. All of them slave. I could show you, and with documents. Anybody want to debate me? I'll put you on a t-shirt. I'm gonna land my plane with that, sister, because a lot of stuff ain't being told to the people. And I be telling my Moorish people that y'all sitting back and y'all being people wrong to the truth, and they not letting people know what's really going on with that Moor thing, right? They're acting like it's some religious thing. It has nothing to do with religion.
Well, why was I born in 66? Right, sir? Why was I born in 66 and you born after me and was free? And then you got somebody in the chat talking about I sound like I was what did he say? Because his name, he been trying to blast me all night. His name is Nathan Black. Now I know he gotta be a Moor.
Let me explain it to you. Let me explain it to you. I asked you.
No. Let me talk.
Let her talk, bro. You just went for
right. But Nathan Black been saying little stuff about me, but me being a Moor, right? And again, I said I didn't want to say anything negative about us being Indian and being black, as in Moor, because Moor came from black. So you say, like you said, because I don't know the Moors and their whole historicity, right? But we know that Kemet meant black, right? And that's where Moors derived from. Black, as in Kemet. You see?
Some attention.
And so there we go with that. That's the history of Moor. And again,
can you guys look at where the Moors originally came from, rather than what?
Hold on, stop interrupting him.
I did it to him. Let him get it back. Get it. You know.
No, that ain't even him. That's
Hold on, yes,
okay.
yes.
So
Let her get it in.
when we do that we just learning. No, I ain't got to lie to be ignorant. You ignorant. That's why you in the chat and not up here. See, because we building, right?
Yes,
we
don't
gotta
pay
know where we come
attention.
from in order to know where we're going. Because see, I was a Hebrew, right? But I never was a Moor, but I was kind of a Muslim at one time, right? Because I know precept by precept, a little bit here, a little bit there, right? That's how we gotta learn. So, Sister Tajay, I really love you. You know, I love all y'all, because this is how we learn a little bit something. And just because they don't know, they think we slow. Get it? Got it, good. All right, now we can move forward. Now, I'm not disagreeing with you. I'm telling you what you do know. But I'm telling you that it's a little more to it. But what you want to do is tell us we wrong. That's all.
All right, go ahead. Y'all still some more.
Yes,
I think he was
I'm
next.
just saying. Yeah, I'm saying that basically you got to check out where the Moors are originally from, rather than what the name actually means, because what it means doesn't really mean anything, but where the people are originally from. And when you do a simple Google search, it will tell you that they are mixed Arab, Spanish, and Amazigh, which are Berbers, basically. It doesn't say nothing about them being black. And that's all I wanted to say.
When the Moors was conquered, they hid all of our history, and then they try to mix Arabs, like how you're saying an Arab, and you're trying to say that the Arab is a Moor. Like that's, you don't even know how pseudo that is when you go back and check the history and see who you're talking about. So what they're calling an Arab is because they were speaking Arabic. But then you're going to say that that's like saying everybody who speaks Spanish is Spanish, right?
I never said that.
I'm not talking to you, sister. Right? I'm talking to the
You're
dude.
talking to the whole panel. Thank you. You're talking to the whole panel.
Yeah, but I'm talking to the brother who just got done talking, right? Because he's saying something that's so stupid. He's saying that Moors, just because they're associating the word Arabic to them, because that's the language they were speaking. But that's not who the tribe that they was from. See, when you doing stuff like that, you saying super simple Google search, yeah, that's the reason why you'll say something like that, because you're doing a surface level study. And when you go past the surface level study and get into the real and dig down deep into it, you'll see that everybody comes from a tribe and everybody comes from a nation. So when you're saying this Arabic stuff, Arabic is not a tribe or a nation, right? That's
So
a language.
who are the tribes? Who are the tribes? Name me one of the tribes. And where these tribes from? Since you know so much, and I'm talking so
at the end of the day, right? This is what I debate dudes on. This is why I say when you say that, you just want me to not put you on. You don't want to go on a t-shirt, right? You want to just be there when I let the shots off. Nah, you get in the ring, and then I tell you. Then I answer those questions. Why? And then you go on t-shirt. I'm not answering it right now. If you want to hear that answer, you just JJ right there. Anybody that want to debate me, all the people is on the panel right now that could definitely get in contact with me with anything that I'm saying. And I'm telling you right now, going in the box. I'm not telling y'all no more nothing. I'm going on mute and I'm gonna learn from here on out. But if you got something else to say, if you really got something to say, all we got, we don't gotta do no long debate. We could do a little quick little 7-minute round, 8-minute rounds or something real quick. Get you right on out of there. Right? When you're associating a people to a language and acting like that language is the people, cool. We could do that. And we're gonna see what you're gonna get from that. I'm gonna show you them tribes that we looking for, right? I'm gonna put them down with source information. So set a date.
Okay, hold on. Let me get in here. All right. So, what is the topic? When can we do this? And not when me. I don't even know what the hell going on.
I'm
What is the
saying the
topic?
topic is he's saying Moors ain't black, ain't melanated people from Africa. So I'm going to take that debate and you just set it up.
Yasser Samora, when can we do this in 2 days? Or do y'all need? Can we do it tomorrow? Yeah, ready?
I just asked him a question. I just want him to answer the question first.
Okay, what's
Answer
the
the
question?
simple question.
No, okay,
Since
let me.
hold on,
What's the
the
question?
man said to me, "I'm doing surface level, whatever," and you're the deep researcher. So just give us just this one question, and then we'll go. If you can tell me.
What's the question, family? I didn't hear it. I'm sorry. What was the question?
He's talking about tribes. I'm asking him, tell me the name of one tribe
In Africa, there's Moors?
that he claims, because he says that they were Arabic speaking. Tell me one tribe in Africa that was speaking Arabic. Tell me. Before the Arabs actually came and colonized them. Tell me which one African country that was speaking Arabic before the Arabs came and colonized them.
Receipts, please.
I think he fell off, y'all. But
Okay, because we're gonna need some receipts.
So
hold on real quick.
Go ahead.
How about the Fula Hausa tribe?
Yeah.
What about them?
I said to you before the Arabs colonized.
Okay. Okay.
Okay. So
listen to the question. Don't just speak.
Are you listening? Are you listening to yourself?
Right. He just now answered you.
Hold on. Yeah, because he just did. So
he
are
just
you
gave
not
you
listening?
a whole tribe right now. What are you talking about?
No, he did not.
Now, if you disagree with that tribe, please elaborate on why.
He's
right.
saying, no, listen. He's saying before they got.
Wait, hold on. Repeat it. Hold on. Maybe he didn't hear you. Hold on. Everybody mute their mic because there is an echo off of your yeah.
Probably
so
me. Okay, go ahead, y'all.
Only one that should be unmuted is the person that's speaking. Okay. There's a lot of feedback, and I don't know how y'all don't hear that. So when y'all hear feedback, just mute your mic and see if it's you, which I'm going to mute you anyways. That's the reason why I be muting y'all. If y'all don't even understand why I be muting y'all, because it be feedback off of y'all mic. So Greg made he had answered your question. So I want him to repeat it because I don't think he heard you.
Okay. I said the Fula Hausa is one Moorish tribe. And he says something after that in reference to before Arab conquering. Am I correct, sir?
Absolutely.
Okay, so
Hold on. Before you even
before Arab
conquering,
conquering,
you asked me to tell you the reason why I'm saying that you're wrong. I'll tell
Wait,
you.
hold on. Let him finish. Hold on. Let him finish his thought, and then
okay.
you can do that.
I'll keep it short.
Make him mess up. I miss what he.
Yeah, I'll keep it short. Just one or two sentences in reference to the conquering element. If you're asking when did certain groups of people be somewhere, right, prior to the Islamic invasions coming out of the Arabian Peninsula, then just know that what you're asking for will be groups of people prior to Mohammedanism. Now, if that's the context that you want to bring it in, we can bring it there as well. But don't double dip when you go there.
Okay, let me say something real quick. So the question, Yasha Samora is saying that they had their own spirituality before the Arabs colonized them. They had their own God. They believe in animism, and their supreme God was Guinea, Guene, and they worship ancestral spirits. They did totemism, identified with specific animals and plants. They did divination, used rituals and oracles for guidance. When you say the Hasu people, traditional spirituality worship a supreme God, Maguzawa and lesser deities. They did animism, ancestral worship. So before they were colonized, they had their own thing. Then they moved on to be, I guess, the Moorish religion. That's what he's saying. 'Cause I just looked it up. But
Right.
yeah.
Okay. And what I'm saying is to come from that standpoint.
Thank you, JJ. Thank you.
Then we would have to make the inception of the Moors be when Mohammedanism came into being, and then grew to a point where they started to expand into what's commonly known as the African continent. Right? I'm going to give another example then, right? The Carthaginians during Roman times that colonized, went all the way to the coast of northwestern and southwestern Africa, way before Mohammedanism came to be. When we started off with the advent of Mohammedanism, we already cutting it short because the true origins trace to southern Arabia with Cushites that inhabited the peninsula.
When y'all say white Moors, are we talking about Europeans?
Well, it depends on what time frame, right? Because to be honest with you, Moors in Africa was using white people, quote unquote, as a social construct way before the creation of white people in America and the British Empire.
Okay.
Right? So you had a group of white people when it didn't have anything to do with the complexion or hue. It had everything to do with the status in society.
Right. So the status would be like, if white would be like more up top. Is that what you're saying?
The same reason why in African cultures, the priesthood and priestesses wear white. They were white people. The priestly rulership class.
Right.
Not skin color, phenotype, complexion. That came when it was corrupted by Europeans in order to create their own caste system, usurping the rulership class from the people who they learned it from, i.e. us. But yeah, though, back to Brodo, because he want to keep everything with Mohammedanism when we're talking about a confederation of a group of people who trace themselves back to ancient times. If you want to start it with Mohammedanism, we can do that, but don't double dip. If you want to get out of just the advent of Mohammedanism, we can do that, but don't double dip. So what would you like to do, sir?
My brother, you said the tribe.
Yeah, funny as hell. Come on. Yeah, I'm listening.
I'm on good behavior.
Yeah.
All I know is what he said was right. I just came in, but whatever he just said, yeah, that was right.
And that's why I said I didn't want to get in
Islam, Moab, chapter 25 and full effect.
Hey man, y'all don't know who y'all dealing with. Y'all dealing with Yasser Samora. You see, and Sister Sakina Ra. So you
I don't like getting in nobody's religion because I know a little bit of it, but I don't know. And I just want to bring a point out to what the sister was saying. Mm-hmm. And I was trying to tell him he was right, but both of them was right. I was just trying to bring, because she said she was confused, and I understood that. And that's all I was trying to do, is try to bring peace to some.
Yeah, I was just going to say that's what she do, y'all. Sister Sakina Ra, she's a peaceful sister, and she weighs out both sides, you know. So
which is good, right? Like you ain't do nothing wrong, sister.
No, so you ain't got to say what you are. We know how you get down. But,
and so
I like to see a little bit more roar out of you, you know what I'm saying? Don't be apologizing all the time to these cats.
And that's why I'm saying the same thing. You feel me?
Right,
do not do that.
Do that.
Information. Don't clear your voice. You feel me? Share the voice.
But
I do get a snapback, y'all. You know I do.
I know you do.
Hey, but we all sharing what we know, and we all better know that we don't know. So everything that we sharing has some truth, some things that we will probably change in the light of new information if we keep pursuing new information.
Right.
Hello.
And I love
And
how
we
y'all
could,
come in when y'all do, because y'all know the other part, you know, and y'all bring it in. Like you, Greg, you came in at the right time and you filled it in, you know, and I was waiting on JJ, but he sat back because y'all build it in, and that's what I
yeah.
love. I love building. You know what I'm saying?
I ain't want the people or bro over there to think that it was some crickets or a mic drop
Right.
to such a thing, right? I'm like, oh, hold on, wait a minute. Let me put
Yeah.
my coffee down for a second, man, and elaborate.
Hey
But
man,
anyway, back to
hey,
him.
hold on, Greg. You don't know who you dealing with over here. Hey, Yasa Samora, they don't know.
I'm
Come on,
interested.
get unleashed on them, man. Stop
I'm
playing.
interested, right? So I got a question for you, bro,
All right, go ahead.
and you can segue if you want to.
All right,
You
go
can,
ahead.
hey, you can segue too if you want to. Just kick it off with an answer to this question, right? If
No,
if
hold on,
I say
brother. Hold on,
if
hold
I
on, hold
say
on.
that
Wait,
if,
1 second.
if I say that the Carthaginians were
Hold on,
Moorish
hold on.
ancestors, what would you
Wait 1
say?
second. Wait 1 second. I want to go back to the first thing you said about the tribes, and you're
Okay,
telling me not to dip and dive. But then you mentioned the Hausa, whatever. Once you mentioned the word Hausa, do you know what that means? That is an Arab word, and that is
okay,
the time of when the Arabs colonized the Africans. So when you say that, automatically you've already put yourself in that era.
okay,
So I don't know what you're saying about we should go
okay.
back. JJ already cleared the
All right.
history when we go back before the Arab invasion. So
Okay.
I don't know what you said. You said a whole lot of nothing.
Okay,
But
this
it
is what
sounds
no
good,
let me
and
okay, so
everybody liked it. So go ahead.
let me speak on it. Let me speak on it real quick. I won't be too long-winded either, right? So I said things pertaining to pre-Mohammedism and post-Mohammedism in order to give you a door number one, a door number two. That's why I said more than once that if that's where you want to be, we can be there. But then when you start, if you try to segue, and because what you're doing is you're making the inception of these tribes being Moorish with when they became converted to Mohammedanism. But Moorish history goes back way further than Mohammedanism, with all due respect to Mohammedanism. So I give that to you, right? And
So
then
now the
we can
question
even
is, are the
dwell
Moors
on that
African?
name
Are
and
the
that
Moors
people.
African? Because the Europeans weren't there at the time.
Okay. Okay,
Hold
so
on,
look, let me say this.
hold on. Let me finish, sir. The
Oh, I thought that was a
Europeans,
question.
no, it wasn't. It wasn't a question. Listen, the
Go ahead.
Europeans who were the ones who coined the name Moor. So if the
No,
Europeans weren't there, how are you going to
no.
tell me that the Africans were calling themselves Moor?
They didn't coin the word more. If you go back, you can even find Morlun or Morlon, right? That is a Phoenician Afro-Asiatic term that had to deal with the brothers and sisters that came from the West. They were considered Westerners.
We're getting close to the word moron. You know what that word is?
In
Moron.
this day and age,
Well, what is
right? In
you?
this day
What
and
is
age,
you?
is being you. But think
You need to
about
put
this:
yours out there so we
the
can
people
see if
who
they
made
stupid.
the people who made moron be a derogatory term were the same people that treated us in derogatory ways. So even for that to be funny is a product of Eurocentric conditioning. So hardy hard. But back to your context.
Brother, you're just hip hopping, man. You're just hip hopping along the way. Wherever there's a hip, you hop. Wherever there's a hop, you hip.
Okay, so back to
That's what you
Fula
do.
Hausa. Let's
Your
go back to
peoples ain't got
Hausa
no
then.
time to
Hold
no
on,
hip hop.
let's
You
go
ain't
back to
from nothing.
Hausa because I'm gonna stay on your context even harder than you do, right? So don't let the swag eclipse the substance. But anyway, Fula Hausa. You say Hausa is an Arabic term, right? That's what you said, right?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. That's what I said. Yeah.
Is that term and that language Afro-Asiatic?
I'm not buying into all these
I ain't asking what you buying into.
internet type information. Listen,
Is it
these are all made up
Afro-Asiatic?
stuff. Hold on. This is all made up stuff. That's why when you go back, everything connects from the day one of the history all the way down to the Greek or even today. They all connect, and that's not how history is.
Is it Afro-Asiatic though?
Say what?
Is it an Afro-Asiatic language first and foremost, or is it not?
You tell me. Is it?
You don't know if you don't know.
I know you didn't say you tell me. Please don't say you tell me.
If you don't know,
No. I do know. I was.
He definitely know it's an Afro-Asiatic language. He doesn't want to admit it.
No, I'm just saying that these are all constructs that were given to a certain region, basically by these people who are trying to make up history. So when you speak about Afro-Asiatic, that doesn't resonate with
okay,
me.
So first off, right, the reason why they started to stop calling them Semitic languages, right? These same people you're talking about is because they could not be deceptive with what the languages, the people who migrated, who spoke the languages, the cultures that were derived by people who were communicating in the languages, they could not deny the roots of it anymore. So because of that, they threw the whole Semitic away and created the Afro-Asiatic. So it's actually one of the few times that scholarship.
Does that make sense to you?
It's actually, that don't make sense. Okay. It's actually the one of the few times in history, right, where the scholarship outweighed the bias eventually, because they had to pay homage to where it came from eventually.
This is all proof that this is all made up shit.
So it's all made. Is it Afro-Asiatic or not?
Well,
okay, I get now. Let me ask you this. Did the language stem? Did the language stem from African people speaking it? Let me ask you that.
Stem from the African.
What language? You said Hausa. You said Arabic, right? I'm talking about the same language with the same term, within the same context of what you brought up, bro. I ain't gonna bring nothing else up but what you brought up.
How was that? It's the same meaning everywhere.
You said that Hausa is Arabic. It's an Arabic term. Did you not?
Yeah.
Are you gonna change it? Okay. So I said, is that language Afro-Asiatic? You didn't want to answer because you said the construct, this, or that. Okay. So now I said, is that language traced back to being spoken by African people?
Okay. Let me answer your question like this. If Hausa is Arabic, and Arabic is Afro-Asiatic, then that's what it is. Does that answer your question?
No, it is in a way. It sounds like you're agreeing with me.
Would they say yes or no? Would that be a yes?
Yeah, it sounds like you agreeing with me, but I'm not sure. It's nothing definitive in what you said. Do you agree with that statement?
If it helps your case, then yes, I'm agreeing with you.
Forget my case.
No. We want to know the truth.
Yeah, forget my case.
Just tell the truth. Is it or is it not?
I am saying yes.
Okay, cool. Okay. Now, from your knowledge, right, and research, did it get into Arabia via Cushites crossing over the southern Red Sea into Oman and Yemen? Is that where the Afro-Asiatic language came into the peninsula? Sir?
Are we talking languages or are we talking tribes? Are we talking?
Okay, so in order to speak on languages, right? We would have to speak on speaking, since that's what languages are. In order to speak on speaking, we have to speak on the people who were speaking it. In order to speak on where people were when they were speaking languages, then we have to delve into who the people were that were speaking the languages when they were in particular physical proximities. So it's just a matter of deductive reasoning.
No, I got you, and we understand that before.
So that's why.
Hold on, we understand that before the Arabs came, we were not speaking Hausa. When they colonized us, we started speaking, or they started speaking Hausa.
What language was it before that? I'm sorry, I'm just getting educated here. What language was it before Hausa?
JJ just read all that. He looked it up and read all that. You can do that too. Is you know what I'm saying? And yeah, but JJ, if you play back, if you even want to know, you can play back the tape. And
okay, so the Fula Hausas, Moorish blood.
Respect, JJ.
At least some of the Fula Hausas, Moorish blood, right now stems from. Look, it stems from the Phoenician, Carthaginians, so on and so forth, right? That's really where the E1B1 haplogroups, J marker, end up proliferating the continent to such an extent. The Mohammedan Moors weren't the first ones that traveled all the way to Spain. Carthaginians did as well. So even prior to them being, even prior to them being, wait. Even prior to them being converted to Mohammedanism, they had Moorish blood flowing through their veins. Now, what would you like to ask me, bro?
No. See, what all you're saying is just speaking. You're speaking. You're not.
You had a question though. I want you to get your question off too. And then you give me that commentary, because you giving me commentary on that. Go take us somewhere else, respectfully, but it's gonna take us somewhere else.
But that's what you're giving me.
Okay, so go ahead then.
Okay, so I'm just saying that. Listen, all you're saying, you're trying to say that there was Moors before the Arabs
Mohammedanism
or Mohammedanism, what have you. I'm not going to even ask you to prove that, but just from common sense alone, logic. Hold on, just from logic alone, if somebody has a language and somebody else comes and changes the language,
okay,
you're not going to call it the same thing. That's just logic.
You're not going to call what the same thing?
There's got to be a change. And JJ, hold on, JJ. Just
wait, clarify for me, bro, so I understand. You won't call what the same thing beside the language that they speaking? Of course, you won't call that the same thing. What else are you saying you won't call the same thing?
No, just that.
Just that?
Yeah,
oh, okay. All right.
If I'm speaking my native language, and then somebody comes and imposes another language on me and changes my native tongue,
right?
We can't still call it the same thing. It will have to be
they did not
different.
become Moorish when they started speaking Arabic. I keep going back to their blood, right? You keep going back to the tongue that they were speaking during that particular time. They didn't become Moorish when they started speaking Arabic. They didn't become Moorish when they started to embrace Mohammedanism. And if you want to stay there, then stick with everything that stems from staying there. Now, you want to get back to that Arab tribe that you keep talking about? Because there was a point in time that the Quraysh tribe, which is an Arab tribe, would not consider you to be full-blooded if you were fair-skinned, if you were my complexion, caramel complexion, had to be a mixed breed because it's a Cushite. The Arab tribe is of Cushite origin. Now, you can keep on saying I ain't saying nothing and I'm hip-hopping and all this, but it's other people who hear me on here would definitely disagree with that.
Man, you beating the brakes off him. See, this is what I was trying to see why he was going to go on the T-shirt.
Yeah, you beating him with that knowledge for sure. I love it.
And this is exactly my point. You know what I'm saying? So,
hold on. This is where a simple Google search will get you. People, do not do a simple Google search and come on the panel.
Oh yeah, right, wait, for those who do Google searches, it's an okay start. But also do Google Scholar, right? And look at published articles and other things that you can find court cases and published articles by doing Google Scholar instead of a Google search. But what you was about to say, brother?
Yeah. Listen, I'm just saying that, look, the information that I brought out basically was facts, because even JJ fact checks it and it's proven. So I'm not even going to say more. The one who has logic and thinks will put pieces together.
None of your information makes them not Moorish.
Why is it that whenever I speak, you jump in? Why can't
My
you let
bad,
me just speak?
my bad.
Is there something wrong, brother? Are you getting kind of tight within yourself in terms of, your
He don't know what to say, so
you don't want me to speak, right? I said my
he
bad.
don't want to say, so he going there.
Yeah, you don't want me to speak?
No, I'm trying to speak, but it's just like I get always like some kind of interference whenever I open my mouth, because I don't know. You guys seem to think that you're making points. So if you are, then you make a point and then you just cool. But no, you just want to keep talking because you know you're not making no points, because you want to over talk me, or you want to be heard, or you want to be shouting so that people think, or you might get somebody to think you're making a point. But this is what I was saying. Those who really want
nothing.
Those who really want truth will put 2 and 2 together, because there are serious people out here that are looking for truth. And that's facts. I mean, you guys, you want to be joking around and ganging up on people instead of following information. That's up to you.
No one's ganging up on you. You just don't have information.
Whatever I say, I mean. And that means that I've looked into it, basically. And that's for my knowledge. You can take it, or I'm not saying that you have to agree with it, but that's what I am saying.
Okay. So according to your knowledge, right? The Hausa tribe was named Hausa post-Mohammedan conversion, right? Now you done pieced a whole lot of other stuff around that truth. I guess you try, mix it all together some type of way. But you've said that. I have not denied that. I haven't said that that's not historic, right? I haven't questioned the integrity. I expanded the scope on your context of the Mohammedan era and gave you some more. So I'm going to segue back to another question I asked you earlier. It's kind of funny, though. I think that we've given it more context and more life since the last time I said this. But if I was to tell you that the Carthaginians are part of our Moorish ancestry, and they also traveled to and miscegenated with a multitude of different people on the northwestern and southwestern shores of Africa, what would you say to that?
I would say to you that these Carthaginians that you're talking about are new people. They're just new. What we're talking about is old people. We're not talking about new people and the Spanish and the Portuguese, or before the Spanish and Portuguese scenarios. No, we're not talking about that. We're talking before that, because that's what you started with. You said to me there were older tribes, there were older people who were Moors, and there were tribes. I asked you for a tribe, and then you mentioned one, basically,
right.
And I told you that no, what you mentioned is after or post Mohammedanism, or whatever you want to call it. And then you came up with all this speech that you've been doing ever since. So that's my premise. I'm there. I'm still there, and I'm waiting for you to get there.
Okay, so you have nothing in support of or to contest that Carthaginians are part of our Moorish ancestry. It's interesting that you're calling that a newer people, and as if the context is for older people, when the Carthaginians predate Mohammedanism by centuries, several centuries. So I'm talking about the people that are older. You're calling them new. If you want to go back even further into Moorish blood, that's even older than where you started, by the way, then we can also go to the Afar or Ifri tribe. Ifricus, ironically, where the term Africa stemmed from in the first place.
Brother, you're
Africa
mixing up.
look, the term Africa stems from the name of the Afar or Ifri tribe,
You're mixing
whose
up
blood,
timelines.
hold
Hold
on, whose blood traces back to Afro-Asiatic Yemen. All right. Modern day Libya, Tunisia, Algiers. They stem from the Afar, the Ifri tribe.
I think
Ifricus.
you need to go get your timeline sorted out together with your story and then present it, because you're just going back and forth just to try and prove a point, and it's not sitting well with the facts. And that's
Okay,
all I'm saying.
so where do you want to keep things with Mohammedism, right? And it's a fallacious notion to start the Moors with Mohammedism. But you want to keep it for some reason. But even if we stay there, the only thing that you have is to say when they converted to Mohammedism. So since you want to stay in this converted to Mohammedism box, right? Where do you want to go from there? Wherever you want to go from there, I'll go there with you. How about that?
I ain't going nowhere. I'm still right here. I told you right before you just spoke again. I said to you, this is my premise. You know what I'm saying? That's it. There's
Okay,
no
could
argument.
you repeat your
might as well
premise for me
concede.
one more time?
All you have to do is concede. That's all you have to do, brother.
Could you
That's what I'm
really
hoping.
are conceding though, but you don't know it. But could you repeat your premise one more time? So I can hit this nail on the head.
No, we don't have to do that because we've
Oh
been speaking
no,
about
y'all
this.
hear me
So
want to
why
repeat his
we gonna do all
premise.
that? I don't repeat
What?
myself, brother.
Hey, I'm glad that this was your introduction to none other than Greg Phillips L. You
I'm not
feel
gonna
me?
be
It was a
sitting here
pleasure.
for hours
I look
telling you,
forward.
repeating
No
myself,
tongue in
doing the
cheek.
same thing over and over again, brother.
No
I
tongue in
told you
cheek.
what I told you, and you
No
got to rest with
sarcasm.
what I've spoken. That's all you
No
got.
sarcasm, bro. I definitely look forward to exchanging thoughts with you some more. And anytime that I catch you trying to elaborate or expound upon Moorish history, I would be more than happy to do the exact same thing I did right now.
Peace to you, my brother Craig. Peace, 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 peace. Don't worry about it. Anytime we can always, exchange ideas, you know me, then yeah, not both of us. Sometimes both of us can be right. Sometimes one of us is right, one of us is wrong. But then again, it's up to the listening mind to decipher what we've been talking about and then make up whatever it is they want to make up. That's why I don't try and argue with people on certain things, because, like I said, I'm only saying what I know, basically. And that's it, really and truly. And from my point of view, it's up to you. It's truth we're all looking for, and we're aligning it with facts. And we're trying to follow what is being put out there without using our own initiative, which is being given to us, our God-inherited initiative, then we're going to be following all of this ism and schism and still be in the same place. We don't want to be doing that. We want to start rising up, basically.
Now let me give you one more fact that cannot be debated, bro.
Say what?
We both agree to all that you just said. There go another fact for you.
Well, agreement is a good thing. Well, if we're in agreement, then there's nothing wrong with that. I would not, I would not, I'm saying, object to that. If we're in
Yes,
agreement,
sir.
that's a good thing. But as far as the topic is concerned, I know that what I said was facts, and what you said was just elaborated, just going around from timeline
it's a
to
fact.
timeline, jumping, trying to put some kind of, I don't know, presentation together
It's
to
a
make
fact.
a point, and it never happened.
That the Hausa was called the Hausa post conversion to Mohammedism. That one fact that you had, yes. Are there any other things that you're trying to say were facts during that conversation? Please allow me to partially but respectfully shock test them.
Listen, You said some facts. I said some facts. Whatever you said that are facts, I've taken it. Whatever I say that you think is facts, please feel free to take it. I won't charge you.
Hey, I could draw with that, man. We just demonstrated how ones can exchange information and keep it player and give the people some stuff to learn along the way and laugh about it. You feel me? Ladies and gentlemen, this is how you do it.
Yes,
This
sir.
is how you do it right here, man. Ain't nobody have to capitulate their ideologies and where they self-esteem lie. Like, oh, he might have got a point on me. Now I don't believe in what I believe in. Let me deny it. No, none of that. You feel me? Grown men that look like us, that's the study to show ourselves approved, bringing it with none of the BS, man. Hey, welcome to the Lions Den.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Up and running. Up and running. Yeah, man. Definitely.
Man, what did I miss? What did I miss?
A beautiful discussion.
What y'all building on?
We were building on challenging the notions of a Eurocentric depiction of who and what the Moors are versus depictions stemming from people who look like us.
Oh yeah. Talking about Moors. Okay, I like it. How far back? Let me ask y'all a question. How far back would you say the history of the Moors go?
At the very least, I would say, with Cushites inhabiting the Arabian Peninsula.
Now at that time, when you say inhabited, what did they use the word Moor? Because I don't know if I remember them using the word Moor to describe themselves. The term came later.
Okay, so let me say this.
When they entered into Spain, that's when they started calling them Moors.
Not at all.
Right.
That's when the people who were already in Europe started to commonly call us Moors. But for them to call us Moors, for them to call us Moors by the time we went back into Europe, what do you think? They just came up with that collection of syllables right then? Like, oh, they just made up a new term right then when they saw us come through across the Rock of Gibraltar. Anyway, back to what bro was asking, right? So first off, Moor is what you call a generic term, right? Not in connotation. In these days, we think of generic, we think of off-brand, right? Lower quality, cheaper price option. But generic really just means that it doesn't have an exclusive specificity to the groups of people, places, or things that are under that term. So Moor in and of itself has always been a confederation, a multitude of people, bloodlines, cultures that all have a common ancestry, right? So you're not gonna find just this one word. But back to who I was talking about, right? Cushites in Yemen created a nation known as Saba or Sheba, and those in the capital, ironically, the quote unquote white people, ruling class, called their capital Mor'ib, or land of the Moors. Mor'ib, Marib. In reference to that term Moor, again, it can be traced back to Phoenician Afro-Asiatic language, meaning Westerners, right? The brothers that come from the West. And you can even find that with the Moorish movement going on in Morocco right now, right? Intellectual scholars that traced it back.
Right, but what I'm asking you though is, brother, when did East Africans start calling themselves Moors because I mean, as an East African myself, I don't remember anybody saying that they were Moor until a much later date. So when you say Nubians or Cushites go into Yemen, there's only one way to go in through Yemen to Yemen, and they never called themselves Moors at that time. So when did they start actually calling themselves Moors?
When did they actually start calling themselves Moors, right? So you talking about the people who were in Southern Asia?
Yeah, because you said, I asked you how far back does it go, and then you told me the Cushites going into Yemen. But at that time, they never called themselves Moors.
Yeah,
That were
but you asked when. My bad. But you asked when did the people go back, right? That's why my response
No.
was in reference to the
I didn't ask
people.
that. I didn't ask when the people
You
went
said
back.
when did the Moors, right? And then in my response, you got to talking about when were they calling themselves, right?
No. My initial question was, how far back does the history of the Moors go? And then I
Exactly.
asked, right. But I didn't say that they were going in anywhere. My real question is, did they actually acknowledge themselves as being Moors, or was this something at that time somebody else gave them a name?
Somebody else. So whoever, first off, right? Again, you trace the term back. It's in reference to ones that came from the West, right? It was in reference to people who came from the West, and the ones that were saying that, as far as we could trace it, were brothers that were in East Africa and West Asia.
Yeah, but
right?
I'm asking you when,
So
because at that time they never did.
So wait a minute. So there had to be a contingent of brothers that came from the West interacting with the brothers from the East in order for the brothers of the East to call them Maroons. You get what I'm saying? Now,
not really, but go ahead.
Okay, so right, if you are in the East and I come from the West, right, and you name me Maroon and it mean Westerner, right? Wouldn't that mean that there were the people from the East were the ones that named them that in the first place?
So my thing
That ain't a
is,
stretch, right?
kind of a little bit, because the issue lies, right? If me, so I'm like I said earlier, I'm East African, right? When I
Okay.
came to the Americas, I still was East African, regardless of what people like out here. They say, oh, you black. Well, my people, my family back home, we don't call ourselves black. So
Right.
now I fear that we're doing the same thing. It's somebody else giving you a name. And then my question was, did they initially call themselves Moors? Because they didn't. So this was given to them by somebody else. They didn't say we were Moors.
Okay, so right, you saying a lot of they and thems, right? Who are the they that you said gave them the name Moors, right? And who are the them that they gave the name Moors to, allegedly?
So you said them. I didn't say them or they. I was just going off of what you had told me.
No,
I asked
you just said it right now.
Right, because it's in chronological order of the conversation, right?
You said some other people gave them the name. Them other people are the they, right?
Right. So
who are those other people, right? And who did they give the name to?
Well, and perfect. If you allow me to finish my thought, I'll explain it to you. So when I asked you, right, how old is the Moorish history, and then you started talking about when Cushitic people went into Yemen. So I asked you, did they call themselves Moors? At that point is when you interjected and say them and they. So then that's how the flow of the conversation progressed. My stance is they didn't call themselves Moors. You're saying somebody else gave them, right? When I'm saying them, I'm talking about these Africans that from your history, from your knowledge or perspective, you're saying they went into Yemen. These Africans, you're saying, went into Yemen and then at some point then received the title Moor, but they never initially called themselves Moor, right?
Okay, so let me say this. No, right? I did not say that their history started with that title being a common term for the people, right? Which is one of the reasons why I said that it was a generic term that encompasses a multitude of people that have the same common ancestry. That ancestry being Cushite, right? So I feel as though you've conflated when did Moorish history start? When did they start calling themselves that? When the history predates a generic term that at its inception defined a group of several people. So this is what I'm saying. It's oxymoronic and fallacious to be like, when and where was the first place that this multitude of people with a multitude of different tribal affiliations, yet one common ancestry, start calling all of themselves the generic umbrella term than the specific tribal ones that they had in the first place. It's not a term for just one group of people. It just represents one common ancestry. So do you understand why I consider your question to be loaded? That part, and you implying that the beginning of Moorish history started with the term becoming commonly used.
Okay, well, let me apologize for if that's how you feel. My question, once again, it's not to conflate. It's very simple, actually. Did these people, these Africans, initially call themselves Moors? Because if they didn't
No,
initially, okay, so
they
so
didn't.
hold on.
But their
Okay,
history
perfect.
doesn't start with that term being more common.
Right. But what, and I'm glad we can follow each other. So now that we know they didn't call themselves Moors, right? Who then started calling them Moors? Is all the question I'm asking you. If you
They
can tell me
did.
point. Now I know when
Their
you say
children.
they,
Their children.
okay, now
Okay.
walk me through this. So now you're saying these Africans didn't call themselves Moors, but the generation that came after them started calling themselves Moors. Am I right so far?
And derivatives of the term, right?
Okay, so
Like it don't
let's stop.
sound. It don't sound. No. I got to give context here and there. If not, then you're just gonna load up a subjective infrastructure that won't tell the whole story. I don't think either one of us want that, right?
Go ahead.
Right. So again, this they and them thing, right? That I wanted you to clarify earlier. Interestingly enough, you recited the question that you asked that said they and themselves, and then proceeded to say that I brought up the then and they when I started to answer that question. That you say when did they call themselves, right? But either which way, that's why I asked you earlier, who are the they specifically that you're claiming start calling them that, right? And then we can either agree or disagree or agree to disagree. But what I'm telling you is the people predate the term. The way to trace it back is through the ancestry of the people. The
Right,
term
so-
never just signified one group of people. When it became common, it was already talking about a confederation of people. So anyway, you try to ask me, well, when did any day you talking about were never the end all be all to the term. And they were them, all these pronouns, they were them before they start calling themselves that. And this is my thing. If you think that it was some other people that weren't them that start calling themselves that, please specify who those people are and we can speak on that.
Okay, so we have to have some kind of ground rules. You are the one that's educating us on the history of Moors. That's why I asked you, how far does the history go back? Then I asked you, when did these Africans, because as soon as I asked you how far back does the history go, you started to interpret or interject by saying The Cushites went into Yemen. And I asked you, okay, when those Cushites went into Yemen, did they call themselves Moors? You said no. Then now we finally got to a point where you told me it was their children that called them Moors, not the parents. So my question, my follow-up logical question would be, what timeline are you giving these children? Because I'm a child of my father, and my father's a child of his father. What timeline are you giving when Africans started calling themselves Moors? What timeline?
Okay, what timeline would I give you for when the Africans started calling themselves Moors? All right.
Yes.
Okay. So first off, all right, these people that you're calling Africans did not have the Berlin Council meaning of it being all people who are either indigenous to the land on the continent, are descendants of the people who are indigenous to the land of the continent, right? That term Africa, African, any of these people that we're talking about, if they were around prior to the Berlin Conference, they did not see that term meaning all the people of that continent, first and foremost. That was something that developed over time, right? We would have to go really first off to the Romans on one side of the Mediterranean, right? That was looking at what we would say modern day Libya. And from that vantage point, be like, all that land is Africa, the land of Afri, the Afri tribe, right? But that's way different than how we look at it now. So I wanted to say that part first, because we conflate things that we used to use and like to use and think they as old as we're comfortable with, and that's not always the case, right? Now, in reference to the etymology of the word, according to my knowledge and research, to be used closer to the way that we use it, I would put it somewhere around between 1200 BC to about 7 to 500 BC. When I brought up it tracing back to being called Westerners, that's that time range where you see that coming in the band.
I'm not about to wait for you. I have other shit that I have.
Which by the way is way earlier than anybody calling the continent Africa.
So you're saying in 1200 BC or 500 BC, that is when they first started calling themselves Moors.
Who is this they, bro? Like, I'm not finna keep stacking on top of these broad, vague terms. Who are the? Because you ain't finna line this up like Jenga with all these theys and thems, and then try to specifically be like you got a point, or specifically be like I'm being vague. You see, like by you having this vague smoke screen, you make it where it's real easy to make it seem like I'm the one being vague and you the one being concrete, but you giving me a wet flow to moonwalk on.
Okay, so shaking my head, but what term would you like me to use? Because I've told you, I'm East African. I was born out there. None of my people, none of the places that I'm from or the neighboring countries call themselves Moors. This is a fact. So when you are telling me, right, those Cushites, they went to Yemen. You use these terms. I never use those terms. Once again, I'm glad this is being recorded because hold on, don't cut me off because I didn't cut you off. So when we play this tape back, I love the fact that things are on record and on YouTube. We can just go back. I don't know what other term, because every time I start using a term, I feel like you feel some type of way. So once again, oh man, I hear an echo. Could somebody mute up?
I think that's Miss TJ.
Oh, okay. So, once again, I'm not here to argue with you, but in this space, in the Lions Den, Karima usually likes to get to the information, right? The real deal, Holyfield. So I'm not being vague, sir. I've already explained to you where I'm from. I'm from this area that you're talking about, and none of my people have ever said they were Moors.
Okay,
So hold on. So I just want to be clear. I'll give you the mic. Don't worry. So when you are getting caught up on these, stop saying they, stop saying them, stop saying African. I don't know what term you want me to use so I can actually have a conversation with you. It's making it very difficult.
I ain't tell you to stop saying no terms. Just specify these days and thems. That's all I ask. I'm not against no term, mad at no term, none of that.
Okay, so
I'm
when I
using them
use
too.
right, so but when I use the term that most people understand and say African, they're gonna know what I'm talking about. But then you went into this whole diatribe about the Berlin Conference and the scramble of Africa and all this other stuff. So I'm just trying to use words that everybody can understand, right? So when I talk about Africans and you're saying Cushites, we're talking about the same people, right? These are Africans. You're being specific on what African you're talking about. My question to you was, what evidence do we have that, because even now, most Africans don't.
Come on, man.
Hold
With
on.
all due respect.
Hold on.
You saying a whole lot of stuff that's truth and falsehood strangely mixed.
Okay, you'll be able to
defute it. For a question.
You'll be able to defute it. You'll be able to refute it. No problem.
I won't remember.
Write it down, brother. Write it down, because I ain't even been talking that long. You talk longer than me, and you're making me talk longer by cutting me off.
Yeah, because you could have been asked me the question instead of giving me all this extra context that ain't even all the way valid.
Just breathe for 1 second. Give me 10 seconds. I'm gonna get it off. So right now in Africa, not everybody even considers themselves Moors. So why do you believe that those Cushites call themselves Moors?
Okay, now, first off, you asked me, I've said more than once that they didn't call themselves that. You asked me a yes or no question. I said no to that. So for you to ask me that now is keep on showing you conflating stuff. Let me say that first and foremost about this loaded question. The second thing is, in reference to, I've also told you, definitely straw man arguments. I've definitely told you like more than once that the history of the people don't start with the term being given to them, right? You keep bringing up that that you people in your lifetime don't call or consider themselves such. So you're talking about from a contemporary time frame. I've told you and the other brother to be Moorish has to do with one's ancestry and their blood, not that particular terminology, right?
Okay.
So, huh?
Let me intervene for 1 minute. Let me tell y'all something. Now, I told y'all precept by precept was my walk. So I also walked in a little Hinduism for a second. Now, Moorish and Hinduism divided. And this is where Shiva comes into play. Now, wherever this, I don't know who it was, but Moorish went with Muhammad or whoever, and the other one stayed with nature, and that was the difference. Okay, so somebody followed with Muhammad, and the other one stayed with nature, and that was the difference between the Hindus and the Moors. Okay. Okay. And that was the difference in that religion. Okay.
Nah.
Okay, well, you don't have to agree, but I'm just telling you that's what I know. Okay, so somehow or another, and Sheba goes both ways because of one believes in her in one way and one believes in another. So I'm not gonna say whatever. So tomato, today, tomorrow, or whatever. So it's I forget what Marcus knows what I'm talking about, because the Muhammad or whatever had a walk, and this walk went through Hinduism, and he learned something through that walk. And that same walk is in his 14 rituals in Hinduism, but he's a Muslim, and so this part he learned in his in his walk, and this walk is in his Muslim walk, but he took it to a Hinduism walk, and he walked through this 14 rituals in Hinduism, and so this is a different thing for him, but all the same, he did it. I'm just
okay.
Saying. So you know it to be the truth, so I don't know. Either way, I'm just saying it.
They they hundreds of years in between each other, right? Like you had Hinduism going on for hundreds of years, way before Muhammad walked the earth, peace be upon him. Yeah. So it couldn't have been. So if dough number one was like 800 years after dough number two, right? There was a lot of people walking before dough number two even came to be. It was people picking and choosing, right?
Come on.
Now, if they both were there around the same time, then most people who encountered them could pick to go through one or the other.
Correct.
But now in an earlier time in history, ironically, you do have the Kushites, right? You have Kushites that came out of Southern Arabia that ended up traveling into what we would now know as India and Pakistan, right?
Correct.
Affectionately known as Hindu Kush or Indus Kush because of the Hind or Sindh river, right?
Right.
It was Kush over there. And then you have other Kushites that ended up navigating the Mediterranean,
right,
and later on spreading a Phoenician alphabet and phonetic system throughout the coast of the Mediterranean. But that was way before Mohammedanism. And actually, this part about the Kushites,
I don't know if it was Muhammad or
because see, the Kushites,
okay,
the Kushites end up so Hinduism, if we really want to most people start Hinduism with the Vedas and all that.
Yeah.
Even though the Upanishads has information way older. So in order to do that, you would have to start Hinduism with when the Aryans started coming over those Caucasus Mountains, not only fighting with the indigenous people, but conquering them and then creating a new amalgamated society, right? That's when they kicked out people that we've all heard of being called the Black Untouchables, put them into the southern regions, which ironically were the Upanishads. Sorry if I'm saying that name wrong. Most of that information came out of them same people that they kicked out and pushed in the South, but that's a whole nother story, right? The Kushites had to be there even before this inception of Hinduism as we know it.
Right.
Because those were the people that the Aryans was fighting in the first place, right? Before they could even break it down in their own ways and things of that nature. So I don't disagree with the things that he was saying happening.
Right.
I'm just saying that the time frames are kind of different. It was way before Mohammedanism hit the scene.
Right. That's what I said. I don't know if it was Muhammad or not. Right. But I'm just saying that it happened.
I will say this, though, and it's just my opinion, though. I do feel as though there was a time in Arabia when pre-Muhammadan Islam, right, which I know is a whole nother story. Pre-Muhammadan Islam was around in Arabia at a time when there was almost want to say proto-Hinduism, right? You had the Nagas, you had the serpent kings, the Nagas running around as well, right? So during that time, you could have like a door number one, door number two, where ones were going more toward the pre-Muhammadan Islamic way of looking at reality in themselves. And then you had ones going more of a Hindu Kush type of way, a different way of developing a reconnection and relationship with the same thing.
Okay, well, yeah, well, that we'll say it that way because it was one that was going with the one who had heard, and one stayed with nature, right?
Mm-hmm.
And that's the way that went, and so that's why I said Mohammedanism or Muslim, and the other one went and stayed with nature. You see, and that's what divided that.
Wait, hold on. I just looked in the chat. Buddy say you saved me from the hot seat. So let's get back to this hot seat. All right, because he I don't know what he thinking, what he doing with all these loaded questions and stuff, straw man arguments.
Yeah,
but I would love to clarify this. You know, like what the world you think he getting me out? You think you saving me from something?
No, because you're on point. Because see, I got the books. You see what I'm saying? And so they be 1 minute is like he just said I sound like something out of Wikipedia, and I don't have to be Wikipedia because the other day I don't know if I was over here or over there, but I pull out 9, 10, 11 books. You see what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
I'm the old lady. Yeah, I'm the old lady with the old library.
Nice.
So I'm not finna do it today because then I have to go over here and all these books are old books. You see what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
So I'm not gonna do that today.
Understandable.
But, right. So again, you're telling the truth. So we're not trying to prove a point, not today. We could source up, but I'd rather not. You see what I'm saying? I'm only trying to tell you.
Yeah, right. So let the brother get back to discussing with the other brother.
Go ahead.
Yeah, ask away.
No, I haven't forgot my point. I
come over here, brother, and get out the comment section, okay?
Come on down. Doing the victory lap. He like the wide receiver that get to celebrating 10 yards prior to the end zone.
Well,
and I just run up and just slap the ball out of his hand.
Because I gotta leave anyway shortly. But I want to tell y'all again, I appreciate y'all so much. This was a great build. Honestly, I'll be having a great build. I didn't myself.
Well, this is the first time that I have ever met you, and I'm happy to meet you. Great information.
Honestly, right?
Yeah, this was maybe that I remember. But I want to say thank you. Thank you for coming and thank you for giving the information, because at the end of the day, everybody is not on the same level. Sometimes when you guys get up in here and you guys get to giving information, it's okay to say, I don't know that. It's okay to say, you know what, I just now learned something new today from my brother. So I just want to say that I appreciate everybody here that was respectful, that was able to teach, because that's what I'm here for, to learn and to get, other aspects of what I know and to build on what I don't know.
That's how we all learn.
And I appreciate being able to come on the panel. And just to let y'all know, I do have a channel. I haven't been on it in a while, but my sister, Gemini, she's going to be coming up Saturday, November 2nd, and she's going to be doing corporate conversations. I also do smoking conversations, but she's going to be doing corporate conversations Saturday, having corporate conversations on business aspect, right? And so
that's my type of talk right there, corporate conversations. I got 2 businesses that I'm trying to run out here.
Okay, well, come on in on Saturday. We're going to be doing corporate conversations. We appreciate you to come on in, and we're going to have a discussion about things that's going on in the business aspect, you know, and go on from there. I don't really know the topic at this point, but we appreciate you to come on in and have this conversation, right? And it's going to be, the gang is going to be Saturday.
That's real good. That's real good. That's something that I need to hear. I got two businesses out here that I'm juggling out here in California. One of residential and commercial cleaning, and another event staffing, and just getting these contracts and getting these bids and things like that could be really, really hard for Black women. So
yes,
I'd love to participate in a conversation about corporate level and what's going on in the corporate era with our business.
Yeah. And see, we deal with all of those things, all kind of aspects, right? And so, I'm sorry. And so we deal with all of those from all kind of levels. We're gonna have she has a variety of women.
Joanna, your mic echoing.
Invited guests and whatnot on the panel, right? I'll be there as well, given my aspect from HR. But she's gonna have a variety of guests come in, and they're gonna discuss a whole lot of topics, and you know, from giving women empowerment, right? And just bringing back in, you know, verbiage and those things of what's going on, and in the woman's power in society, and bringing back empowerment, having those corporate conversations, right? Because I remember I made a phone call the other day, and immediately they put me on hold. I'm talking to an answering machine on the kiosk, and it told me to put me on hold, and it said that they appreciated me being on hold. I'm seventh in line, and said that they appreciated me being on hold, and let me know that I could do this online at WW and all this other stuff, and said, listen here, we're not gonna take no mess from you. We're not gonna listen to you if you're here to be hollering and yelling, and if you're gonna be cussing and carrying on, we're not gonna take none of that from you. We appreciate your service. You're number 2 in line. And my son said, and what you do after that? I said, I got my shit together. Hell, because somebody else I called, I forgot who it was, but I was 120 seconds online for hold. I said, shit, I got my shit together. Do you know this? And I was talking to the machine. She said, look here, she ain't got time to be playing with me. I said, 2025 ain't finna be no joke. Look here, we gotta get it together. This thing, we have to reconstruct ourselves out here. Look here, when they said they not having it, they don't got time for it, this is how bad it is. You see what I'm saying? When this boy came in here, and I don't know if I was here over at LDRI, when we saying we need to reconstruct, if they getting it to the point that they want to tell you that they want to take your choice of having kids, no, we need to start from the inside out. This fool said CPS. Yeah, we need CPS to take control of our kids. How do you need child?
CPS been killing kids and human trafficking the kids.
No, not that part. You need child protective service to take care of your kids. You are child protective service. You see what I'm saying? You don't need child protective service in your house to take care of your kids. If you can't,
they need to abolish the whole program or reconstruct the whole program for real.
Right, but not for our kids. We protect our kids. You protect your own children. You need to protect the kids out here. We not protecting ours. We go down our doors to come get our kids. There's kids out here that's coming up missing. There's something wrong here. We need to protect our kids.
they was caught doing all kind of disrespectful, scandalous stuff. We talked to a woman who said that she was human trafficked. She was human trafficked through CPS. So, that whole program needs to be revamped. They got them selling kids, abusing kids, molesting kids, all within the reach of saying that we are a state entity, so your kids are safe with us. Not to bring up my past, but several years ago, I was in jail. The CPS killed that girl, baby. She let they was protecting the baby from her, and the baby ended up dead, and they kept.
See what I'm saying?
So yeah, we don't need them to have anything to do with our children at all, but we do need some sort of program or something to help our women who feel like they can't do it by themselves, or who feel like they don't have any other choice but dealing with CPS. We need an alternative for us. Just like they have that Megan's Law, we got the Ebony Law now. It's just for black children because the Ebony children were coming up missing and weren't being put on this Megan's Law, and they weren't being looked for like these other children were looked for. So now there's a Ebony page that is looking for missing children that look like us. So I feel like really the CPS and these state entities are just that, state entities. They're going to do what these devils are doing, what these pagans are doing. That's just the bottom line. This entity, none of these programs are for us. None of them. None of these programs do us any good, including the welfare system. There's no reason that the person should be on welfare their whole life. There should be something that gives us a push to say that, you know what, this program is for a short period of time, and that's it. When they put these women on these programs, these women have more babies because they know that these programs are going to take care of their children. They don't even care about having men anymore because the children are the men. I mean, the programs are the men, excuse me. The programs is the ones that justify what you're going to do with your kids. They tell you can't spank your kids, you can't do nothing with your kids, you can't yell at your kids, or you're abusing your kids. The states are telling you how to raise your children. So I think it just needs to go back to where we're raising our children on our own. Big Mama and the man down the street, the next door neighbor is raising the children, not the communities is raising the children, not the state.
And then they're not even doing that. They letting them raise themselves.
Yeah, the system raising themselves.
Talk about
the government. Yeah, the government raising them. You know how many women don't want to work because of the Section 8 program? You know how many women don't want to work because every time they have a baby, they get the Section 8 program and they get a free check. They don't have to do anything. So it's taking the oomph to even work. You see these women, they got their booties down, but they ain't got no property. You see them dressed all up at the club, but their kids go to school with a filthy nose and a nappy head. So this is our reality. This is what we are seeing. You'll see them at the club. They got their lace front on, a new booty. They up in everybody's face, but their children can't read. This is what we're dealing with.
You know what else I can't stand that we dealing with? These
in regards to us women.
This is regarding us women. It's when they post up.
Ma'am.
When they post up these kids, right? 2, 1, maybe 3 at the most. cussing.
Yep. Or what about the little boy that's in the social media right now? He about 10 years old. He got jewelry on and a stack of money. He been with Moneybag Yo and them, the rappers. They grooming him. Yeah, look on the internet. They grooming the little boy. The little boy on the internet, he got big old jewelry. This chain so big, it's holding the boy neck down. He got a big old stack of money, right? I'm saying to myself, who is his mother? Why would the mother let these rappers put her child out there like that? This is not going to be a scholar. And they said that's where I said where the boy can't even read.
See?
But he can rap though. He could cuss. He know how to cuss like a sailor. But if you put a book in front of him and with some sentences, he doesn't know how to read paragraphs. He's just reading the words. So that's something that we need to address women about women. We don't need no man addressing it.
That's right. I agree with you 100%. But as I said, it's been awesome. It's been so awesome. Love coming over here. Peace to you all.
Peace to you too.
Happening. And I'll see you guys soon. Peace to the chat.
Okay.
As well.
Peace be with you. Shalom.
Peace. Go ahead. Yeah, I'm talking to you.
All right. How y'all doing, everybody on the panel, in the chat? Peace and love.
Peace.
I just came on to talk to Greg for a second because he said something that was a little off. And I have some questions for the brother because I see he keeps bringing it to Phoenician times. So, 1500 BCE was when you stated that the Moors, around the time 1200 to 1500 BCE was the time the Moors started talking, calling themselves Moors or whatever the term went back to then.
I trace the etymology of the term to the earliest 1200 BC. In a Phoenician language, trace back to then. I trace the term back to then.
Okay. All right. Now, so you're saying that the Phoenicians are the pre-Moors?
No, I consider them to be Moorish, right? To be Moors. No.
Bring up Hannibal also. Now,
Right.
I'm not sure if you're aware of what and see the Phoenician, even the name Phoenician was given to those people. They call themselves Canaanites. See?
As do I.
They come in that group. The Philistines come from like Lebanon. You know what I'm saying? So they were worshiping Baal at the time. And
Okay.
they had any inclination on, what a Moor was back then. And then Constantine was like, what, mid to late 200 BCE. So I don't think that they had anything to do with that, brother.
Okay. Can I ask you something? Something you said. You said. Go ahead.
Now, when we're talking about Moors in America, okay, let's just say that our brother Greg was right. Now, see, we have the African spearheads they call guanine that was made, the same way the Africans made their spearheads to kind of show that the Africans had been here. But not only that, recently they found what they call the American Stonehenge, Greg. And they found a stone it's called the Ball Stone, right?
Right.
And guess what? It lines up directly with pillars of Stonehenge, the one in New Hampshire. It's in New Hampshire. You can look it up. Salem, New Hampshire. Salem, New Hampshire, and it lines directly up with Stonehenge when it goes through its, its gate, or that and then the line to Beirut. So it's like saying that the Phoenicians, and it had the stone of Baal was there, and they're saying that this is older Stonehenge.
Right.
1500 BCE. You see what I'm saying?
Right.
So if they are Phoenicians, that is one of the things that they recently found, and that's another thing that you mentioned. I agree with you. What I've been saying this for years too. It's like any new find, like Naphtha Playa. When they found Naphtha Playa, see, they didn't have all that information. But as soon as they dig up Naphtha Playa, you know what I'm saying? Then all of a sudden, now you have to rearrange your information, and that's why science don't speak in absolutes. Because scientists don't speak in absolutes, but you have these crazy people who are crazy brothers and sisters in this community who try to.
Yeah, it's unscientific.
Yeah.
Low key. It's really like, to me, it's one of the most unscientific things we can do. Because before you could even go into a scientific method, right? You have to already prep your mind to know that you don't know what in the world could come out of these conclusions.
That's right.
You can't even make a hypothesis in order to make an educated guess. You must have already come to grips that you don't know.
Yeah.
I just wanted to camel back on what you were saying. Keep going, bro.
Well, that's all we can do is critique their theories and their hypotheses and things, and all these things. It's like an opinion. The theory is a belief, brother. It's just a belief. It starts off, and you have to have that belief in order to, push it to the community to where they're going to, accept it, and you can start doing work on it. And then, you got to do tests here, test there, test here, test there, to get to that fact that was already true in the beginning. I mean, these things are already here for you. So you mix this together, you mix that together, you get this. You know what I'm saying? You're just bumping into truths that already existed. You know what I mean? That's all it is. And a lot of their hypotheses and theories don't come true. They're not right. But, like I said, when you go to the doctor, they tell you, if you don't like what the first doctor says, what do? You get a second opinion. You understand? And see, they're not diagnosing you and saying, you got this. They're using the symptoms that are around the area that you're in to say, okay, well, it could be this, it could be that, it could be this. And, and then they give you medicine.
Right.
What they think it is. See?
Agreed. That's why it's better to me, it's better to measure degrees of plausibility, right? Greater than and less than. This is more plausible or could be more realistic based on this, or this. This is less plausible and less realistic based on that, and that. And we'll be more reasonable and have a less chance of becoming dogmatic with what we think we know and possibly shut out the light of new information.
Yeah, get cognitive dissonance because it goes so far over your belief system that you shut down and start blaming the person who's telling you the honest to God's truth. Right?
And that's when we stop learning. That's the moment we stop learning and therefore stop growing.
Yeah. That's what I say, I mean, I don't like to waste my time. I really don't like dealing with a whole bunch of other phonies. That's why you don't see me on some of the bigger platforms. I mean, I've had the opportunity to go on there. I've been offered, but I said no because I'm not dealing with the BS and the craziness that goes on in the man fanning. You got to, I've heard grown men, like I've said before, Kareem and them, they've all heard me say it. Grown men all allow other men to tell them where they can't go, who they should be watching. Oh, you over there watching him? Well, I'm going to block you. You better not go over there and watch him because what? And I'm 55 years old, man. Please, nigga, please. I go where I want, I do what I want, and I ain't got time to lie to you. So when I'm telling you something, you do your research and you can find out where I'm coming from. You know what I'm saying? On the things that I do know, the things that God has given me because I'm just a vessel. I ain't worthy of none of this. So I ain't promoting myself to be any type of Superman, but you ain't gonna steal the stuff that I bring into the community. Ask Kareem and them. I'll do a presentation, and the next thing you know, it's over there on Side Netters, and they trying to regurgitate it like they know. Just found out about it yesterday. I got videos where I've been talking about this for years, Greg. Stuff like this. You know what I'm saying? So, but, you know, I appreciate being able to talk to you. And like I said, you know, I mean, if you're right about that Phoenician thing, look up the Salem, New Hampshire, you know, what is it called again, over there in England? Stonehenge, the American Stonehenge story.
Right. That's real interesting because, you know, Druids, they are traces of what we would, I guess, commonly now call North African and West Middle Eastern cross-cultural connections with the Druids as well. A lot of them. It's a lot of African connections with the Druids who made Stonehenge. So that's quite interesting.
See, and look, you got them spearheads here in America too. They were African. Then you had Columbus saying that he ran into looked like what was African. He couldn't tell because you know what I'm saying. The map call it India. They don't even know the continent exists. They gonna call it India. You know.
Yeah.
They call us Indians because they think they landed in India and they retarded. But see, and you know, the Columbus in writings, he says that he ran into people who looked like they were African and said that they was on, you know, like basically coming from South America.
Yeah, and they studied that them gold spears and stuff that he sent back to Spain, right? Not too long ago, I think a couple years ago. And the metallurgy, right? The metallic combination definitely came from the mines of Mali. So how did the indigenous people of that island give Columbus and them gold spears where the gold came from Mali if there was not no cross-cultural connections and interactions and exchanges going on?
Well, look up guanine. Guanine is the name of the spearhead. That's the type of metal that they said it was. Guanine, G-U.
Okay.
A-N-I-N-E. You know, guanine spear tips. You know, from Africa, they found in America. But yeah.
Spell that one more time for me, bro.
Beat you up too bad. I see we got NACFA in the way he wants to get it. He's asking for the link. He's liking it. He's liking it to be. He wants to jump up here and do some things. But I appreciate y'all for letting me on and keep your head high and your grass low.
He said, "Say that name one more time." He said, "Say that name one more time and spell it."
Guanine.
So that's G-U-A-N or something?
Yes, something like that. You know what I'm saying? And also had ancient African spear tips found in America.
Okay, bat them up. I definitely will.
Okay.
All right.
Appreciate
you. Like I said, thank you, Karima, for calling. My sister Karima is always putting out some serious information. I appreciate all you knowledgeable people up here on the panel sharing your point of views. And keep your head high and your grass low and stop lying to my people. And I love y'all. Peace.
Peace.
Apollo, you got a question? You taking questions?
Yeah, somebody got a question for me? Or you asked me, do I got a question for somebody?
Yeah, Scotty Money got a question for you.
Yeah. I had a question for you, family. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay. Remember we had talked
breaking up.
Can you still hear me? Hello?
Yeah.
Okay. How about now? I'm coming in.
Yep.
Okay. Before our brother JJ started selling watermelons, you know, we had a conversation about, you had said, and I want to see if you still believe it, that the companions of the prophet went through Egypt first and then down to East Africa. Do you still hold to that belief?
That's not what I said. I said that Islam came from the top before the companions came into Africa from the bottom through the Yemen way. That's what I said. I said Egypt. I said Islam came through Egypt before the companions made their trip.
Okay. Okay. Well, I'm glad we cleared that up because that's not what we had said before. Because we even got into contention about the date that I gave you, 610. And you said that was wrong as well. But I'm glad you don't, not believing that no more. So
No, we can still have our debate. You know what I mean? I'm just clarifying. Maybe you didn't understand what was being said, but you said that the companion and you said Muhammad's companions brought Islam to Africa. That was your stance, and I said no, they didn't.
No, I never brought that up. You did. I never said that they brought
you
Islam.
only started talking about the companion because I never would have even mentioned them.
Nah, because the whole issue was you had said that the Moors, right? Going back to this word Moor, you had said that the Moors were the first to bring this into Africa, and then we got into the companions after that. And I asked you,
what's your stance? I said Moors, so you say who you thought brought Islam into Africa.
Well, at that time, they didn't call themselves Moors. Once again, going back to what I was saying earlier before my phone died, we keep putting these labels on individuals during. One second. One second.
You keep on doing this, and this is why it gets confusing. Say your name and then give your expound on what you think. And like if you do this every time, this is how I could get confused. Just say who you think and then expound on whatever you want to expound on. I said Moors, and then who you saying?
Once again, you got to hear somebody out before you. Okay, go ahead. I'll let you speak.
I'm asking you, what is the name that you're calling them?
All right, you done talking? Because I don't want to cut you off.
All right, go ahead.
If the Moors didn't bring it, who brought it?
Man, here we go.
Just say the
I'll
name.
I'll let the next person.
With saying because you want to say everything but the name who you think they are.
Once again, when I start talking, I need y'all to show the same respect and decorum when y'all talking. I don't talk when y'all talking. So let me finish my thought. Once again, chronological order of a conversation. If you come out and say that the Moors, then you are already inserting this term into there. All I said is after I heard that, I asked you, did they call themselves Moors? We established they didn't call themselves Moors. That's where we keep getting lost in translation, and y'all keep saying, well, why don't you say something else? It's not about me. If you're creating the narrative that this is actual factual, and somebody asks you, did they well in fact call themselves that, and the answer is no, then we should just move on.
No,
it's
that's
not
your
why.
Why is that?
First I can answer that question, no problem.
Brother,
I got two people
why
I'm
should we
talking
move
to.
on if we talking
I'm
about
talking to two different people.
We're not moving on. At the end of the day,
see, I'm talking to two different people. I'm talking to two different people at the same time, and this is how it gets
Let's
confusing.
understand where the confusion's coming on. You said all of these words, but have yet to name the people who you're saying.
Totally. Totally.
Once again, okay. So now you talking. Go ahead. I'll let you talk.
Okay, no. I'm saying when I'm talking, I'm gonna talk, right? And I asked you a question. Like if you ask me a question, I'm gonna give the answer. And if I got some more to say, I'll expound on it, right? I'm saying Moors. If you say no, not Moors, then you gotta have somebody to replace it with. You can't just make the stance and say, nah, they ain't Moors, but you don't know who they are. So if you want to say who you think they are, we keep giving you the floor to say who you think they are. You want to say everything but we don't talk about what I'm saying. You say who you think they are. Talk on what your stance is.
I think he's apprehensive, bro, because he doesn't want to say a name of a people, and then we'd be like, they were Moors too, and he'd be like, no, they're not, because they didn't call themselves that, and then we'd be like, well, it's a generic term, like it wasn't just for just one group of people.
Bro. You can't say it's not something without saying it is something else
on everything. But what he's gonna end up doing is naming some people that were Moorish.
I don't think he knows. So I just want to hear him say who he think it is. Because before he tried to say the companion, and I was like, if that's what you want to do, I'll take that debate any day.
Let the man answer your question. Let him answer your question.
Go ahead, answer the question, brother.
First of all, thank you for allowing me to speak. Once again, if I say basketball was started in Nigeria, then that I am taking that stance. When you said Moors out of Middle East were ones that brought Islam to Africa, regardless of what part of Africa, all I ask is show and prove that they called themselves Moors at that time. If they did not call themselves Moors, then why are you saying Moor? They won't even give that title. And then to double down on it, I even told y'all, I was born in East Africa. We do not use the term Moor, but for some reason, everybody, the two. Okay, see, there we go again.
Yeah, because
you can talk. I'll listen. Go ahead.
No doubt. So go ahead and listen. You don't want to answer the question, right? And then now, because you is claiming this East African, right? We could look up when Africa started getting sliced up and calling East and West and all, right? So at this point, somebody, because before you're who you saying you are, right? The ancient people of that area depicting themselves they drew themselves in color to show what they look like, right? And I'm saying that if we go back to any of the ancient the depictions of what the people from where you're saying East Africa, right? That's basically right above Southern Africa, right to the side. It used to be Southern Africa until they came with this East stuff. But I'm saying that those people from that area, right, were depicted in the complexion. Do you fit the complexion of the people that was depicted there anciently?
I'm from there. Of course, I would look like the people of ancient times.
I asked you, do you fit the description of how what they look? Because you're asking me, did they call themselves this back? And I'm saying, okay, I'll answer that question. But here's a question for you. When you look in the mirror, do you look like the people that they was the way that they was describing themselves in the ancient look?
What? Okay. Once again, the answer would be yes. And also, the depiction is not one. Hold on. Okay. Every time y'all talk, I let y'all listen, or I listen.
Yeah, because you like
talking
to talk all around and you don't be straight with your answers, bro. No, you be trying to talk all around in a way where somebody can't tell exactly what you're saying because you won't say what you mean and mean what you say. So if you was doing that, it would be clear to what you are saying. But every time you get the mic, you say you're not even saying you in your head. You think you're saying smart stuff. So over on this side, we're like, bro, you're babbling.
Listen, from where I'm sitting, all I'm hearing is one person talking. I'm trying to get the both sides of the argument, but I can't because you're not allowing the man to speak and voice his opinion. So please let him voice his opinion. You know, whatever it is he's saying.
Exactly. Now you're saying that you want to hear, but you gonna sit here and act like you not hearing me saying what he's doing. So at the point that he start talking and start doing what I'm claiming that he's doing, you're saying you want to hear him do this. I'm saying nobody want to hear him babble. So we gonna see if he's saying anything when it's his turn to talk, or is he just talking around in circles?
And segue back to what he think he know already. That's all he doing is segueing back to stuff that he think is that he think he know.
Let him go.
He right. Even if that's what he doing, let him get a chance to do it. Okay, and let us hear it.
Go ahead.
Fairly.
Yeah, it's a conversation.
This is a one-sided conversation, but I appreciate you, brother, for stepping in when you tried to. This is, once again, I was born in East Africa. Okay. Nobody in East Africa was saying that they are right now more and in ancient times. This is a tongue that is spoken in one of the locations in East Africa. And no, we're never going to find the term more. All right. When the brother said about the Moors, my question was simple. If these individuals, right, that he's talking about, never called themselves Moors during the time we are looking into history, at that point, they never called themselves Moors. Why are we putting this term Moor on them? It just doesn't make sense. If the people aren't calling themselves that, now later on, people are saying, hey, well, they're Moors because of whatever we feel. That just doesn't hold up in court at all, one bit. I still got that. Okay, go ahead, man. Go ahead. You can't.
Can I briefly respond to that?
Please, just let me get in real quick, brother. I just want to say a couple words, right? Once again, right, we gave him the floor to say what he wanted to say, right? So he backtracked on the fact that he's trying to say that he hasn't gave us no time, right? He's not saying from this time to this time they weren't calling themselves Moors. He's not even coming up with the they part to say who they are. When we say they're Moors, who is he talking about? I'm saying who I'm talking about, right? We have not yet to know who he is saying who he's talking about. So it would be way easier to understand this if we knew who he was talking about. But he won't say who he's talking about because he doesn't have nobody to talk about. He only can talk about the people who we're going to. When
That's
he
what
when
you're
his
doing
turn to
is not fair.
go ahead, brother.
Let him respond, though, bro.
Hold on. I heard what he's saying, but listen, the guy cannot speak without you know what I'm saying, you saying something every 2 seconds.
No.
He just got his roll out, bro.
No, hell no. We gave him his time.
Got his roll out.
Did you just not listen to what he said? You
just got it out.
And then he got his time to talk. And he said his little thing. And now I'm responding to the thing that he said because he still ain't said his name of who he's talking about yet.
Brother. Yeah, he is. He's responding to what he's saying. So give him breathing room. I don't. Something must have happened where you didn't hear him. But good time.
Well, did you hear it? Could you tell me the name he said? Because I didn't hear it. I'm sorry.
But he doesn't have to. He told you before.
Listen. Let the brother respond. Okay? Let him respond to him. Okay? Thank you.
Okay.
Go ahead, Morris. Apollo, go.
My fault. I just was saying this, right? Because I'm giving a name, I'm giving a people, right? If you want to dispute that, that's cool, right? I have no problem. People dispute it all the time. But if you're going to dispute it, just tell me who you think it is. So then I could dispute that and say, well, no, it's not them neither. So you can't just be all trying to point the finger and then now you don't want to come with a replacement of saying or correct, or at least correct me. Right? If you want to correct me all the way, right? Tell me it's not that and it's this, right? And then I could be able to look up what you're saying and say, nah, brother, it's not that, it's this. We both could be wrong. How about that? Right? But we can't figure that out until you say who you think it is, right? And then now I'm addressing the question that I asked you when I said, when you look in the mirror, do you reflect into these, because you not, right? I'm saying that you migrated to the area. You calling yourself East African, but you not from East Africa. Your peoples migrated there. So of course your peoples wouldn't be calling yourself Moors because you not from there, right? I'm saying when we trace you all the way back, like how we're tracing them, I'm saying you don't go to the description of the ancient peoples that was there before your peoples migrated there, however long y'all been there, right? And I'm saying that since you are a migrant and you're not even really from Africa, you migrated into Africa, to be telling Africans what name we go by is ridiculous, right? And even though you're calling yourself East African because you're born there, you don't got the blood of an East African. I'm saying it. I can hear it in your voice without even looking at you. That's why I said when you look in the mirror, are the people who you're calling yourself, because they drew themselves on the wall, and you can't come around later, colonizer guy, and start trying to name names and call places when they already said what they look like, right? We're not going to play them games. So if you don't look like the ancient people that's from there, then you can't speak on what they said and what they didn't say, right? And that goes back to what I'm saying about people about Moors. People who ain't Moors always got so much to say about Moors. Could we know what you are, right? Because it seems like y'all don't do no knowledge on. I ask a person, but what is you? They can't never tell me what they are. They can tell me about Moors, but they don't know who they are. So I'm asking you who you are and where you come from originally, not the migration. You,
Mr. Moore, man, let me just say this, man, because you just said a lot.
I wasn't even talking to you. I'm talking to the same person that I was talking to before. He needs.
Yo, hold on, brother. Let me just ask the question, right? Because you've been saying a lot. The man is just asking you. He was just saying a simple thing. He said before they were called Moors.
You sound like you from.
They were called Moors.
You sound like you from Europe or something. I don't know. You got a whole other accent.
Let them fly, Mo. Let them try to revitalize that question he had, and then let me speak on this loaded question here.
Y'all know what? Go ahead. Y'all got the floor, because y'all not gonna make no sense at the end of the day. You're not gonna say nothing with no. So go ahead.
All right, so now I can finally talk. You see how I was quiet the whole time y'all was speaking? This is called decorum. Number one, you should never assume for you to tell me I'm not from there, that I don't have the bloodline, all because of what? A small 30-second interaction via social media. That is a stretch, to say the least. That is a flagrant, that's a technical. And then see, you can't even wait to. Oh my God, you can't do it.
You act like man, you ain't talk Irish. You go back and check
Hey, hold your breath, brother.
So don't act like
bro, you gotta hold your breath for 2 seconds, bro. You keep doing this shit. Hey, homie, you keep doing this shit. Stop doing this shit, bro.
Let them rock, man.
Yeah, hello. I'm muting because I'm trying to talk. Okay. But yeah, let the brother get it in, because you said what you said, and let him get it in, and then you can rebuttal whatever, but don't stop it, because this is a long process, and it's not fair that you said what you said and he can't get it in. So let him say what he have to say. Even if you disagree, he's saying something that's wrong, correct him. Like, give him an opportunity. Go ahead.
All right, thank you, Sister Karima. Thank you, Sister Karima. So once again, ladies and gentlemen, be wary of those that think they know everything. A fool says he knows everything. A wise man knows nothing. Okay, so this man proceeded to tell me and all of you that he knows who I am, never met me in my life, a day in his life, and then begun to give an explanation about the human genome, right? About my DNA, all from a 30-second conversation over the social media. This is the problem of people today. They have a huge ego and they don't say nothing, right? That was a huge mistake to claim you know me. Second, you asked me, do you look like how they depicted themselves? And before I can even tell you that there is not one way an African actually looks, it's the most diverse continent on earth of people. So you're going to have a lighter melanated person, a heavier melanated person. My brother, blood brother, same parents, has a lighter melanation than I do. All right. His complexion is a lot lighter than me. So when you asked the question and I simply gave you the answer, I said, and I even spoke in the language too, because then you doubled down, tripled down, said, you know what? Y'all not even from there. Y'all not Africans. You are not an African. Never even asked me if I was an African, but jumped to the conclusion that I'm not African. But yet I'm the only one speaking. And that is one of the original African tongues. And it also has the click language in there too, if you knew your history about Africa. So what I'm hearing is, I would probably gather, I'll put my bottom dollar that you've never even been to East Africa. And as far as your other claim, well, I am not African because of how I sound. One's person's sound does not indicate exactly that he is not from a certain place. I've already said this and prefaced this. I was raised in the Bay. That still makes me an African. Just because I talk this way, I could easily switch it up and but you wouldn't understand that. Nobody on stage would understand that. But I guarantee you get some East Africans and they will understand that. So let's stop doing these weird ad hominems. Let's stop doing these weird, I think I'm smarter because I use certain words. No, brother, you haven't even taken a trip to Africa. This whole conversation started because you made a point to say that Moors took a certain route out of the Middle East and into Africa. And I asked you, just like I asked the brother earlier, because he used the word Moor pertaining to Kushite people. And that's a very vague term. But I asked, did those people call themselves Moors? We find out they never called themselves Moors during the time you guys keep going in history. So if they didn't call themselves Moors, why are you putting that label onto them during that time in history? And I use the mic.
Okay, could I respond to some of this, man?
Yeah, I no doubt, brother. I just want to say that we talked on the phone, and we talked before, you know what I mean, for a couple hours. And if we could always, because it was recorded, we could go back and check. He said his peoples migrated from Yemen over to Africa. That was what he originally said. So that's the reason why I'm saying this to him, because he said his people came from Yemen. So at the end of the day, if you could stand on whatever you want to stand on, brother, but I'm gonna let the other brother talk.
Okay. Now that make a whole lot of sense too. So I see I see. So he feel like some of the things that I said in reference to it was, I guess, in his eyesight, trying to superimpose Moorish history and a Moorish identity on quote unquote his people. All right. Okay, I get it. So look, you keep saying that your people in East Africa, quote unquote, never called themselves Moors and were never called Moors either. All right. You have this big blank as if for as long as your people were there, or as long as people were there, they were never called Moors. So why are we calling them that? All right. You've used an example of you not calling yourself that and not hearing other people call themselves that in your lifetime. That's what you've used. What I'm trying to figure out is, since you said we all know that they never called themselves that, who are the they that never called themselves that? What's their tribe and where are they from? Like, could it get some type of specific? Because again, you the they and them master. It is like you doing what you do again. You like I suspected earlier that you get this vague smoke screen with all these theys and thems, and then make it seem like we are just being vague and not saying nothing concrete. And as if you have some type of specific nature to what you're saying. So what group of people, where are they from, that you say has never called themselves Moors nor been called Moors in East Africa?
You see, that's the same question
All
I was
right.
asking you in the beginning, and you was faffling around, giving me all these things about Hausa and the Fuller and all these things. But now you're asking the brother the same question. Yo, what are you trying to do? What are you just arguing for arguing's sake, or are you
backed away repeatedly? So I don't know
why
if
don't
you
you
feel
just
like
let
the
him
brother
finish his thought?
had a better angle than you tried to throw or something. So you trying to help him? Like, cause it's like, I don't know, some us against them type. Like we playing spades right
No,
now.
who's
So
they? Hold on. Don't use pronouns. Who's they? This
you
is the
and
weirdest
bro,
conversation. All right, so
you and bro.
let me address your question, right? Once again,
Okay.
I really need y'all to pay attention to the words y'all, you and the other dude are using. I'm being very specific. You asked me again, who are the they that didn't say they are Moors? We already established these. You said they were.
No, bro,
Hold on,
no.
let me fit. Yo,
That's
you
not
gotta
what I
at
just
least let me
asked
get.
you.
Oh my God.
So you gonna try to answer the question I asked you an hour ago instead of the
Sir,
one I just asked you now?
sir, wait your turn, and then I was listening to you. Y'all gotta really have some kind of self control. I feel bad, man. Like you can't even have a conversation.
Man, you
So
need to have
once
some
again,
contextual control.
okay, no problem. Now I'm gonna speak. All right, you just listen for 30 seconds. So when we established, you had said in the beginning that Cushites went into Yemen, right? And they called themselves Moors. And I asked you at the time that these Cushites went into Yemen, did they call themselves Moors? You finally said no, they didn't call themselves Moors, but their children called themselves Moors.
Okay,
And I
so
asked you, hold on, I'm not good, Lord.
cause you lining up lies though, bro.
Okay,
You
well,
lining
write
up
them
lies.
down just
Look,
like I
right?
wrote
I
your
asked
lies
you.
down.
Look, hold on. I'm
This
sorry,
dude,
bro.
hey,
I'm sorry, bro,
you
but hold
gotta
on.
have some
Listen to me.
kind of
Hold on. No, hold
decorum,
on,
bro.
bro. I asked
You
you
gotta act your age,
what
brother, for
group of
real.
people and where they come from in East Africa that you
We just
claim
talked
has never
about
been. Hold
Kushites.
on, now, bro, because you keep on playing, man. You sideways moonwalking like Usher. This my thing. I asked you, who are these groups of people that you say we all know and never called themselves Moors, never been called Moors? You claim to respond to that question, but then kick it off talking about what I said, which is completely out of context because I never said who these group of people that you claim to be a part of that reside in East Africa that has never called themselves Moors and never been called Moors. I ain't said nothing about you speaking on that because I don't know nothing about it because that's your history, right? I just asked you to be specific. Who are these people you talking about? And you come right in talking about what you said these people, and then you lying about what I said. I said that Morlib was the name of the capital of ancient Shaba or Sheba, which you should know since where you come from, right? So I'm asking you, bro, and anything you say to me, I ain't gonna cut you off whether you do it or not. I just want the people to hear this. Anything that this man says to me that's not pertaining to who this group of people is that he claimed to come from and where they come from, who allegedly has never been called Moors and never called themselves Moors. Let's see if anything he says is pertaining to that, or is he just gonna segue shuffle back into what he been steady constantly saying and turning what I said in the past into what he wanted to be.
All right, I think you finished talking. Now I'm gonna start to speak. Hopefully, I can finish before it goes left. Once again, the contention, right? We started off because of what you said. If it is started off of what you said, we need to follow chronological order. You said Cushites, right? Now, do we need to understand and a breakdown of maybe what Cushites mean? That would be another conversation. But you had said, and it's recorded, we could play it back. And then just real quick to Apollo, I didn't say that. I got $1,000. This is on record. I got $1,000. Pull the tape up because I didn't say what you just said. Now, going back to you, sir. When you said Cushites, it gives a general understanding, especially for myself that's from this area, who you are talking about. But within Cushites, right? Because at one time, people would say all of Nubia or all of Sudan, Cushites. So there's so many tribes, but you said Cushites went into Yemen and they call themselves Moors. We already established that they did not call themselves Moors at that time. So my issue was, why are we talking about a time for a title that they never gave themselves during that time? This is very simple, it's elementary. Now, you are trying to take this conversation and say, well, who are your people? Once again, if you are so astute about this part of the world, when I gave you ample time, right? I started talking. This is a native tongue. You didn't even know that tongue. But yet you're sitting there telling me he ain't say his people. We know because he ain't from there. Wow, I gave you a huge clue. A huge, huge clue. But it shows me that you don't know. Truly, truly, truly don't know about East Africa. Okay. And on top of that, I'm going to stick to my to my premise again. All right. I'm going to stick to this other point. Not even now do you find people in East Africa, right, that are saying we are Moors. So in modern time right now, you're not finding anybody saying they're Moors. And then in ancient time, during the time you had brought up, and the other brother had brought up, they didn't call themselves Moors. But here comes some Johnny come latelys talking about a place y'all not even, have you ever even been to East Africa? I doubt you've been to East Africa. So how can you come from a point of expert or educating us? You've never been to this place. You can't even understand any of the languages because I've spoken in the language. And then you're going to tell, and then your partner was beginning to tell people that I'm not even from Africa. These are some wild claims that I'm hearing. So just be careful about saying this word more and attributing it to a certain time in history and saying these people call themselves that. If you want to say that they are Moors because that's how you feel, no problem. But when we look in history, we can clearly see they did not call themselves Moors. I yield the mic.
Okay, so first off, man, your notion that people aren't Moors unless people call them Moors is false. The people predate the terminology. That should be simple. First off. Second, you keep on flip-flopping, which is another reason why I'm glad this is live and recorded. 1 minute you say that I say that the Kushites that inhabited Asia kicked off civilizations in Asia called themselves Moors. Several times you've said that. Other times you said that I haven't. One time you said that I started off saying that, and then I eventually got around to saying, no, when the first time you asked me that those in that period, which were the first group of people that went over there and started a civilization over there, did they call themselves Moors? I said no. The very first time. But you keep on running it back as if at one point I say, yeah, they called themselves Moors right there. And then I came back, well, no, they didn't say it was them. They kids started saying it later, like somebody backtracking or something, which isn't the case. Because again, all this stuff is recorded though. I want everybody to realize that that man still said nothing about who these people are, who he claims has never been called Moors. Another way he tried to backtrack is to now have two different pockets of history. When I say the original Kushites inhabited, and then now in modern day times. The last time he just got to speaking, he said those two, I almost want to say beginning and ending periods of this special group of people did not call themselves Moors, and is conflating that to the duration of their existence not being called Moors and not calling themselves Moors at all. It's little slick stuff like that that people do when they have an overconfidence that how they see things must be the end all be all. They just slip stuff in there as if it's just as valid as the things that they saying that are valid. But I just want everybody to hear, first off, I didn't say the things the way that he said at all. Secondly, he keeps bobbing and weaving around everything that's definitively asked of him. He still won't say who these people are he's talking about. He's mixing and matching things that are said in order to fit his perspective, even though he's not the one that's saying these things. So I'm going to ask you again and see if you do the same segue shuffle and get back to highlighting how you see things. Who are these people that you claim you're from in East Africa who has never been called Moors and never called themselves Moors? That's a simple question for you.
All right. So I'm gonna answer that question just so people can get an understanding. Do you remember why I jumped on stage? Yes or no? This is
Now,
still
I
my
would
time,
rather
but I
not
just want
say
to.
nothing until you're through, so you don't whine about it and then
No
go
problem.
ad
No
hominem
problem.
before getting back to what you
No,
got to say.
no problem. All right. So, ladies and gentlemen, people of the court, it's a chronological order to anything in life, right? This brother, the other sister that was here, there was two other sisters. They were having a conversation. I came on stage and I said, "Hey, what's going on? What's the build about?" Said about Moors. I said, "Oh, okay, the Moors history, cool." So I asked, how far does the term Moorish history go back? Like Moors history, how far back does it go? Then this brother said it goes back to Cushites going into Yemen. So I asked him at that point, since he brought up the term Cushites, then I asked him chronological order, sequence of events. I asked the brother at that time, did they call themselves Moors? The brother, after 20 minutes, finally decided to concede and say, no, they didn't call themselves Moors, but their children did. And so I asked, well, what is the gap, right? Because now, if we're talking about Cushites, he's gonna try to tell you Sudan area, Cushites, Kush. So my question was to him simple. Once again, did those Cushites that you talked about earlier, and if you say I didn't say Cushites, we can play back the tape. Let's just say Africans. Did those Africans at the time they went into Yemen, right? Because you brought up Sabaean, did they call themselves Moors at that time? Yes or no? Or when did Africans, and I don't want you to get hung up on the word African and start saying what you said earlier, oh, well, that's a term that was used during the African scramble and yada, yada, yada in the Berlin Conference. You know what I mean when I say Africans. So I'm asking again, when in history, right, do you remember the first time that these East Africans, because Kush is on the eastern part, that these East Africans decided to call themselves Moors? When? That's my only question. When did these Africans decide to call themselves Moors?
So, ladies and gentlemen, once again, he done did the segue shuffle, back reiterating what he had already said that he had so much confidence in, remixing and slightly reverbing what I said, right? To try to make it misrepresent what I said to make it easier to attack, make it sound less credible. And then ask me a question, still all the while not answering what was asked. See, now I'm not going to try to make it okay for me getting frustrated and cutting bro off, for anybody else getting frustrated and cutting bro off, because no matter how frustrating he may be or anybody else, we should still control ourselves to at least to the point of how we would want somebody to control themselves, right? So I ain't gonna try to justify it or nothing. But can the people understand how frustrating it is to consistently ask this man something and he just go ad hominem, regurgitate what in the world he said, straw man what you said, ask questions that you already answered, and just keep on circling around while all along not standing on anything besides not agreeing with you?
All right, he stopped talking. So yeah, when did they call themselves Moors? It's a simple question. If you don't know, it's okay. But when we start using history, like when Cushites went into Yemen, that is a time in history that we can all go back to. And I asked you, when did they call themselves Moors? It's a simple question. So it's a little it's a little confusing, right? When you start talking about, well, Kushites went into Yemen and this and that. That is a certain time in history. Once again, when did they call themselves Moors?
Okay, so you conflating my answers. You asked me several different things. Like with that, when you keep on bringing up about ones coming from the other side, I would say the western side of the Red Sea into Yemen. I answered specifically to a specific question. And you keep on, it seems like you keep trying to superimpose this notion that the people who encompass Moorish roots, Moorish ancestry, and who are the progenitor of Moors in the future, like they did not exist until they started to commonly call themselves Moors. And you keep using this and standing on this. This is like the backbone of everything you got to say. So I'm going to say this. The history predates the usage of the term. And you can keep thinking that you say, well, I don't see us calling ourselves. I don't see them calling themselves Moors, so they weren't Moors all you want to. But that still doesn't change the fact that the identity of those people is not predicated on a generic term that was used later on to encompass more than one group of people that share a common ancestry. Your whole backbone flawed, bro. And ain't no way in the world I'm going to engage in it as if it's valid when it's based off of fallacy of logic.
All right, so I don't understand how you can say the history predates the people. One second.
The term, not the people, the term.
Right, I hear you. The term. You're saying the term. Hold on, I'm talking. Hold on. I was quiet when y'all was talking.
In a way where we keep trying to answer your questions, but you're not answering none of our questions. That's where the frustration is coming in at, because once again, our brother just tried to answer your question for the third time, but you want him to say it in a different way. He keep telling you what his answer is, right? He answered your question, but at the end of the day, you're not answering no questions. You keep asking them, and but you're not answering them. So why do you think you deserve an answer to a question when we keep asking you a question and you get to do this little dance around thing and then acting like we getting emotional because you doing this?
Because I'm talking with one person, you jumping in. You are the
what's going on, brother. Don't ask no questions. Say what you want to say, but don't ask no questions because you ain't answering nothing.
I'm saying, bro, you still won't tell us who this group of people is that you claim to identify with that's never been called Moors and never called themselves Moors. Who are they?
And we don't speak East African. Like everybody in East African can't understand your language, right? It's not no universal East African language. So don't try to say it in your native tongue and then act like, oh, I just said it. No, say it in English how you've been talking to us the whole time so we can look it up.
Yeah, because we're going to find them calling themselves and others calling them Moors at some period of time.
All right, so show me in history where Eritreans called themselves Moors.
Eritreans? Oh, you Eritrean? Wait a minute, you Eritrean?
No,
and you got all this smoke for the Moors?
I just asked you a question, and now you asking two different questions.
You didn't ask a question. You made a challenge. What? I'm typing it up right now. You just made it a couple seconds ago.
No, I said, when in history did the Eritreans call themselves? Oh, man.
I'm listening to you, man.
Okay, so then let me finish. When did Eritreans call themselves Moors?
I'm about to go find it, so don't think the mic dropped.
It's okay. I didn't say nothing.
Hey, it sounds to me like you guys are fighting a losing battle, man. Hey, the way back is so long. I can't see you making it.
I'm looking this up. Could you turn your camera on so we can see what you look like? So we can see if you look like any of the people that you saying that you is.
Hey, you was right, brother. They are losing a battle they ain't gonna be able to win.
You just throwing names out there. We want to see if you match the pictures. That's like me saying I'm Latino and then I turn my camera on and I'm a straight African. Yeah, nah, we not playing them games. Turn your camera on so we can see if you look like the people who you saying you is.
How you winning though?
People that's Egyptian right now that'll look me in my face and say they're Egyptian. They don't look nothing like the ancestors, right? I could go to Morocco and there'll be some pale-faced Moroccan look me in my face and tell me I'm not Moroccan and they is. Nah, we not playing these games. Is you a pilgrim or Indian? We want to know.
Mr. L, let me know when you find that information. I'll be waiting for you.
Yeah, so Eritreans have a diverse blend.
No, not have. I asked
I'm
you,
not.
when
This
did
ain't got nothing to do with
Eritreans
what you
call
said, bro.
themselves?
This ain't got
Yeah,
nothing to
you
do
were
with what you
looking up.
said.
Hold on, you was looking up because
I'm
of
not
what I
even.
said.
I know what I was. I'm still looking it up, but I'm saying something to bro in reference to what I already know. You see what I'm saying? But go ahead, man. Just go ahead and do you, man. You like to presume a lot, right? And I ain't even surprised. So you
Whenever
just
you
go
get the
ahead.
information, you just let us know when they said they were Moors. We'll wait.
Okay, but I was saying something to bro in reference to what he just said. Do you comprende? Any which way, y'all go ahead. While I'll be back then.
Man, this is funny, man. I've never seen a couple guys struggle so badly, man.
Hey, bro, what is you? British accent, dude. What is you?
Cause man, this the same. You was just super quiet an hour and a half ago, man.
What is you, bro? Cause you saying like you knew about Moors and all that. What is you? You don't know what you are, brother, with the British accent. Now he don't want to say that.
Me? Are you talking to me?
you.
Yeah, what you want to know?
What is your ethnic nationality or background?
I'm African.
All right, what kind? Come on, bro. There's 54 countries in African. Which one is you?
I'm West African.
Which one? Which country?
The most genetically diverse place in the world. Wow, that's
which type of West
so
African
specific.
Hey, allow me to have some fun with this dude for a minute, man, please.
All right.
I'm from Ghana. I'm from Ghana.
You from Ghana? What part?
From Ghana.
My brother got a baby's mom from Ghana. What part you from?
Kumasi.
Oh yeah.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Oh, so you got some Gowana Berber in you, huh?
Hey, yeah.
Now play with me like you don't know what I mean.
Hey, yeah. So you hey, yeah.
See, that's why your friend don't want to do that. You see what I'm saying? That's why your homie don't want to do that.
Right?
Hey, he's got you guys on the ropes, man.
For real?
Yeah, but do you have Gowana Berber in you or not?
No.
You have no Gowana in you?
He said he's from Ghana. He said he's from Ghana, not Gowana. I don't know.
The Gowana Berbers are one of the founding tribes of Ghana. What are y'all talking about?
It's not Gowana. No, I don't know where you got Gowana from.
Man, if I'm saying it wrong, type it out.
You must be
and figure out the pronunciation. Now y'all want to appeal to grammar like, oh, he's not saying it right. Anyway, the Gowana Berbers are one of the founding tribes of modern day, present day, and contemporary Ghana as we know it. A part of why the name is like that. A part of the name coming into being like that is a national umbrella of a few tribes put together, come from some Berbers. Berbers that look like you, bro. Not the ones that you see brown washed and whitewashed in contemporary times.
Greg, you see, one thing I do like about you is the way you assert yourself, but you do assert yourself very, very wrongly.
So who are the Gowana Berbers then, bro? Educate me on the Gowana Berbers and their historical input on
I
Ghana.
like that, man. That's cool. Yeah, but carry on, man. Yeah,
GWANA.
Talking about
GWANA in the English transliteration. All right.
GW what?
ANA.
NA.
No, he said G. The one is GH.
Well, I have seen people transliterate it as GH because it's a Gawana, right? A Ga. So I have seen that. But just, I mean, how you don't know this though? What I'm trying to figure out.
Brother, I have no clue in what you're talking about.
Of course,
you don't know what I'm saying when I'm saying that the Gowana Berbers were one of the founding tribes of Ghana.
He never read no books on Moors. He only Googled.
Yeah, I think he had that whitewash history and stuff. He think that all Berbers and Arabs look like the way we see Berbers and Arabs now, and not taking into consideration the thousands upon thousands of pale concubines that ones were swirling with for hundreds of years.
That's what you're saying. Nobody has said that. You are saying that. Nobody.
Okay, so so prove it by telling me something about the Gowana Berbers enough to say that they're not a part of your history, your bloodline.
I think you got it wrong, mate. You are supposed to prove to be about, because I have no idea about this Gowana, whatever it is you're talking about.
Okay, cool. Leave it there. Okay, you don't know nothing about the Gowana Berbers that are part of the founding of Ghana. Cool. Okay.
Well, which ones do you come from? Explain your Gowana.
No, brother. No. We can't do it like that.
So quit trying to help Buddy out then. Stop trying to help Buddy out then.
Greg.
Please stop trying to help Buddy out then if you're going to do the Ali Shuffle every time somebody asks you where you from and what you standing on. You just want to stand on the whole continent.
I just asked you a question, Greg. I said, to explain to me about this Gowana Berbers that you're talking about and how they founded this modern day Ghana.
Explain how? They were one of many tribes that inhabited the proximity. All right, they were one of many tribes that inhabited the proximity. Not to the point what we would call Ghana.
What?
So to say that they were one of many tribes that inhabited the proximity that we would now and it commonly call Ghana, what in the world is hard to understand? I don't get it. That was as simple as it get, I thought.
Greg, that's not what my ancestors told me, and that's not our history. So I don't know where you're getting this from.
Oh, wait. Okay, so wait. All right, so I'm gonna go back to the Eritreans, right? In 1 second, because he just said what he said, right? So let me see something, man. I wish I wasn't on
That's
the move.
what you been doing all night.
I wish I wasn't on the move and on my phone, man.
You know what I'm saying? God damn it.
What you mean? You just said something crazy, so I'm finna go find a sort. Not because I'm just looking the stuff up. I'm going to it to find.
You've been talking crazy all night, brother. That's what you don't understand. You think you're saying something, but you haven't said
nothing. I don't care. I don't care about your ignorant, biased opinion on what I'm saying, because most of all, I forgive you for not what you say. It's cool. And for you to think that your opinion is facts, even though you're ignorant to most of what I'm saying or talking about, just proves how much of an overconfidence you have in your own opinion. But you got the right to do so because it's yours, right? So no judgment, just the unbiased analysis.
But Greg, if that's the case, then
right? Because they're Semitic people, right?
That's the case. If you're confident,
if Eritrea is Semitic people, then how is he claiming Ham? where because the Africa, the part of Ethiopia where you're trying to claim, right? That language and those people are Semitic, which means they don't come from there.
All
They
day
mean they
long.
were Semitic people. Semitic languages and Semitic people are not from Ethiopia.
That's one of the reasons why, like he said, these people don't call
We got
themselves black.
African Semitic, but we have African Semitic languages that we brought over there. If that's what you're trying to say, that's what he was explaining, how the Africans came over there with language, not the other way around. So which part is you from? Is you from the over there or over here? That's why I said turn your camera on. So we want to know which one you look like.
Did you just say? First of all, I'm curious. Did you get your information from Wikipedia? And then two, did you say
Semitic? I asked you, are you a Semitic person? Because if you're Semitic, then we can understand where you come from.
So just to give you guys a little bit of tidbit, in Eritrea, you're gonna have Cushitic as well, Nilotic, and you're gonna have Shemitic.
Well, which one is
for
you?
Slow down. So instead of asking that first before assuming that I'm one of them from over there, which that's another flagrant.
All right. Well,
shows
which
me
one of the
that hold
Semitics
up,
is you, or
just
whichever
let me
one you are? Can you just
let
state
me
which
finish.
one you are?
Hold
Because
on.
you got a lot of
Hold on.
shuffling. You won't say what you is. It's like, yo, we gotta ask you bend you all these type of ways to say, yo, I'm this. Because y'all got a problem with saying what y'all are, man. What I don't understand this. I clearly, like, I have no, that's like a Chinese person having a problem to saying which type of Asian person he is. So we got to bend you all these ways for you to say Japanese or whatever type of Chinese, you know what I mean? What's up, man? What is you, man? Which one of those are you?
All right, I'll let you finish talking. So once again, I gotta be the one that's the adult in this situation.
No, you're not being an adult. Now, all right, cool. All right, since you saying you're an adult, and however which the adults don't answer questions, now I mean you're answering the question like a little child, but you're acting like you're an adult. And then every time you talk, you say this once again. Man, shut that, yo. Ain't nobody trying to hear that, man. There's people that's gonna be listening. You think somebody wanna keep hearing you give these dog long out shuffling blah blah responses, man? You not saying no answers. We ask you direct questions, and then you answer us a question like you got some authority that when you ask a question, it gotta get answered. And if we don't answer it, now somebody's acting fun. Now we're being not responsive to the conversation. Right? We not doing this. Don't ask us don't ask nobody no question if you not trying to answer none. Period. And if you not trying to answer them straight with clarity.
Yeah, the Ganawa Berbers in the backside. I mean, in the chat.
So I'm still waiting on the brother to show that Eritreans call themselves Moors.
I'm finna get back to that. Right?
No, we asked you, is you Semitic? We asked you if you a Semitic Eritrean, whatever you saying you is. Is you Semitic or Hamitic?
Good question.
Silence, right? Because he don't want to give that up. Because if you give up which one you is, now I get to call you an invader. Right
now, forget the invader part. If he's Semitic, ain't no way in the world that none of his people call themselves Moors, right?
So let me ask you.
Ain't no way in the world Afro-Asiatics from Southern Arabia went back to the other side of the Red Sea. They claim to be of an Abrahamic stock that would not have been Moorish. Like what?
Hey man, Sister Karima, I gotta thank you for the comedy show. This has been one hell of a. Do y'all sell watermelon on the side of the road too? I mean,
Man, we sell kick your ass so
I'm
you
saying,
about to
dude,
run up
let
out
me
of
ask
here.
you something else,
That's
bro.
what we sell.
Do your family claim to be of an Israelite stock, man?
Where did you get that from?
What
Did
do
you
you
get it
mean
from the
where? I'm
Barona
asking
Brothers?
you. I'm not telling you. I'm asking you. What you mean? Where I get it
Uh,
from?
Man,
because it's
you
a
ain't
logical.
answering no question.
It's a
People
logical
gonna be able
question
to
to
see this,
have if
right?
somebody says, "Hey, do you your family consider themselves to be Israelites?" Somebody would ask you logically, "Why would you say that?
Oh, they
What
can just
made
say
you
yes
come
or
to this
no.
No, they would
conclusion?"
logically tell me yes or no, and then maybe want to ask me
No,
why I asked that. That's what a logical
no,
person would do: is answer the question first.
not necessarily. Not necessarily at all.
Ladies and
That's the
gentlemen,
East African
another
stock.
question that
That's our
I
East
asked
African
that he
stock.
refused to answer.
We gotta excuse him. He's from East Africa. He don't know how Americans handle conversations, right? In America, right? When we ask you a question, we want the answer, and then you can elaborate, right? In East Africa, right? Y'all, you might be able to ask the East African, and then he gets to give you a paragraph, and then at the end of the paragraph, he answers your question. We don't do it like that over here. So you're frustrating us with your African conversation tactics.
Sounds to me like you don't like facts.
Oh, and then just to give y'all a little help, when you say Berber, that's actually a derogatory term. It's Amazik. That's what you're looking for. But since you guys know more about Africa than an African, that's I'll leave that one for the birds.
Man, I know good and well that I know exactly what you're talking about, man. The term and everything. I use it because it's common. Black is derogatory, Negro is derogatory, but that don't stop people from using it. So what are you talking about? You think that because they use a more common term, talking to people who don't have a clue about most of what we're talking about, means that we didn't know? I'm a zing. You talking about I'm a zing, or however you say it. I say I'm a zing. Probably ain't the right way to say it. Snicker at that too. But are you serious? Like that's one of the tribes that actually show historic Moorish roots and Hebrew, to be honest.
I'm saying you not Hermetic. That's
So
not.
okay, now let's deal with that. So okay,
Is you
Nah,
Hermetic?
you guys
no.
read?
Deal with if
Hold
you
up, one
Semitic or
second.
Hamitic or not. Deal with
Yeah.
that.
One second, because all right. So in the Bible, if you're going to use terms like Shemitic, Hamitic,
Oh
and
man.
Japhetic, these are all brothers. So it's very odd that people that think they have common sense will automatically say, "Oh, he can't be Hamitic, he can't be Shemitic, he can't be this." They're all brothers. If you're all brothers from the same parents, you are who your
Okay.
parents are.
Okay,
We're
so
not
look,
talking
right,
about Kumbaya. We're not
bro.
talking
There's a
about
difference.
hand. We
Bro, there's a
said
difference
say that
between
there is a
saying which
difference
one are
between
you
people.
and
Yeah.
saying you're not one of them. Do you get
Hey,
you
that
get the
one went
difference?
right over their head.
Do you no, what went right over your head is there's a difference between saying which one of them are you, this one, that one, or both, or saying you're not one of them or not both. We're asking you which one are you. That's not implying that you're not anything. That's why I say, man,
I'm gonna start
context
it
is
off
vital.
first. I'm Shemitic. So I told you which one. I'm Shemitic. Or what are you?
How are you Shemitic? How are you becoming
See,
Shemitic?
you see what I'm saying? Want to go
Answer
right back in
that
and ask the
question, and then
question.
I'll answer yours.
Okay, for the sake of this comedy show, go ahead. Ask the question again.
I
Man, you know
said
what the
I'm
question
Shemitic.
was, man.
Now I said I'm Shemitic. Which one are you?
I'm all three.
All right. You're
So how are
Okay,
you
now
not
that I answer,
Moorish?
you're
So
a
how
Moor.
are
because
you
we
not
don't.
Moorish?
That sounds like another question. So do I get to ask a question, or do you just rattle
Yeah.
off as many as you want? Okay, so since I
Nah.
answered your
You say
question,
you're all three. How are you
since
all
hold
three
on,
though? How are you
that's
all
another
three?
question. This
All right.
sounds like another question.
All
So
right. If you say
let
all
me
three,
ask.
that's not answering no question though. See how you're doing it?
Yeah.
By
Nah,
saying
let
all
him
three,
ask
you're
his
not
question,
answering. You're
man.
not saying nothing.
Let him ask his question, man.
It's not nothing, right? All of your
This dude
answers
is
are
intentionally
a lot of
irritating.
nothing. Go
But it's
ahead,
okay.
brother. That's that East
Okay,
African style. I'm on to you now. Go ahead.
So Morris Judicator, we could stop playing the games. You could put $1,000 up. I put 1,000. Let's debate.
I
Let's
thought you
debate
had
on
a
this
question
topic
to
right here.
ask. See what I'm saying?
Don't run. Don't run.
This
Okay.
dude got a crossover
Hold
dribble
on.
comparable to Kyrie Irving.
All right. So now that you're done talking,
I
I'm
thought you
gonna
wanted
talk.
to
I'm
ask a
listening.
question.
Yeah. What's the
So
question?
okay, can we set up a debate for $1,000?
Debate
Yo, do you even
You
have
answer me that.
$1,000?
You gotta say what the topic is.
Huh?
What's the topic?
Okay, so the topic is you said that I was not from East Africa. We're gonna
Oh,
debate
wow.
that. You said that, right? So why not stand on it?
I don't know
Don't say
what you are
nothing.
because you said you're a mutt. I asked you, are you
I know.
Hamitic? You
I
said
know.
you was Japhetic, Hamitic, and Semitic. So you're not you're not from East Africa because you're all of them.
Nah,
All right.
I'm
So
saying he
then
trying
let's
to
debate that.
wheel you
Let's
in.
debate that.
He trying
Let's
to wheel
debate
you
that.
in and get out of what the people where he come from being Moorish. Why don't you put
you just
1,000 up that Eritreans don't have Moorish roots in ancestry? How about that? Or
Oh, I can
Eritreans
bet
were
that.
never called Moors. How about that?
All right, I'll bet that. Eritreans never called themselves Moors.
I ain't
$1,000.
say
Let's
never
debate
called
that.
themselves. Okay, so
Oh my God.
once again,
What
I
the
said
heck?
never called. You saying never called themselves. Now, I just want one question. Are you dating the life of Eritreans with them calling themselves that and organizing under that nation? Or are we talking about the groups of people that they descend from that were in that proximity before it was called Eritrea? Because that's relatively new as well, right? It's a national construct. Am I right?
Yeah, it is.
It's a post-colonial national construct, right? Is the national identity of Eritrea a post-colonial construct? Yes or no?
Man, so you asked me the question about the debate as far as if they call themselves Moors. I'm willing to accept that debate.
Is the national identity of Eritrea and its people being Eritrean a post-colonial construct?
Like how you said what they called themselves Moors before that, he's asking you the same type of question.
So
He know, that's
has
why
any
he
of my
laughing.
no,
He
I'm
know
laughing
good and well.
because every time I start talking,
what
you
was
guys
they
talk.
calling
That's
themselves
what's so
before
funny.
Eritrean?
And on top of that, you guys.
Ladies and gentlemen, he's doing it again.
What was they calling themselves before Eritrean?
No, were they calling themselves Eritrean before the colonial period?
Yeah.
Dun, dun, dun.
The whooping of a lifetime.
Dun, dun, dun. Okay, so how about this? What makes East Africans whose ancestry comes from southeastern Arabia not be Moorish? What disqualifies them from having a Moorish ancestry? Dun, dun, dun.
So y'all ask a whole lot of questions, but y'all don't answer none. I answered y'all questions.
You don't answer.
Hold on.
Don't bullshit. Don't try to switch it around, brother. We've been accusing you that all day, brother.
Okay.
The only question you answered was that you say you all of it, Ham, Shem, and Japheth. And then you finally said that you were Eritrean. Those are the only two questions that you've asked from us, bro.
Because Eritreans is a whole lot of things. They ain't just one thing.
A whole lot of things. And it's kind of interesting.
What is a whole lot of things?
No, bro. What type of Eritrean are
you making a statement.
No,
When
but
you
you
make a
said when
statement,
was Eritreans?
are you gonna let other
You said
people?
when
Hey,
were
y'all gonna
Eritreans
let other
calling
people
themselves
talk or what?
Moors? But Eritreans
Y'all
haven't
gonna
even been calling
y'all gonna let
Eritreans.
other
Y'all ain't even been
gonna
calling
let other
yourself
people talk?
Eritreans. All right, go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Finally, so just give me 30 seconds. You can have an hour. Just give me 30 seconds. We established that we should hold the debate if we called ourselves Moors, right? Eritreans. And prior to Eritrea, you can look into Midri Bahari, you can look at the Damo, you can look at Andalus. Now, one of those eras, dynasties, kingdoms, time in history, did these people from this land that is Eritrea today ever call themselves Moors? This is $1,000 challenge to you. You said you would do it. Oh
See,
man, here we go.
now once again, he won't answer. He still won't answer no questions, y'all.
Different languages, bro. You speaking all this English, but then when it came to the names, you start speaking them in your language, bro, and with an accent, right? I
I'm
asked you,
speaking English.
Andalus.
This
I
is
just want to be
English.
able to hear. You trying to say take a bet, but you keep saying the names and why we can't hear you. Say the name so we
Okay,
can
hold
hear
on.
you.
Okay, look, I got it. Here
This
go
is
another one, y'all.
hilarious.
I'm gonna ask him.
Hey,
Look,
man.
I'm gonna ask him another close-ended question, and let's see what he does with it. So, bro, were the borders of Eritrea founded when it was an Italian colony in the late 1800s?
He don't want none of that smoke. Because that's what I was trying to ask.
Man.
Were the borders of Eritrea, as we know it,
what
founded as an Italian colony in the late 1880 something, 1888, 89, somewhere in the late 1800s?
No.
When was it? When were those borders founded?
So you guys just keep asking questions, but you won't allow a question to be
You
asked.
said no.
So I just
So
asked
I said,
another.
when were they?
That's another question. That's another question.
Yes,
Oh my God.
because you answered the first one. Duh.
So now it's my turn to ask you a question. Duh. That's how it's supposed to go. Unless you want to just hog the mic.
No,
If
just
you wanna
ask me
just
two
hog the
then.
mic,
No,
I'm
ask
gonna
me
let
two.
you go ahead.
No, just ask me two then. Ask me two. No, I'm finna ask you. You said no. So when were they established? When were those borders established? And then after you answer that, then you can ask me 4 questions back to back if you want to. How about that? 2 for 1. Ladies and gentlemen, once again,
go ahead.
He doesn't. So once again, he doesn't want to make a definitive stance on anything.
I just want to know which one of the Eritreans is he. He won't say which one of the Eritreans he is.
He say he all of them.
He all of them.
He all of them. All 17 of them put together. It ain't none of them Moorish. That's the funny part. But hey, bro, come on. You said that no.
Did you say Andalus? I just want to know.
You know what I think? I think right now he's trying to go find some information that will have the borders of Eritrea older than when it was an Italian colony.
I can admit when I'm looking up stuff, right? I don't try
too.
to. You know what I mean? I tell you, yo, I'm looking this up right now. I mean, he's sneaking though.
Oh man, what's going on? What you doing?
He get the pizza man out the door.
Yeah, I sure want to hear this. You feel me? Hopefully it be something good. Teach me something.
I just want to know what type of, because Eritrean wasn't all the names they was always called. So I just want to be able to call the brother by the right name. Hey, JJ, my fault, man. You know what I mean? Mandika Mali. Your man said he's Ham, Chef, and Japheth, man. Is that possible?
Depending on who all mixed up together.
You breaking up, bro. What you say?
It depends on who all mixed up together.
He say everybody in the nation he mixed up in.
You could be Ham, Japheth, and Shem,
but he's not Afro-Asiatic though. Let's keep that out there too.
Let me share my screen. Can I do that, ladies and gentlemen?
He's Eritrean, but he's not Afro-Asiatic. Yes, sir. Go ahead, bro.
I'll keep talking.
I just wanted him to turn his camera on so he could see what type of Eritrean he is. He keep telling us stuff. He could just hit his camera and we could see what type of Eritrean you is.
You probably look like Nipsey Hussle. Rest in peace to Nipsey Hussle.
Okay. All right. Y'all gonna lay off NAFTA. We gonna see what's going on here. Hold on now. I got you.
Are definitely not Africans.
I got you. Let me know when my screen.
The Arab tribe is quote unquote African.
You ain't gonna tell us about yours. You gonna tell us about yours.
Who you call Arabs are originally African. The Arab tribe is African.
My screen up. That's all I want. My screen up.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. What's up, Bill?
All right, let's start with this one. Y'all said they wasn't influenced by outsiders. All right. Moors were new to East Africa. You are correct. The people of Ethiopia, formerly known as Abyssinian, never referred to themselves as Moors. The term Moor typically refers to the Muslim people of North Africa, the Maghreb, the Muslim people of the Iberian Peninsula, Al-Andalus, Muslim population in Europe, especially during the Middle Ages in East Africa, specifically Ethiopia and Eritrea. People have historically identified themselves by various ethnic and national names such as Habasha, the Ethiopian, Tigrinya, Amar. They ain't talking about no more. I don't know what the hell y'all talking about. Oh, look, Romo. Yeah, let me put my little cursor up on it. Y'all gonna lay off Nazca. He lived there. He from there, man. Come on.
I'm saying, where's the source of this coming from? JJ, what's this? Oh, big get a source on this?
Bro. I'm gonna show you my sources, man. I'm sorry. Listen, I'm sorry.
Nah, let him cook.
That's your fault.
Please let him cook.
These groups, You see, Apollo, man, you just been running your mouth, man. You ain't brought up nothing to the people to see it. These groups have distinct cultural, linguistic, and historical identities. You see what I'm saying? A little Abyssinian, medieval European term, Ethiopian. This is an ancient Greek term adopted in modern time. Habash. Look at this. Arab term used in medieval time. Indigenous Ethiopian and Eritrean identity, strong Christian heritage, Ethiopian Orthodox Church, rich cultural traditions, and Ge'ez script Ethiopia. Okay, let me get to the other one, man. Let me help my guy out a little bit. Y'all trying to gang up on. Now, the Moors of East Africa refer to various Muslim. The Moors of East Africa refer to various Muslim populations that inhabit or influenced the region, primary from the 8th to the 16th century. They newcomers, man. You see what I'm saying? The origins, Arab traders.
Yeah, you don't even know how you murdering your boy.
Let him cook, bro. Please let him cook.
Yeah, let him finish. Let him finish.
What's wrong with you, Apollo? Come on, Brian. Ain't nobody interrupting.
He was trying to save you, low key, but don't save him.
He just bringing
the
your
streets are red.
Look, I tried to get you to stop murdering me.
I got sources. See, let me start with my source. The History of Africa by J.D. Page. You ain't brought one source up here. The Swahili and Social Landscape of the Mid-Canal Society by Derek Nurse. The Oxford Handbook of African Archaeology, edited by Peter Mitchell and Paul Lane. Here go genetic studies on Ethiopian and other ancient populations. Let me get back to my meat and potatoes, man. See, so when you get up here,
don't go nowhere.
Oh, you have some discipline, man. God damn, this ain't the back chat. Come on, man. Now look, come on, man. You got to cook. Can Mandinka Molly cook for my guy in Africa? Because he's from there. Like I said, the Moors came late. They came late, the 8th century. What was they doing before that? What was Eritrea doing before that? They wasn't fucking fooling with no Moors. Come on, man.
I mean, are you asking questions or are you still cooking, bro?
Come on, man. You know I'm not. Write it down.
Oh, you not?
Arab traders and settlers from the Middle East. This is when they bring their little dusty ass over there. Look, Muslim Berbers, Moors from North Africa. look, Africans convert to Islam. So they weren't fooling with that, man.
Okay, so
In Africa, am I right? Come on, let me finish reading.
Fry them up, Jay. Fry them up, Mandingo.
Right. Yeah. They ain't ready for this type of high-level information. East African Moorish kingdoms. See, now, the Salante of Kidula, that's in Tanzania. That's the 10th and 15th century they coming into East Africa. Man, these dudes late. How about this? The Sultanate of Zanzibar, Tanzania. This is where Mighty Hebrew hanging out over there. 15th to 19th. They late. What was they doing before the 8th century? The Eritreans. They wasn't fooling with no goddamn Moors. Come on, man. You said they was already there. Nah, I think not. Here we go. Look, Ajurian Empire, Somali. This is the East Africa, y'all. Now they peeking around in the 13th and 17th century. Here go one. The Abdul Sultanate, Ethiopia, 13th and 16th century. The influence and legacy is Islam in East Africa. Trade networks. They come in trading gold, ivory, spices, and textiles. How about the architectural styles? The mosaics. Now they bringing all their little style over there, y'all. They was late, man. Mosaic, cultural exchange, Swahili language, literature, and art. Listen, here you go. Notable East African Moors. You want some of them too? I got East African ones. Look, Sultan Al Hassan Ibn Solomon. I can't pronounce that last one. Solomon. That's in the 14th century. Where they at earlier before that? Nobody knows. Look at it. Sultan.
Oh, yes, we do, but I ain't trying to cut you off.
I'm almost done. Almost done. Look,
don't say I don't know though, bro.
I know it hurts. Look, Sultan Bagras Ibn Sayed. This is Zanzibar. He come late, this Sultan guy. How about this? Ahmad Ibn Ibrahim Al-Ghazi. About 16th century. Yusuf Muhammad Iberian. 16th century. Now here go the genetic legacy, y'all. See, they bringing out what you need. The Arab and Berber DNA markers in the East African population. Studies suggest Moorish genetic influence in Tanzania, 10 to 20%, Kenya, 5 to 15%, Somalia, 20 to 30%, and Ethiopia, 10 to 20%. See, these guys influencing.
Wow.
This is over, man. Look at the sources. See, they come up with the sources. Hey, man, Deacon Miley ain't playing with y'all, but go ahead and run your lip without sources.
Nah, put it back up. Put it back up, bro. Put it back up, please.
It's up.
Please put it back up. Let's run it back.
Because your man said they never called themselves Moors.
You don't know how many gunshots. You don't know how many gunshots.
One at a time, and he really
put it back up.
Hold on.
I'm gonna use your source to body this man.
It's not up.
He trying to do the Jabari. Look.
Oh, don't. Oh, put it back, please. Put it back up. I'm gonna murder your guy with your source.
Hey, that's my guy.
I'm a murder him with your source, bro.
Yeah, because I think half of your sources they're stands, so I think it's kind of bad on him.
I'm gonna use the source.
Yeah.
Hey, yo, I've never seen nobody cut their man up like that before, man.
I swear. Hey, please put it back.
Hold up. So when did you say they come into the East Africa? When these guys come up?
So, hey, JJ,
man, if you don't pull that source back up, don't ask us none of that.
Hey, JJ, the question was
the information.
I ain't even talked this whole time.
It's their turn to answer the questions on information, and the information is not up here. So let them.
What? I haven't even spoke this whole time.
Hey, just take the time, brother. You gotta take this. You gotta take this work. You gotta get this work, man. JJ,
y'all gonna make me roll up.
Could you put that? Could you put what you just put back up on the screen for the people?
Please put it back on the screen for the people. You just ran through it like you just shot us up, and you hurt this man at least 5 different ways.
Hold up. Okay, now wait a minute. Let me ask you a question before I put it back up. Now, when did you say these guys, these Moorish guys, was in East Africa?
No, JJ, that's not the question, though. That's not the JJ. That's not
Mohammedanism. You heard me? Before Mohammedanism.
Hold on. This is no, that's not it. So I specifically asked the dude, when did Eritreans ever, never, ever, even in the source you showed, JJ, it doesn't say Eritreans called them. Yeah, none of the sources that anybody. Hold on, 1 second. None of the sources. Hold on. Damn, I can't never finish for 2 seconds. 1 second. Hey, hold on, man. Damn, y'all been talking forever. So once again, the $1,000 challenge was whenever did Eritreans say that they were Moors?
Yeah.
That was the question.
Oh, I got that source too. I got it. Hold on. Let me load it up. Cause y'all is in trouble. Y'all is okay. Hey, y'all can't be doing no 201s, man. I don't deal with the more stuff.
Hey, you just made it a 3-on-1, bro. If you put,
I'm on this side.
hey,
Yeah,
you gonna
KJ,
feel.
you ain't even understanding. You really just made it 3-on-1, and he ain't even really admitting to that because some of your sources just proved the information in the question.
No, hey, Sister Karima, no, it didn't. Hold on, no, it didn't, because in not one of those sources.
Because you gotta understand, you and this other brother is having a conversation together. Okay.
No, but yeah, the proof. What? That's me.
Brother is having a question too, and he's.
I'm the African brother, sis.
Yeah, no, hold on.
I'm the African brother, sis.
Both of y'all African brothers.
So what I'm trying to get people to understand, I'm the only Eritrean on stage. What I had said in the beginning.
No, you're not.
Okay, who else is Eritrean? No, I'm the only one.
No, you're not.
Who else?
How much you want to bet?
Yasser. You forgot Yasser.
Yasser Samard ain't Eritrean. He's from Jersey.
He been piggybacking and helping him. You forgot. You jumped in.
That don't mean he's Eritrean because he was helping. What the hell?
No. The other brother was really actually helping you and trying to get the floor for you, and he was piggybacking off of what you were saying too. So,
but that don't mean he's Eritrean though. What does that got to do with? I'm the only Eritrean.
I said the brother said he's from Africa. He's been promoting getting us back to Africa. That's what I'm saying. Stop it.
Hold up. Put my screen back up, Karima. Put my screen back up. Please. All right. Let me get to my meat and potatoes, man.
But you gotta let them discuss the information with you, though. You can't just take.
Karima, let me just show this, and I'm gonna jump out the way. Okay. Karima,
Okay.
They ain't got no sources. All right,
they trying to build on your sources because your sources is helping them out.
Where there's that?
How is the sources helping it out when it doesn't even say in the source that Eritreans themselves call themselves Moors?
Hold on, let them prove that. Running your mouth too. Let them prove that.
Okay, hold up.
Mandinko
can my screen?
proved
Is
the
you seeing my
first time.
screen?
Hold on, Mandinko proved the first time with the source.
See, there your brother is right there. The hell?
When he proved. Yeah. He's doing. This is the second time he's come with sources. The first time he sourced up basically from what I was saying, and then now he's sourcing up again.
None of these brothers wrong anything besides you. So at the end of the day, we're gonna deal with the source. We all can deal with it, even the ones.
All right, well, here it is right here.
Definition of a source is the people. I'm a primary source because I'm from there. We should look up Webster's.
Okay, I got it right here.
But at the end of the day, you
Karima,
said all what you said. We gotta prove other sources. We don't just go off of the people source. Okay.
Karima, can you make the screen big so the people can kind of see it? Because I think it's small. Can you broaden the screen, make it big?
Yeah, I did, but we're gonna play that.
All right, here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Eritreans never called themselves Moors. You are correct. The people of Ethiopia, formerly known as Abyssinia, never referred to themselves as what? Moors. The term Moor typically refers to the Muslim people of North Africa, that's in Maghreb. The Muslim people of Iberian Peninsula, that was in my source, Al-Andalus, Muslim population in Europe, usually in the Middle Ages. Now here you go. Here you go, ladies and gentlemen. In East Africa, specifically, Ethiopia and Eritrea people have historically identified themselves by various ethnic and national names such as the Habash, Ethiopia, the Tigrinya, how you pronounce that? Tigrinya?
Tigrinya, Tigrinya.
Yeah, that's where he's from.
No, hold up. Tigray, Eritrea. These groups, look, I don't see no more in here, man. What the hell going on? Now, look, these groups have distinct cultural, linguistic, and historical identities. Look, Abyssinians, medieval European term, Ethiopians, that's what the Greeks call them. The Habash, Arabic term. Even the Arabics ain't even calling them more. They the one to bring all this old Muslim stuff there. Now, here you go.
You about to cut yourself again. You should skip past that part.
Well, no, hold on. Well, let me finish. Indigenous Ethiopian and Eritrean identity, strong. This is their strong Christian heritage. You know, they got the Orthodox Church, rich cultural tradition, the Geese, the Ethiopian art, national pride, and identity. And here go the history. Let's see, they got the history of Ethiopia. This is a book by Richard Pan. We can put Pan Trust. See, he got the books. He telling you what they call themselves. I bet you he ain't say no more. Now look at the Ethiopians, a history by Richard Koch. See, so we got the books over here on our side over here. Ethiopia and a Cultural History by J.D. Page. I'm going to leave this source up and you tell me what they call themselves more. The Eritrean Struggle for Independence by Tiki Feshkenhastian. You see, you know. Now here it is right here, ladies and gentlemen. We'll leave it up here. And I'm going to show you, I'm going to put this part right here where it says, in East Africa. Let me just finish the part. In East Africa, specifically Ethiopia and Eritrea, the people historically identify themselves by various ethnic and national names, such as, here go the names. Where's more in there? Okay, now I'm gonna let y'all have this. You know, y'all can get it in. Come on, cut myself.
Scroll back up. Take it from the top again. Scroll back up real quick, right?
Yeah.
Right. Say the term more specifically. I mean, typically refers to, right?
Dude, look. The Muslim people.
Hold on, no. Okay, what up, bro?
Go ahead. You see, he actually has something. Said this is what tell you the Moors typically refers to the Muslim of North Africa. That ain't East. That's Maghreb. The Muslim people in Iberian Peninsula. That ain't East Africa. That's Al-Andalus.
You're getting worse.
Europe, East Africa. Now here go in East Africa. See, we would see.
Hold on, bro.
Where the Moors were rocking with. That's it. North Africa. Hold up, Iberia. Is that East Africa?
I thought you was through, bro.
I'm just kidding.
No, you not, man. You trying to pad yourself up as most as possible before Greg Foreman come back through. You trying to put on as much body armor before Greg Foreman get to throwing these hooks again.
Go ahead, Greg Foreman. Let me see what you got.
All right, let's just start from the top. Let's just start from the top, right? The term more typically refers to, right?
No, it don't say that. It says the people of Ethiopia known as Abyssinia never. See, that's the key word right there, ladies and gentlemen. Never refer to themselves as Moors. And then here go the new. Then it goes to another sentence. The term Moor typically refers to, and then it goes to the ones in North Africa, the Iberian Peninsula. I think that's over in Spain, some goddamn where, Portugal, and Europe. And there you go. And then it goes to in East Africa, what they call themselves. So you got to learn how to read. Is fundamental, ladies and gentlemen. See, that is what I'm trying to tell you. Now I'm gonna get out the way. I thought it was 102. He had a part.
Dun, 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 dun. Hey man, you can't be trying to throw me off with comedy, bro. Like that's below the belt, right? I'd rather you throw me off with insults than throw me off with comedy. Like dang. Hey, but anyway, right? Okay, so the term more typically refers to, right?
Yeah.
Typically means what? Most of the time?
To these people.
The most commonly? No. Hecky, no. It wasn't to these people. What are you talking about?
Really?
They started talking about these people later on, right? In this beginning, you are correct. The people of Ethiopia, formerly known as Abyssinia, never referred to themselves as Moors. The term Moor typically refers to. When it's saying the term more typically refers to, it's not saying what it referred to this people or the Abyssinians. That's not what it's saying. First thing is laying out who they say the Moors are, from where, and what time frame. Then it's laying out who the East African people were and what their ethnic and national names were in that same time frame that they're claiming that the Moors were around, right, or in existence. Do you agree? I ain't playing with the source, right? I'm accurate so far, right, panel?
Are you asking me a question? Are you asking me a question?
Yeah, is what I just said an accurate synopsis.
Hold up. I forgot that name you used to call yourself back in the day. But,
funny, too funny.
Hold up. You asked me a question, right? Now, can I It's about 10 seconds. That's all I need. Now, ladies and gentlemen, reading is fun. It's fundamental. Now, we're going to read this one more time. You are correct. The people of Ethiopia never, that's the key word, y'all, refer to themselves as Moors. Then it goes, hold up. My 6 seconds ain't up. Then it says the term, then it goes into the term more particularly refers to North Africa, Iberian Peninsula, and Europe. And then you can fill in the space, the Muslim people of North Africa, the Muslim people of Iberia, and the Muslim people of Europe. Then it goes to in East Africa. See, that's a key word, in. So you got to pick out the key word. Specifically, that's a code word right there too. And now, Ethiopia and Eritrea, these people have identified themselves by various ethnic and national names. I don't see no more in here. I see Habasha. I see some of these words I can't pronounce, y'all. Tigrinya, Amhara, Ormora, Tigri, and Eritrean. See? Come on, man. You can't just say you're wrong and let's move on to something else.
Okay, bro. Does typically mean that that's how it's most commonly and more prevalently used?
Okay. Do you see that period? Okay, let me show you something.
What you mean, bro?
Did you see
okay, somebody else did. Let somebody else answer.
Okay, go ahead.
Is it safe to say that typically is most common? Right? It's something typical, most common.
In that typically part, it says never refer to themselves as Moors, and there's a period. Right? There's a period right there.
Come on, brother JJ. We heard that right there already. Said that 4 times already, brother.
All right, but
we asked you a question. He asked you about typically, though, right? So when you pointed out, and I'm gonna point it out too. No, it says never right there. So now that's 5. We got 5 nevers has been pointed out. It says never right there. Can we move past that?
Come on, man.
Know, if we need a 6 never, I'll issue it out. I'll issue the 6 never out. Ooh. His question was about leave it up. His question was about typically. What does typically mean?
Okay, that means these are the ones now typically these guys call themselves Moors. They talking about in North. Is North Africa and East Africa, ladies and gentlemen?
No, what's typical, bro?
He only asked one question. He only asked, come on, now you want, come on, JJ. If you ask him a question, you will want him to answer your question, brother. Come on, man. You've been hanging around the East African. I see you got this East African style too, bro.
Yeah, man. Like we gotta look. Right. I know my past. I know my reputation. I'm not trying to just chop this man down and hurt his self-esteem, bro. I promise you. Like, I know the old me. I know one scared of me bringing the chainsaw out. I'm not on that type of time. Can you hear it in my voice? But I just want to move forward with it though. So it say the term more typically refers to Muslim people, the Muslim people of North Africa, the Muslim people of the Iberian Peninsula, right? Muslim populations in Europe, especially during the Dark Ages, right? Hold on. Come on, man.
Come on, JJ, man. Why you doing that, man? Come on, JJ, man.
Hey, this is what I'm saying, right? Judah, look, bro, JJ know that I must have something up my sleeve, bro, and he trying to stop it.
I don't know. You can stop this. Go ahead.
No, I'm just first off.
That's how it looked, JJ. It looked like you don't want him to get it out, man. For real, man. I'm just telling you, this is with the crowd. This is from the side. This from the side. It looked like you don't want him to get it out, man. You know what I'm saying?
And we ain't even get started, right? Because on one end, so let me just say these 2 things, yo. I can't even do what I was gonna do, but I'm gonna just do these 2 things, and then we can go from there. Y'all feel me? So first thing, right? Okay, the term more typically refers to Muslim people in North Africa, Muslim people of the Iberian Peninsula, Muslim populations in Europe, especially during the Middle Ages, right? It say typically, that's who the term was used for, right? Typically mean commonly, most of the time, right? So in it defining that the most common and most prevalent usage was to these groups of people in these locations, does not by any way, shape, or form legitimize what the bro that he trying to save, homie that I had on self-mute, they be trying to help him, and a bunch of other people do by fully defining who and what Moors are based off the Muslim people in North Africa, Muslim people of the Iberian Peninsula, Muslim populations in Europe, right? That's what everybody do. But they even said typically. So that shows that even though that may be the most prevalent usage that we know of commonly, it's not the only usage commonly, right? I want everybody to hear that, because people end up skipping stuff and they have to like, yeah, see, these the only people. If that was the only people that was called Moors, typically wouldn't even be in there. Believe you me.
Can I ask you a question, Greg?
Second, almost one more thing, right? I said 2. That was 1. I'm gonna put the other 5 in the chamber. You feel me?
Right.
The second thing is, if we want to keep using this, well, Moors didn't become Moors until they embraced Mohammedism, right? Super false. But if we want to use that, then that would naturally take the conversation to some of these tribes, like the one that start with a T, that bro say that he's from, right? And see if they had any Muslim population interactions, right? And let's just even see if they were even around in conjunction. And then for ones who say, okay, well, the people, they was invaders that came, right? Let's see if the Muslim Arabic speaking populations that inhabited and interacted with this same area that bro say he came from, let's see if it's any residuals from this group of people. And let's see if him in this day and time is a mixture of the Moors that were there in this same spot and the people that were already there when the Islamic Moors came.
All right, I'm back. I'm back. Are you done?
Damn.
Yeah.
Okay, let me know when I can get in, please.
Yeah, go ahead, Mr. Keenan Rod. I didn't know you were still here, Queen.
Oh, but wait, no, let him touch on that, please.
I want to touch on it for him.
Yeah, let the Queen rock out.
Okay.
Check your inbox.
Because this one I had said that and you went all the way back to some ancient stones, but again I said this is when Hinduism and Muslim came into play. And I don't know when it came into play, but again, this is when this young brother came in, and I said both of y'all was right, and at the same time, because everybody didn't go into Muslim. Some of them went, and it was the Liberians as well, because typically don't mean all of them. Some of them stayed with the Dalai Lama, and they stayed with naturalism under Dalai Lama, and it included Shiva, because y'all went with Shiva too. And universally, or however they look at it, Shiva has Shaktiva and they have Shati, which is the male part, right? And y'all don't know nothing about Shati, but they do, right? And so they have Shati and they have Shativa, and y'all just call Shiva. And so again, I don't know if that's part of her religion, right? Because Shiva goes both ways. And I said this before, because I only know some. I'm not the master of all. I just know a little bit of everything. That's part of my precept by precept. Y'all like to go with other religion, women or men when it come to these and visit other regions and carrying on. But when it come to that history or y'all religion, y'all won't do that. That's why JJ getting it beat down. I already had my beat down. So yeah, the Green Mile is real, JJ. The Green Mile is real. So yeah, I congratulate you.
You talking about beat down from the community? Some of they man.
Yes, I am. right?
No, they ain't beat me up. They can't debunk.
Well, they beating you up a little bit because you know way more than me, right? I'm older than you, but you know way more than me still, right? Because they were still saying, "Get out of here," kicking me and carrying on because you asking the wrong questions. You see what I'm saying? So I applaud you. So either way, but what I'm trying to say is
that's what I'm trying to say. Go ahead.
Y'all know so much, and I appreciate it. I'm learning from y'all. But again, this is the Hinduism part. So when he's saying he want to know, is because his people didn't follow the Mohammedanism. His people stayed with naturalism, right? And they stayed with that
conversions, though. They was forced conversions.
You see what I'm saying? So, but I get it. But y'all just have to understand that. So he asking about that part because they didn't go. So he only asking for understanding, even though he forcing it and he overdoing it. You gotta come to terms with that.
Hey, I'm saying this, sister, right? There's some information up on the screen. The brother asked JJ like a couple points.
No, I get it. He frustrated.
I'm saying, but when you came in, no, sister, when you came in, we thought you were going to elaborate on the stuff that's on the screen. Like you took it.
No, I understand all that, but what I'm trying to tell y'all is
we hear what you're saying because you said that already, but we're onto it. We moved on from that, and right now we're reading what's on the screen. Right, there's information on the screen that JJ brought up, and we're dealing with it. It's like you sidetracked dealing with the information.
What y'all still bringing is the Muslim side, and
No, we dealing with how could you say that when we're reading his information?
But y'all still trying to make him be a Moor or a Muslim.
You didn't even give him a chance. You didn't even give him a chance to answer. JJ never answered nothing to do said. As soon as he said it, you started talking. Sister, like, come on, man.
Hold on. Okay.
Yeah.
Hold
Let the brothers finish building.
Hold on.
Okay?
No. Hold up. This is what really kind of pissed me off about this community. When you bring people information, it's right there in their face. You have a source. You have a reference, you have peer-reviewed articles, you have scholars that agree, and they just bring in a lip. And reading is fundamental. I mean, how hard is it to read? I'm gonna read it to you one more time, and I got
this
two more.
Hold on. Because this is getting confusing. Let me speak. Because the brother just said what you just said to the sister. So we don't want to do no confusions. They want to deal with the information on the screen, and that's what he was trying to say.
That's what I'm talking about. They trying
to
deal with the
information on the screen. And that's why I was trying to tell the sister, back up and let them deal with the information on the screen.
And they ain't dealing with it because right in their goddamn face.
Okay, well, let them deal with the information on the screen.
I'm going to read it one more time.
No, you don't have to. Let them deal with the information on the screen. Let them deal with it.
You know what? They can. You know what?
Okay, give them a chance to deal with it, like the brother just said.
No,
he's trying to deal with the information on the screen. You can run it back, but
they're trying to flip it up.
We were dealing with it.
They is.
Both of the things I said.
So let them deal with the information.
I got a town I can go to, man.
Okay, well let them deal
with
it.
Don't go. Don't go.
No.
Don't go.
Talking about. Let me.
Don't go.
No. Hold on, Greg.
No.
Because this is all confusing, and I
what
don't
is
like
confusing? They reading the shit wrong.
Hold on. Let me speak. Every time I speak, it's always some back and forth trying to battle, and I'm trying to stop all that. Okay, I'm just trying to say the brothers is telling the sister exactly what you just said. They're trying to deal with the information that's presented. They don't want to be sidetracked with what she was just saying. So at the end of the day, let the brothers deal with the information.
How they dealing with it, and they reading the shit, and they neglecting it right there in the goddamn face.
Okay,
so look, how hard is to understand this sentence?
How? When the brother was Greg was breaking it down, dealing with the information. Let's not be on some, you feel me, bias type of stuff. Greg just broke that information. He was dealing with one by one, so let's not act like that. We're getting sidetracked by the other conversation that she just said, but let him go back to the information because the other brother have a right to speak too. Both brothers have the right to speak.
I can't even show the
go, Apollo, like you was going.
It's cool. Go ahead.
They can still deal with the information. Hopefully, they remember.
Let them speak. Let them speak with no motherfucking source. Go ahead.
Oh man, he don't want us to use the source.
Yeah, now we can't use the source you use. We wanted to use your source, so you can't say we switching nothing up.
Right. That's keeping it fair.
Hold on, because this is what's keep going on. You feel me? And I'm not trying to have that. I'm not trying to have somebody thinking that, you feel me, it's more than what it is, and it's not. You know, some double team. I'm trying to help the brother. If the brother was drowning, let him drown, or understand what it was going on. Don't try to make it seem like somebody trying to be on some battle and back and forth. Y'all doing that. Y'all doing that right now. Instead of just letting the information shine and present himself, y'all want to go back and forth and now want to act like it's a team up thing. If two brothers are on the same path of the information, let it go. Then it's oh, they teaming up. No, it's not. The brother started this conversation. He got another brother on the panel that's barely even speaking. So it's not a team up thing. And it's not a back and forth who's against what. It's about presenting the information. Now, the brothers, and then this is what I don't understand. Sister, you did come and kind of distract the conversation twice when, you feel me, even though you was getting your input, but you did stop because they were supposed to have allowed to rebuttal the information. Hold on, they was allowed to rebuttal the information, you feel me, the source that was on the screen. And that's what they was trying to do, to deal with the source on the screen. Greg deal with the source on the screen, and the brother Apollo was allowed to deal with the source on the screen. Keep talking about, ain't nobody dealing with the source. I don't care who bring the source out. It's not no competition over who's source and all that. You feel me? If somebody's bringing sources and your sources is helping them out, you feel me? Then you're going to have to deal with that. You cannot sit there and say, well, you didn't bring it out yourself. No, the source is here.
Okay, but
right here on the screen. So we dealing with they dealing with the source that's on the screen. But I don't like this back and forth trying to fucking team up and battle type shit. I'm not with that.
This was not a team up and battle. The source,
yeah, it was. Yeah, it was.
Liberia.
I can hear it in people's conversations, and I'm not saying
but the source was Liberia.
I'm not saying you. I'm saying I can hear it in that conversation. Period. And the way you kept on, you know.
No,
it seemed like it's
no. The source was Liberia.
It get out of hand and got out of control when people start not trying to defend the information instead of letting the information speak for itself.
That's what I was pointing out. The source was Liberia, and he was talking about the Eastern, and the source was Liberia. So it goes back to the point that Africa is one continent.
But sister, you can't speak for them. This is what I'm saying.
I'm not speaking for them.
Okay, but that's what I'm saying. When somebody's going back and forth with each other, hold on. I understand your commentary on that situation, but this is where I'm at. When two brothers is going back and forth, and the brother is telling you have a different understanding, they trying to deal with the information, but you jumped in and they can't deal with the information that's presented, and somebody used that opportunity to leave because they're trying to deal with the information that's presented. It was a source on the screen that the brothers was trying to deal with. You start talking about the different sizes, you know what I mean, and the comparison and all that, but that was not the time when a brother had supposed to have a chance to rebut the information that was said to him. That's all I'm saying. He should have had an opportunity, just like the other brother, to rebut the information that was said to him. I can't speak for him. You can't speak for him. Nobody else.
Okay, I understand that point.
That's all I'm saying. And that's what just happened.
You're right. Okay, I didn't look at it from that perspective. Because I know earlier when we spoke, and I'm not justifying anything. However, when he said he's from East Liberia, that was his stance point. And again, he's not a Moor, but he's asking when did Moor come into play. All of the Muslims, and this is where Greg came in at saying, I don't know if that was Jaspera, but all of the Moors, or everybody didn't come to be a Moor. Some of them stayed and they were Muslims, they were Hinduism. And so that again went to what we started with. And so he wasn't a Moor, and he stayed with his religion. He stayed into.
They didn't been all the way around the world. That's why I'm saying.
Okay, but regardless to that, that's where this confusion. That's why he's
there wasn't no confusion. Sister, you got the confusion. You got the confusion because when you heard that brother reading, and then he jumped in, he heard him talking to JJ clearly.
I got it. And that's why I'm trying to explain to her right now.
Right.
Look, sis, it was no confusion. Only confusion that came in is this last part right here. When the brother should have had opportunity to go against the information that was presented, but then he allowed you to have the floor to give your commentary when he should have had the floor. You understand? So that's where confusion came in, because at the end of the day, these brothers was going back and forth over the information that was presented on the screen. You feel what I'm saying? That JJ presented. JJ said what he had to say, so the brothers was trying to rebut the information. It's not about them bringing different sources. They was trying to deal with the source that was available on the screen that was presented against them. You understand what I'm saying? So you came in and said what you had to say, that the whole conversation went left. So all I'm saying is the brothers never had the opportunity to rebut the information that was presented on the
during
screen.
that time, all of that was going on, and then you can't just move the goalposts and say because
you moving the goalposts. That's the funny part.
Well, okay,
you heard somebody reading. Hold on, sister.
I'm gonna take that.
You heard somebody reading, right? You heard somebody reading, and then they was reading. Hold on 1 second, sister. You heard the brother was reading.
Hold on. That's why I didn't want to go no back and forth, because we know exactly what happened. I'm trying to explain it in a different way. What I just said should have been like, okay, I should have stepped back and let these brothers build.
And I'm gonna take that.
That's what it shouldn't have. I don't need no commentary. I don't need what happened. I'm sitting here watching everything that went down, and I'm explaining to you. Maybe you should have just backed up a little bit and let these brothers build a little bit so they can get it in, because you gave somebody a escape route to leave and paint a different narrative when it wasn't like that.
Right, exactly.
Then that's exactly what happened.
I accept that.
Right. So I'm trying to get back to the information, because I don't even know how this even gets to the part where somebody could be on the side when you hear it, like how I'm talking to you right now, for somebody to come in from the side and start talking right now, like how what you did, right? I'm saying that's not cool. Right? If it was people having a one-on-one, and that's why I wasn't even really saying, I was telling JJ, you hear him talking to you, answer the questions that he's asking you. I still wasn't trying to interject that I thought that it was saying, right? Them two was talking, and I wanted to keep it a one-on-one, right? And I'm saying at that point, you should have wanted to keep it a one-on-one, but you interjected. When we thought you was going to interject, you was going to read what was on the screen, because we were past that point that you made. Like, we're not even saying that you're wrong with what you're saying. The only thing I'm saying is we were moving past that, right? You tried to bring us. You tried to bring us back to a point that where we wasn't on that no more. The only thing that we were talking about was what was on the screen, what was being said. If you had something to say about that, cool, break it down to us. Maybe you gave us a different aspect of what we was reading, right? I'm just saying, I thought that's what you were going to do, but you did a whole nother, hold on, sister, you did a whole nother move that made it seem like when I came in and was like, hold up, sister, let's get back to the thing. It made it seem like now we're having a back and forth when we not.
Hold on. What we trying to do here? We trying to get it. She done said sorry, and she apologized like over and over. She kind of understand. We ain't gonna make it about scolding her over what her.
I ain't trying to scold her. I said I'm trying to get back to the point.
Build with her. Make her understand where you was going with it. Make her understand.
That's the only point that I'm trying to make. I said. Look, I said that I didn't think it was. She could have said whatever she want. I right now I said, even if right now you want to make a point and make it on, I was trying to give her back the floor.
I want y'all to build on the information. I want y'all to go back and forth over the.
Okay, so could I please finish?
Because I believe that y'all can build in a better,
All right, that's what I'm trying to do. So I was trying to give the sister back the floor. And say, could you comment on the things that we were, because we gave you the floor, so we gonna make it mean something, right? So now there was some stuff on the screen. Can you comment on the words that was on the screen and give us your analysis on what was being read?
Okay. Well, I appreciate it, everybody. Thank you. because of what I saw was when he was talking about the Liberians. I think he had Tanzania and a few other places at that time, and I think he was talking about the Italians. So that would have been a mixture of Western, Northern, Eastern, and Southern Africans at the time. This had to be during the Roman invasion, haikus, and what have you, during and after Kemet. So this would have been when Egypt was being formed. Correct? Correct. And so this is under my interpretation. So this would have been, say haikus, which would have been kings or something from another era. So this could have been after that dynasty. So during this time, the Muhammad or Muslim came into being. So you had your Arabs, or not even Arabs, but you had the Muslims, and I'm not sure how they were formed, so I don't give no disrespect to nobody's religion, but I do know that everybody didn't go. So this is where y'all were building. And so the ones that didn't go stayed with the nature, which is the nature of things. And the ones that did go went. So I'm not sure if that was the majority or what, because you do have 2 or 3 groups of Muslims, and some of y'all have already identified that, right? But the tribes of the ones that say to be nature, y'all also identified that. So the young man wanted to know about, when did y'all become Muslims? Or when did y'all
we wasn't talking. See, sister, now I'm not trying to cut you off, but you're going off.
I was
The
speaking
reason
on
why you're going off of the track of what was on the screen, and that goes back to why I just said that I wanted even to hear what you actually had to say what was on the screen, because you really didn't have too much to say about what was on the screen. When people is reading something on the screen, sister, that's way different than when somebody's just talking. Right. Well, once it gets to the reading part, now we got to deal with the words that's being read. Like, everybody has an opinion, right? But you can't interject your opinion that doesn't contextually have something to do with when we're reading. Right. Reading is a different conversation than an open conversation. Right. So I'm saying that, but just to build on what you said. Hold on, sister. Just to build on what you said, because you mentioned the Hyksos, right? So now you're mentioning more Semitic people. And if you understood what the brother was saying from the beginning, he was saying more is just a generic term for people who came west. So if you're talking about these Hyksos people, and wherever their migrational direction would have considered them to be Westerners, and anybody else that's going into that direction would be Westerners. Anybody else that was already on that side would be considered Westerners. So there comes this term more. So at that point, when the Phoenicians are using this language, and this Phoenician language was used by a lot of the people that was in from the area where I'm saying these Hyksos come from, right? For the area where the Hyksos come from, yeah, you might not have been a Moor then, but as soon as you went into Africa, they started calling you a Moor because you went west, right? So now we're talking about the Semitic people going west. That migration, we could go back way before the religious part, what you're talking about, Arabs, Muhammad, and all that. This migration happened thousands of years before that. Muhammad is in the 700s in this time, AD. We're talking about BC stuff. So when we're talking about a BC migration, and then you're applying it to, like what JJ just did, put the words on the screen and start applying it to modern day words is what we're using, right? Because now we're acting like the people who migrated from the area, when they didn't go down, left, or nowhere, they just stayed in the north part of Africa. Like, they didn't go down into Ethiopia or Eastern Africa, nowhere. So it just doesn't even make no sense. Right? That's why he said the word typically. Let's go back to that, because he tried to tell you what is mostly commonly used for the people from North Africa, but it doesn't mean that that's the only people that it's used for. So then when he was trying to break down the other part of the people of the only, it even said and start talking about East African Moors. So when that word says East African Moor, there's nothing for you to say, JJ to say. Nobody else has nothing to say. It don't matter when he's saying the year and all that, that's just the year where they're nationally going by that. That doesn't mean that they wasn't already that, because I could show you many countries that already had their name before it was nationally recognized by whoever you want to recognize it by. That doesn't mean that when he was talking about those children from those people.
When they say East African Moors, they're talking about East African Moors. They're not referring to those Moors that were in the Iberian Peninsula.
No, I'm not either. Right. I'm glad you interjected that, because this more this nonsense when y'all trying to act like you can't understand. If she said Hyksos, I went back to Hyksos. I'm talking about Phoenicians. You talking about the Iberian migration, and we went over into that. That happened in the AD. Hyksos, Phoenicians, all of these words like this is BC. So when you saying putting words from BC and then saying no, it doesn't mean that, because now you're talking about the AD version. Well, how are we talking about the same thing? And are you purposely switching it over to talk about that, to try to say something just trying to disagree with what I'm saying? This is what I mean by when people interject stuff, are you interjecting it in a smart way? Because don't mention Iberian migration when I'm talking about Phoenicians, and I'm talking about the word Moray, because of Phoenician word, which is BC people. You have to come down to BC and talk about what I'm talking about in the BC age, not nothing AD. No. Not talking about that.
Who was calling them Moors in the BC era?
I said that's a Phoenician word, Moray.
Moray.
It means Westerner. It means Westerner, or a person going west. So if you was in the Middle East or in any of that area, and then you enter into Africa, that's when you became a Moray. Somebody who went west, or somebody was west, came over from the other way, they would have called you a Moray. See, I keep saying west because it goes to the people who are making this word up. They have a location. We could go back and see where the Phoenicians or in the Canaanite area, right? So these Phoenicians that was living in the Canaanite area, when they're saying west, it's west from wherever they were at. Right? Not west from where everybody's at. Because if anybody else try to use the word, then they wouldn't be using the word Westerner. They would be using the word in the direction of whatever they're talking about. That's when people try to use it and say Latin. No, because the people from up there would have been using the word Southerner, because all of the people that they were talking about were south of them. Right? So they wouldn't have used the word Moray. They had to pick that word up. So we can't say it's a Latin word. We got to say what people was west of where they're saying the migration part is coming from. Right? So if you're in Canaan and that area and you go west into Africa, you become a Moray. If you were already if you were in Egypt, hold on, brother. If you were in Egypt, right? To somebody from Phoenicia, right? Please don't cut me off while I'm making my point. This ain't the time. Sit back like you've been. If you are a Phoenician, right, and somebody that was an Egyptian, you would have called them a Moray because they were west of you. Not because the Egyptian is saying that he's a Moray. No, it's the Phoenician word, and they're saying anybody that's in Africa that way is going west of us is Moray. So now you're talking about anybody over that way. Anybody over in Africa to a Phoenician person would have been calling them Moray, because they were saying you're west of me. I go west to see you.
Let me say this. That does not make them a Moor. There was actual Moors that were called or coined in AD, basically. In the
Spanish AD, and I'm talking BC.
Hold
Listen
on. I
to yourself.
understand what you're
So I'm
saying.
saying
Hold on.
before
I
that
understand
person
what you're
that
saying.
you're coined, that was coined a Moor, because
I
we know later in
understand what you're
AD,
saying. Let me
yes, they
finish
were
my
coined
point.
Moor.
You
I'm
sit
going
down
back to
and let
the
me finish my
BC
point.
before they was the people who you're saying is
Brother,
coined Moors.
are you
Before
hard of
they was
hearing?
coined Moors, that word was already around.
Are you hard of
Okay,
And it
well,
hearing?
let
didn't
me
mean no
defend
particular
myself,
people.
if you don't mind. Let me
Let me
defend
finish my
myself.
point, right?
Okay.
Okay, so you're talking about BC. If somebody came into the West and they called them a Moor or Moray, whatever you say they call them, that does not make them that. It's just somebody referring to them as that. We come to AD now. Hold on. We come to AD now, and then
Wow.
there's a people who actually were referred who were referred to as Moors in the Spanish peninsula. These were those that were shifted over to the Americas, which comes back down to California,
Well,
in which the main subject was what this
Can I,
topic was about, so to
can
speak.
I,
So there was two different eras that you're speaking about, but because you say that they're from BC and they were referred to as Moray, does not make them Moors.
okay, let me ask you one question, please. Just one question, bro. Do you mean to tell me that you're saying that examples of us calling us Moors doesn't make us Moors, but examples of Europeans calling us Moors is what makes us Moors, man? Is that what you just said?
No, I did not say that, because I've always stood that the Moors from the Spanish Iberian Peninsula were not black. They were Arab. There might have been blacks working underneath them, but those who were in control were Arabs. I've maintained that.
Okay. This is where I want to defend myself. And again, peace, Kareem, and I apologize to you as well as Mandinka and everybody on the chat. As again, I do apologize because I didn't want to disturb where y'all was at half of the time. When I left, I was getting dressed, so I was listening, but I called myself paying attention, which I thought. So again, but where we at with this, because I wasn't taking offense, but I think I'm starting to with Morris Juster. So when we come to the Moors, because I know Commissioner Depp, Hierophant, and he is a Moorish adept, right? He has a Circle 7, right? He's also part of into Kemetic, and he's a Phoenician, where y'all at rolling at. So anything that I'm about to say, you can get it from him. You can go to his website, because the Moors named themselves, okay, out of Kemet, because Kemet meant black. So the word you were looking for black doesn't mean black, it means Kim. I'm a Kemetic, I'm walking, trying to become a priestess, right? So again, I learned from y'all as well. So Kim meant black. And after Kemet broke up and became Egypt, the Kims or what have you, they all split up or what have you. And the Moors named themselves, right? And this was before Muslim and whatnot. So Mary was the word that came from
That's
the word.
incorrect information. That's incorrect
Okay.
information.
Okay, so you can
That
call
is
it what you want,
incorrect.
but we can look it up later, right? And so moving forward, because everybody can learn. This is something you can look up. I don't have to make it up. I have several encyclopedias I could pull up, but again, I'm about to roll out. So once they named themselves, right, that establishment went on and on and on. So you can talk to Commissioner Depp. He has all his licenses. He has all the books. He has Circle 7. He's all of that, and he lives in Florida. So this is something you can get from him, right? And you don't have to worry about me, because I'm just saying what I kind of know, sort of know. But you can get all the information from him.
No
Right.
doubt. So I think that since you were talking to me, right, I don't know
Right.
about
Let me
Commissioner
finish. Let me
Depp,
finish off and
but
land
I
my
was
plane.
born a
That's
Moor.
what I
I'm
know.
40. I'm 49 years old. You said you were 66. I'll never disrespect my elders, right? And I
Thank
don't
you. I
never want you
appreciate
to
it, because
feel
when you
like
said I
that I
jump
was
on
talking to
panels
you.
with something, I
But
think, oh, okay. I took that.
I'm just saying, because you said something, right? You said a couple things, right? And I'm saying I never disrespect the elder, right? But
Okay.
when at the end of the day, right, you're talking about Kamisha Edet, right? I watched the brother too, and he's very smart. You know what I'm saying? I
Thank
put
you.
him
Yes,
as
he is.
one of my top Moors, right? But
Yeah.
guess what? I'm one of them top Moors too, right? Because I was born into this. I wasn't sworn in, right? So
Okay.
when these people who wasn't born into this and they converted at some point into their life and they picked this up and then they want to talk to somebody who only been this my whole life, right? And the information that I'm gonna put into the lines then is gonna back up everything that what I'm saying, right? Because we ain't gonna leave one stone unturned. Like I'm just over here talking and I don't got no information backing up, right? I'm gonna put House Resolution 75. You might want to look that up, sister. Write the note,
Right.
you know what I'm
Then
saying,
you
from
know that the
Pennsylvania.
Moors came out of everything that
Uh-huh.
I'm saying to you. You
So
know that
I'm
he
just
was
saying where I'm
put
coming
into
at from it with it, right?
right. So all I'm saying is, so some of this stuff that they say some is sacred and some is secret, but if you're gonna come with the truth, you got to bring all of the truth, right?
That's what I'm saying.
So okay, so that's all I'm saying. So I wasn't trying to disrupt anything, right? I might have came at the wrong time because again, I was getting dressed and I listened to most of it when I left, and I caught myself looking at the things on the screen before I jumped in, and I did jump in at the wrong time. So again, that's my apology for doing that. But I was only trying to bring in a part because I don't want y'all to pass over something moving forward, but I was too late at the same time, all at the same time. So again, that's my apology, but I got around on this one. So I don't want to like I said, I don't want to intrude on something. I just want to put my input in on it. So that's all I want to say.
Well said.
No,
Yeah, and I also want to say that, listen, the
Yeah.
word more and black and all these type of things, these are all made up things, and it doesn't reflect on the actual people and the people that was in the world, whether you want to call it antediluvian world or whatever, pre Noah times or whatever you want to call it, ancient times. Yeah, I mean, again, as far as we can see, what they've put out there on the internet is all what do you call it? It's not accurate. That's why there's so much debate and topic. I mean, confusion around this whole thing. If there was something, we all know the color red is red, and we all agree it's red. So if it's red, it's red. There's no confusion, and that's how I see things, plain and simple. And so when you come and you say, "Oh, the Moors were this, the Moors were that," when we really look at it, the Moors were not who we're saying that they are. And if you want to take it upon yourself and call yourself that, that's cool. But when we're talking about facts, the Moors were
Okay,
not.
so my bad. Go ahead.
Wait, hold on. Yeah, cause they can call themselves Moors is everything. You know, we as the people, we everything, and we call ourselves everything. You feel me? So
Yeah,
we're not gonna put ourselves in just one box. If that's what they decide they want to choose, and they got more research on you, and you only at the top of the surface and they going below and you're not trying to build with that, then it's clearly understandable. But the brother right here was about to bring out some information pertaining to, I guess, how he connected. And that's what I want to hear. He was talking about some doctrine or whatever. I wanted to hear that.
Hey, Karima, could I ask Buddy just one question? I ain't gonna respond after you answer or nothing, though.
Yeah, but if you ask him, he gonna have to respond. But Paulo was speaking, you know, trying to bring out some information. So let him bring out the information, and then you can ask the other brother a question. And that's why I was trying to tell the other brother that this brother was actually trying to bring out, I guess, sources that, you know, represent the, I guess, who he is and who he came from. I know he was saying he was bringing out some kind of source and he was gonna post it.
Yeah. All right. So I was talking about, I mean, I already put one of this. If you go into the lines, I mean, the chat, right? The lines then, I already put back there about the word more, right? And then I'm gonna put back there House Resolution 75. And then I'm gonna put back there when I was talking about the slave thing and a free national name, which is important because, like I said, the Europeans try to play us out of our position, right? And then they give you half truths, and then they make you figure the other part out. And if you don't figure the other part out, and they put the information out there for you to figure out, and then that's their disclaimer if you try to go to them and be like, yo, why ain't you tell us that this is what it was? And they're gonna be like, look right here, we told you right here, you didn't just look, you should have looked right here. It says section 348, blah 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 blah, everything what you wanted to know. So at this point, like I said, it's up to us to get into the books and figure out what's going on and how it went on, right? And then some people do these studies, and that's taking it past the surface level, right? And then they get and figure out some things. And then the people who still be on surface level study be the main person that you're arguing with. Because I don't really argue, I don't have these conversations with the people who really know about this stuff. Right? Because we all know about the same amount of stuff. It's once you look it up, it's not like you're going to look up and it's going to say something. No, it's basically all saying the same thing. So when he says that Moors aren't black people, right? And then I got a free national name because I'm a Moorish American. That's my nationality. I have a flag, a nationality, everything that goes with what it's supposed to go with, written in the law. And then somebody, I don't know where he from, but if you ain't from the United States, then you might not know about this because they ain't got this in your country. But over here, where them supposedly slaves on them ships came over, and then the people who was already coming over here in them ships, all was the same people, right? And they know that we was over here. They know that this was our country. They know our empire was over here. That's why I could have a free national name, free. Did you hear that word? Free, coming from somebody that was in slavery. The word free means really something big. See, because we didn't get real lazy in the 2024. But if you go back and look at history, our ancestors, if I could talk to your ancestor, right, from the 17 or the 1600s and tell him I'm free and show him how I'm free, and then tell him that I'm trying to tell his ancestors how to get free like me, he'll definitely bop you over the head and be like, how you not listening to him, man? When he know what he's talking about. If he said anything with the FREE, you should definitely be all ears the way he's talking about. And then now she put on the thing like what we was talking about, this Westerner thing. And this Phoenician go way back before you could talk about some Latins or some whoever you're talking about coin phrase, the Moor people. It's not, I'm showing you it's not no one person, right? Or one people. It's anybody that went into that direction, Westerner. Right? So I'm saying that I'm a part of them people who went west. That's what I'm claiming. And it's not if you want to label the Arab, and when you keep saying Arabic, you got to understand that that's a language. Arabic language. The Arabic, when you apply that to people, they have tribes that they come from, because there's not one Arabic person. There's many type of different Arabic people.
Yourself, brother. You just
I'm
said
not
that
contradicting myself. You understand what I'm saying? I said Moor is not a people. It later turned into a people. Moor was just anybody who went west. And then I said Arabic is a language. And in the Arabic people, who you're calling people, there's many different types of Arabics. So then what you're calling an Arabic person, he'll tell you what he is if you was actually talking to him. You'll be like, what's your nationality? He's not going to say Arabic. He's going to say exactly what he is and what tribe or what region he come from.
We're talking back then, brother.
Right? What'd you say?
Any which way. I said we're talking back then. Back then they didn't have.
I put my information on the screen. Just put yours up. That's all. All you got to do is put what you're saying and what it is. And I did the simple Google search like what you said to do.
Yeah, exactly.
I simple Google search
Right.
And I got some information. Now I'm saying you do your super simple Google search and let's see
Brother,
if
I
you're
can do all
the
that, but I
word
don't
that
know how
you're
to put it
saying
on the
that it is.
screen.
Is it
That's one.
older
But
than
two,
what I'm saying? Because you're gonna be talking about something that's way from in the AD, and I'm talking about something from BC. So my etymology, as far as etymology of the word
you're
go,
hip
my
hopping again.
definition would
That's what you
supersede
do.
your definition of the
You
word.
and Greg, the pair of you, hip hop. That's what you do all over this subject. You've been hip hopping every single time. Now you're telling
You
me,
don't
oh,
even
you
know hip hop.
BC and an
See, once
AD.
again, you talking about something
Let
you
me
don't
finish,
know
brother.
about. You
Let me
don't come
finish.
from hip hop. You didn't start
Let me
hip hop.
finish.
You picked
Let
it
me
up.
finish,
The same
brother.
thing I'm saying about Moors. You not know more. You just
Let
talking
me
about some
finish.
stuff you picked up.
Brother, hey, let me finish, brother. Let me finish. Listen, let me just say this, right? If you do a simple Google search like you just did, right, and you ask the question, where are the Moors originally from? Now we're talking about the Moors, right? We're not talking about who they called Westerners and who they called Moharim or who they called whatever. We're talking about the Moors. Let's stick to the subject, right? We're not going back to no BC or whatever. When we ask the question, who are the Moors? Guess what? Google tells you. You do a Google search and ask them, who are the Moors? And if you know any other Moors, let me know.
In Oxford. So people from Europe, right? From a vantage point, they were looking at the hordes crossing the Rock of Gibraltar, right? Saying those are Moors that's coming over here.
Who's saying that?
That was not the beginning
Who's
of the
saying
people that they recognized that was invading their land.
Is saying
It's
that?
being Moors. Like, it didn't start when they were like, "Ooh, the Moors are coming in and fighting us, and taking land."
Greg,
You said
are you listening to
Oxford,
me?
so I said the European nations.
European
When
nations.
they started talking like, "Oh, the Moors crossed the rock and took this and took that and got stopped in France at the river, right?"
So
And so on and so forth.
hold on. When you say the European nations, are you talking BC or AD now?
AD, I'm talking in your context, brother. You the one who keep pigeonholing the Moors until we were in Iberia. So now we in Iberia.
No. Hold on.
Crossing the Rock of Gibraltar.
Wait. First of all, we got two different periods, right? We got the period where Apollo's dealing with where it's before the
yes, and you keep taking it back
before when they were called Westerners because they
right
crossed into the West.
And you said you don't want to deal with none of that.
Wait, you're dealing with the time when the Moors actually came to be, when they went into the Spanish.
When Tariq crossed the rock.
Right. Okay. So let's not start going back and forth now. You stick to your
What
side
you
of what you're
mean?
talking about.
I'm coming over here to your side. Bro, I'm intentionally. I didn't make a mistake, bro. I'm intentionally coming over here on your side.
Well, no, because
so
you mentioned
so
the
it won't be no
Europeans.
more
And I'm about to
acrobatics.
tell you, if I say something about the Europeans and how the Europeans just coined it, you're going to tell me, oh, no, it was before. It was, and then you're going to give me the tribe. Oh, Fuller tribe in Hausa and all this kind of. No. We're not doing that.
So let me ask you this real quick, and then you thinking but you was wrong. But let me ask you this real quick: was Mauritania called Mauritania before or after the conquest of the Iberian Peninsula?
I'm not sure, but I would say possibly after.
You would hope it would be after, because then that would. Well, if it was after, where would that come from? The French, the Italian, or the British?
Then it's got to be after if you're mentioning, because you're talking colonization. So if
okay, cool. That's cool. I ain't gonna cut that. Okay. So what makes you think that they came out with this word "more" out of nowhere to call all of us and people who look like us once Tariq and them crossed the Rock of Gibraltar and got to beating up and taking stuff? What led to them using that term?
Because they want to confuse you.
Because they want to confuse, so they just came with more that collection of syllables out of the blue when Tariq and them started coming through. That was the beginning of us being called Moors. That's what you're saying.
I'm saying to you that everything
is that the beginning of us being called Moors, because you pigeonholing us into that. Tariq, no, that was the beginning of us being Moors. That's what you've been doing the whole day, probably all your life.
I'm saying to you that everything is connected, whether it's the Moors as a like trying to get people, group of people, or whether it's
so
the actual
were we Moors before Europeans started calling us that?
We go from the Phoenician or the Canaanite to the Phoenician all the way down to the today.
Were we Moors before the Europeans, Oxford now, before the English called us Moors? Were we called Moors ever before that? Like,
well, according to your bro here,
according
to your bro here, he's saying that there were
no, according to you, were we ever called Moors before the British, like your Oxford source come from, start calling us Moors? Were we ever called Moors before Tariq crossed the rock?
I have no idea. All I know
so
is,
if you have no idea, why do you pigeonhole our origins with that period of time then?
Because you can't tell me any different.
No, you ain't even know I existed.
Hold on, let me finish.
To a little while ago, so it can't be because of me, period.
Listen, your boy here is saying that,
you deflecting to us. I'm asking about you, bro.
He asked about you.
You deflecting to us, and I asked about you, bro.
You want to put us in Tariq, because Tariq an African. Was Tariq an African, brother? Was Tariq an African?
Say what?
Was Tariq an African or was he white?
Who the hell was that?
Because you said Moors is white, and we know Tariq was a Moor, so we want to know, was Tariq white or was he black?
Tariq could be Tariq. Okay, the name Tariq. You do your research on the name Tariq. Where does that come from?
We want to know, was Tariq black or was he white?
Tariq is an Arab name, so that means
Tariq was Arab.
Yes.
Or was he named by Arab because his mom turned him over to the Arabs because she was warm with him, so she gave him a son. The queen.
I'm done. The mom turned him over to the Arabs, just like Moses was turned over to the Egyptians. I got you.
So you don't know how Tariq got. You don't know how Tariq got his name.
You got the stories. Now
I mean, was he one of us, or was he one of them? According to your knowledge. According to your knowledge, was he one of us or was he one of them, bro? Plain and simple.
Was he an Arab or was he African? Tariq, because I'm gonna show you who his mama is.
Who's his mama?
Yeah, see.
Answer first,
talking
please.
about Tariq if you don't know about his parents.
Right.
Hold on. You already said Tariq was Arab. So if he's Arab,
you still ain't answer what I asked you, bro. You lied.
I said he had an Arab name.
Watching.
His mom clearly was an Arab. She was fighting with the Arabs.
Oh, she was fighting with the Arabs. So who was she?
Yeah. I'm about to put it in the back chat.
No, tell me. You don't have to do that. Tell me. Who was she?
So,
if
bro,
she wasn't an Arab, who was she?
Are you saying that Moors were not called Moors until the Europeans start calling us Moors when Tariq and company started to invade the Iberian Peninsula?
Provided you with the sources cannot beat my intelligence.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is what happens when people who don't know nothing about Moorish science be steady talking about Moorish science.
Nah, what you know
and regurgitating what they heard other people say on YouTube
and the internet.
Who also didn't know.
Okay, let me ask you a question.
No. Please answer mine first, bro. You can't. How you gonna do? I'm in your backyard now. I'm in the context of brothers crossing the Iberian Peninsula, burning their ships. Yes, are you hearing me? I'm talking about brothers crossing the Iberian Peninsula and burning their ships. If that don't tell you that I'm talking about the same timeline, you don't know enough about this timeline.
Are you done? Because you like to sing your own song. So go ahead, man. Write the song, sing it, do the chorus, play the instruments. You're a one-man band. Go ahead.
Tariq crossing the Iberian Peninsula.
Go ahead.
And burning his ships behind him. Do you hear that?
Do everything.
Tariq crossing the Iberian Peninsula.
Everything.
You hear me?
What would you say?
Tariq crossing the Iberian Peninsula with his people and burning their ships behind them. So it'll be so that none of his people, no matter how hard the battle be, will ever think about turning back and running. He ordered everybody to burn their ships.
Where are Tariq's people?
Listen, bro.
Where are Tariq's people?
Come on, man. This is your context,
Where
bro.
are Tariq's people?
This is your context, bro.
Oh, my
bro is trying to show you where his people came from, who his people are. But you ain't want to do that. So again, I'm in your backyard. Every time you run from him, listen, every time you run from him, I'm coming in your backyard with questions that you should be able to answer, because you the one talking about the Moors wasn't nobody. It didn't exist until we crossed over the Iberian Peninsula and burnt the ships behind us. This is your context. Do you know that or not? I ain't trying to be funny, but you got me wondering that, because I'm just speaking to you in your context, and you making me think you don't know that I am. Do you think I'm in your context or out your context?
Hey, you need to get yourself a talk show. You know that.
Man, that's non sequitur. It has nothing to do with what I'm asking.
Yeah, you need that.
No, we cross it. We in the Iberian, me and you in the Iberian Peninsula, and we done burnt our ships. Ain't no turning back. This is the time period you keep running to. This is the time period that I keep talking about. So let's talk about it.
Use the type of dude that could, hey, they'll lock you in a room by yourself and you will have a whole conversation by yourself. I got you, man. Don't worry.
And you'll be the one I'll be talking through the toilets in the other room. And I'll be beating you up in the conversation the same way I'm doing that.
I know, man. I know.
And you'll be laughing the same way. No matter where we cross paths.
That guy. Hey, Greg, you are that guy. I'll give it to you. You win.
I take it as a compliment, low-key. I ain't being funny neither. Not cocky neither.
For sure. You win, man. You're that guy. You're definitely that guy.
I'm sworn my life to the Moorish Divine National Movement, bro. Like, cool, it's different. Cool, so look, right? Let me say this. Noble Drew Ali's context for who the Moorish Americans are. Right? Mm-hmm. There are two main definitions for African in this day and time, contemporary, right? Those who inhabit the continent and the descendants of the inhabitants of the continent. Mm-hmm. From a Moorish American context, the Moorish Americans are descendants of inhabitants who inhabited the northwestern and southwestern shores of Africa. We all believe that we come from the northwestern and southwestern shores of Africa. But to tell us we not Moorish Americans because the Europeans say the Moors wasn't over here. And then we show the Europeans do say we the Moors. And then that's wrong too. Yeah, they white people.
No, listen,
so it's like, pick your poison.
Listen, let me say this to you. You're from, in my view, you're from Africa. But you're not a Moor. It's as simple as that. You're from Africa, but you're not a Moor.
Nah, all the inhabitants of Africa are of Moorish descendancy.
So why you have to put yourself or associate yourself? Why can't you just say, okay, I'm from or I'm with the people of Africa? Since you're not in Africa or you're not born in Africa.
Because if you knew anything, look, this is what I'm saying. If you knew anything about the movement, let me answer that. If you knew anything about the movement, then you would know that at its core, right? The core premise for our Circle 7 is that people would know that it's much more wisdom to be learned from the descendants of Africa. Did you even know that? Yes or no?
No.
But that's the main reason why he put the stuff together in the first place. So ones will know we got it over here. We got it popping. And we know how to put everything back together by getting rid of all the vestiges of slavery, reassociating and re-socializing ourselves.
Let's wrap it up, you know.
Hey, that's good. Yeah, that's a good.
Yeah.
But yeah, before you go off live, Morris Judicator, stay on real quick. I got a question for you, if you don't mind, sir.
All right, before you do that, let me just piece myself out and say, yeah, man, nice talking to you guys. It was good building with you guys. And yeah,
Before you leave out, Karina,
more to come.
I wanted you to see something before you left out. Even if you leave out, just continue looking at the screen.
And yeah, up and running. We out.
Yeah, hold back.
Yeah, Karina, Sister Karina, I put. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I hear you.
I put something in the back chat. I put up House Resolution 75 because I said that I was going to put that information in the back chat for people to see where I'm coming from. Right? And I wanted the brother to see, you know what I mean, that when I'm saying that I'm a Bay and he's saying that he's an L, did that mean something? It don't mean that, you know what I'm saying, we just not using these names ambiguously like we just picked up something off the corner. So we got law and we got, you know what I mean, things behind us to say that when we do this, and when it's in this House Resolution, it's saying that we are those Moroccans that came from North Africa. So when he's saying that we're not who we say we are, I'm saying we got legal documents saying that we are who we are. So who is you to sit back and ain't even probably from my country and gonna tell me who I am and with the people that I represent, who they are, when we got legal documents saying who we are?
You know, that's funny you say that, because I'm sure you two was in the live just a few hours ago, grilling my boy from East Africa, telling him about where he's from and so on and so forth. But now you're asking me or telling me that I cannot say nothing because of where you're from. Well, I'm telling you this.
You're saying wrong stuff. You could say stuff, just make sure it's accurate. Like if I spoke upon Guana, right? Because I told you that my brother used to be married to somebody from there. So I'm not going to speak ill about those people when I know that I'm related to those people in a certain way, right? So I'm going to have a certain respect, because if this was ever watched by my nephew or by his ex-wife, right, they will feel a type of way if I was putting out the wrong information. But you don't have that same type of respect for me and my people, right? Because I'm not you and your people. So at that point, you could say Moors is white people because you don't have no connection to that. But then when you're saying that somebody, I mean, they got legal documents saying that this is who I am, what do you guys say past that?
Well, listen, brother, man. Look, I'm not disrespecting. Listen, one thing Greg was saying, or Greg taught me, is that you guys affiliate yourselves with with Africa, so to speak. Because for me, that's good enough for me. I'm just saying that as far as this history that they've given us, I'm not with that. I've never been with that, and I'm still not with that. But if you say you're more, that's cool. I mean, I'm not saying, but we're talking about information and facts, and that's all I'm going by. But listen, you guys are still my brothers, and yeah, we're working towards all of us going back to Africa and obviously rehabilitating and diffusing ourselves of this poison that's been fed to us, so that we can regrow and become the kings and the gods and goddesses that that our ancestors were, and follow in their steps. So yeah, man, I mean, I'm not arguing with you in that sense, but in terms of facts and whatever Babylon has put down as facts. That's what I'm arguing with, not you as a person.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, keep that's a good starting point, but keep walking with us too to relearn certain ways things are put together and open your mind to everything not being as squeaky clean with this Eurocentric whitewash and brownwash history as things may seem. And you will find out that one of the most revolutionary things to be here is a more for us on this continent, that continent, the other continent. For real. It can encompass everything from all of our different branches of ancestral blood, consolidated as one, our own way, hearkening back to our ancestors that was free and recognized as such, instead of falling under the Christian black codes and being captured Berbers and beasts of burden. You yourself can look into South Carolina, gray coats during the Confederate, using the Negro Act that came before them to justify the Civil War. And they said, you can look this up, they said, when they talking about Negroes in the Negro Act, they're only talking about the captured Berbers. They're not talking about the free inhabitants of Africa, such as the Moors, the Egyptians, and other Asiatics, such as the Lascars. You could damn near play this back, you could play this back and type what I just said and the shit'll pop up. But anyway, we've been on here for a minute. Let me be quiet. Peace of love, though. Keep walking with us, though. It's more to it than what you may think. And we really on the same thing. Just in a free way, redefined way.
Correct. Yeah, and it's a new time. And the mindset is what I'm attacking. It's the mindset that needs to change, because from the mind, everything follows. So when we start getting the mind right, then everything else will get right. And that's my thing in this new time that we're in, because this is my time. And
let me ask you something. What would be a better mind state than knowing that you have all of the attributes and potencies of Allah and the ability to be Allah in the flesh in divine and national ways and rebuild your family units accordingly?
Yeah, and this is where we kind of slightly differ, because we're trying to break the molds of all these Babylon rhetorics that they've sold to us.
What's a better mind state, though,
Hold on,
than for ones in their mind to feel like they have all the power of the Most High to change things for the better for their situation and those that look like them? Forget the name I used. Different nations got different names. I'm talking about the causeless cause and the rootless root from which all things have sprung.
That's right.
Regardless of what you want to call it. For us to know that we got the power within us, that we are him or her or whatever you want to call it in the flesh with the ability to change our situations. On the scattered shores, man.
I understand what you're saying, Greg, but hear this out too, right? Which can be another way of molding the mind, whereby you know that if, like, from what you said to me, you can learn from your brothers over the pond, which is Africa. So if that's the case and they've been here before you, then obviously the wise thing to do is to follow their lead in certain senses, especially when it comes to the history of who you are and the spirituality, basically. So because we've been here before you, so we must know, and we've been here before the whites, we've been here before the Arabs, we've been here before everyone. So we must know what or how this planet needs to be for us to be in harmony, so to speak. And so that's what we need to gravitate towards if we're in a healthy mind, as Sister Karima has put on there, the healing frequency. If you're seeking that healing frequency, then what do? You seek the advice of your elders. Because why? They were here before you. You don't know more than them. You cannot know more than them. They were here before you. So if they're telling you something, you gotta heed it. And most of what this system here is offering is what our ancestors has told us, but because we're hard-headed and well, I won't say hard-headed, but we've been put in a spell, we've been hexed, we've been everything has been done to us to keep us down. Basically, we're in this confusional state. But the sooner, this is the time we're going to slowly start to wake up and understand that no, all of this doesn't mean anything, because we're people, we're one. As the other brother said, basically, we're all brothers and sisters. Even if you're looking at it through the Bible perspective, then we're still one. We're brothers and sisters, Ham, Shem, Japheth, and so on and so forth. That is the way. So if that's what it is, and it states that in all religions. So if they're all connected, then what are we doing? Why are we still following something that they're following us?
What's that?
This spirituality thing.
Who are they?
Are we following something? Because you
who are they?
Wait. Let's end it, and we can stay on and
okay.
Continue.
Yeah. All right. Cool. Yeah.
Resonance of Awakening. Welcome to the Resonance of Awakening, where we harmonize our essence with the celestial vibrations of the universe. In cosmic harmony, we attune our souls to 430 Hz, a frequency of freedom echoing through time, awakening hearts to transcend the grind. Forces seek to dampen our shine, but we, vibrational warriors, rise above, tuning to love, our essence of love. We resonate with Gaia's heartbeat, sensing our spirits in freedom's song, embracing the sacred tones of creation. Through for 32's gateway, we transcend the veil into realms of truth, where wisdom prevails. Our DNA awakens, coding reborn to vibrational alignment, unlocking the secrets of our divine blueprint. We shatter matrices, illusions of fear, embracing love's resonance, now crystal clear. Our collective pulse beats as one in symphony with the universe, harmonizing with the celestial choirs. Vibrating high, our essence shines, reflecting divine light through cosmic shrines. With every breath, our frequency expands, a vortex of love healing the lands, transcending dimensions. Through for 32's portal, we anchor the light, guiding humanity through the dark of night. We embody the essence of love, compassion, and unity, radiating harmony. As we journey through the realms of consciousness, we recognize the power of our thoughts, emotions, and intentions. We weave a tapestry of love, forgiveness, and gratitude. In this resonance, we find solace, strength, and inspiration. We rise above the chaos, embracing our true nature, divine, eternal, and infinite. May the vibrations of 430 Hz guide us home to our hearts and to our true potential. As we harmonize with the universe, we unlock the secrets of our soul. The frequency of 430 Hz awakens our DNA, activating our highest potential. We transcend limitations, embracing the infinite possibilities of the cosmos. Our hearts beat as one, pulsing with the rhythm of creation. In this resonance, we find unity, compassion, and love. We recognize the divine within ourselves and each other. As we vibe higher, our reality shifts. We manifest abundance, joy, and peace. Our thoughts, emotions, and actions align with the harmony of the universe. We are the architects of our reality, crafting a world of beauty, truth, and wisdom. The power of 430 Hz guides us, illuminating our path. Embracing this frequency, we become the change we seek. We embody the love, light, and unity that transforms our world. In the resonance of 430 Hz, we find our true essence, divine, eternal, and infinite. May this frequency guide us home to our hearts and to our highest potential. As we resonate with 430 Hz, our consciousness expands, embracing the harmony of the universe. We see beyond illusions into the heart of truth. In this frequency, love is the foundation, compassion is the guide, and unity is the outcome. We rise above fear, doubt, and separation. Our collective heartbeat synchronizes with the cosmic rhythm, creating a symphony of love and light. We become the instruments of divine expression. Through 432's gateway, we access ancient wisdom, hidden knowledge, and mystical realms. Our DNA evolves, activating dormant potential. We embody the essence of the universe, reflecting its beauty, elegance, and simplicity. Our souls sing in harmony with the celestial choirs. In this resonance, time and space dissolve, uniting past, present, and future. We transcend the limitations of the material world. Our thoughts, emotions, and actions align with the harmony of creation. We become co-creators, manifesting reality with every breath. The frequency of 430 Hz guides us home to our true nature, divine, eternal, and infinite. May this resonance awaken humanity to its highest potential. As we close this journey, remember that 432 Hz is not just a frequency, it's a state of being. Embody its harmony, and you'll embody the universe. May love, light, and unity guide you on your path. Fade out,